Private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international
davlat
community.
xususiy sheriklik davra suhbatiga xush kelibsiz. Tadbir ochilish marosimi boshlanishiga 5 daqiqa qoldi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Uzbekistan International PPP Roundtable. The opening session will start within 5 minutes.
2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable. Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private
Aziz
Partnership
mehmonlar,
Roundtable.
ochilish sessiyasini boshlanishiga 2 daqiqa qoldi. Iltimos, joylaringizni egallang. Dear guests, 2 minutes left till the start of opening session. We kindly ask you to take your seats.
Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan and future investment projects. Meeting address 2022, May 20, Tashkent City. We are looking forward to meeting you in Uzbekistan International Public-Private Partnership Roundtable.
Greeted him already. I have already said hi.
Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting
Assalamu
of world
alaikum, good
finance
morning.
representatives. Uzbekistan
Might I ask you to take your seats, please? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the first International Roundtable on Public-Private Partnerships, which is jointly organized by the government of Uzbekistan, the Asian Development Bank. The Roundtable Conference has been organized with the explicit support of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the World Bank Group, as well as the Islamic Development Bank. My name is Cornelia Meyer, and I have the honor of guiding you through today's proceedings. The government of Uzbekistan has successfully delivered an ambitious economic reform program, of which the PPP framework is an important component. We have come together today to take stock of what has happened so far in this space and look what to expect going forward. 6 sessions will highlight various aspects of the PPP program in several key sectors. The conference will be live streamed on the YouTube channel of the Ministry of the Republic of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan. So for people who are not here, they can still be with us. Before we start, we have a really important announcement to make. The government of Uzbekistan has won a very, very important prize from the Haymarket Media Group's Partnership Bulletin, which organizes the Partnerships Award for PPP agencies and projects. I think we're going to see a video of Mr. Paul Jarvis, who is the global editor of the Partnership Bulletin, who will tell you what this is all about. This is really big news. It's a prestigious award, and it happened last night in London.
Touch is being put ahead of tonight's big event. The Partnerships Awards have been running for over 20 years. They are the industry-leading awards for PPP excellence, judged by judges from around the world. And I'm delighted to announce that tonight, the winner of the Procurer of the Year award has been decided to be the PPP Development Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The judges considered this award, this entry, to be a compelling submission, and they welcomed its efforts to establish a strong pipeline within Uzbekistan. So congratulations to the Republic of Uzbekistan on this award.
The partnership, give them a big, 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 big hand. These Partnerships Awards really matter because they are judged by the toughest critics. Expert judging panels are made up of over 30 industry professionals representing both public and private sectors. The judges are selected on the basis of their expertise, experience, and integrity in the PPP market. So again, this is such great news. Give the PPPDA a really big hand again. So let us start without further ado, and in order to highlight the thinking behind the conference, and also in order to see what our key sponsors would like to see as the outcome, might I ask the first panel, the first round table, or the first fireside chat, Mr. Jamshid Kusharov, Deputy Prime Minister for Financial and Economic Issues and Poverty Reduction, as well as Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction of the Republic of Uzbekistan, to join me here in the inner circle. It's your seat. And the second, it's a real honor, the second person is His Excellency, Mr. Ashok Lavasa, who is the Vice President for Private Sector Operations and PPPs in the Asian Development Bank. So I guess I can switch this one off and this one on. There's so much technology, difficult to handle. So the government of Uzbekistan has embarked on a very successful economic reform program pertaining to all aspects of economic life, such as governance, rule of law, legal reforms, liberalization, and the development of the economy. The Public-Private Partnership Program, which was enacted in May 2019 and amended in January 2021, earned high praise from investors and is a very integral part of this. But since this happened, life has changed a lot because we had a pandemic. Now we are faced with quantitative tightening, high interest rates, and geopolitical tensions. So life has become ever more complex. Allow me to ask the first question to His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister. You embarked on such a successful economic reform program, of which the PPP program is, as we said, an integral part. At last year's Economic Forum, one session was dedicated to the PPP program. Now you've decided to have a whole day, a roundtable discussion. Can you tell us what the thinking behind that is, please?
Thank you, Cornelia. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank ADB team and PPP agents of Minister of Finance for organizing so impressive event. And Cornelia, also I would like to thank you and organizer for showing us this news from London. It was not planned, but it just came out last night, this news. And we are very happy with this event, and we think this achievement of PPP agency is not just achievement itself of agency, but this is, I think, what happened with great support of all IFIs, ADB, IFC, World Bank, EBRD, all others, because without that significant support, that were impossible. Now, Cornelia, back to your question. Of course, this idea of having PPP as one of the driving factors for Uzbek economy is quite important, and why we do consider PPP as one of the good way of accelerating economic reforms and economic growth in Uzbekistan is that, first of all, Uzbek economy is needed for investment. First of all, private investment. And, you know, a lot of papers, World Bank's papers, UNDP's paper, in order to get this millennium goals or other goals, having you know, 100 billion GDP, all of that requires a lot of investment, private investment. In that case, we think PPP would help us a lot. And for example, in development strategy approved by His Excellency President of the country, Mr. Mirziyoyev, for in coming years, in 2022, 2026, our plan is to attract $14 billion to PPP projects. From this point, we think this direction of developing of PPP will be very useful for Uzbekistan's economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm now asking pretty much a similar question to His Excellency Mr. Lavasa. You've decided to co-host this conference. What made you do so?
Thank you, Cornelia. And before I answer your question, I would like to congratulate the Deputy Prime Minister, indeed the government of Uzbekistan, and all the officials of the PPPDA and others who have been working for this great recognition which has happened. And I would like to now, I think this is a good augury for the event, because the recognition that has been accorded by an international body shows the confidence that people have and the success that has been achieved. Asian Development Bank has been working towards creating an inclusive and resilient, sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. And of course, the overarching objective has always been to reduce extreme poverty. In this journey that we have undertaken, we find that with the support of the governments, this task becomes not easy, but possible. And therefore, we would like to compliment the President, who has always been supporting us, the Deputy Prime Minister, who has always been supportive of the efforts of ADB. And I recall that when the first dialogue took place in October of 2018, when Asian Development Bank supported the request which was made to agree on terms of an agency which of course had been in existence, but how it should be taken forward. And it is only creditable that in the space of 4 years, Uzbekistan has become the biggest, I should say, executor of PPP projects in the ADB portfolio. We have completed successfully commercial closing in energy sector, in wastewater, in heating, district heating, and there are many more TAs which are ongoing. Today we are supposed to be signing some more technical assistance for taking this process forward, take up the renewable energy portfolio to the next level. And also in this process, the policy initiatives which are further required to be taken. So I think on the whole what we feel is that it is important to showcase the success which has been achieved in Uzbekistan, also during the pandemic. The general mood of the economy has been a little depressed, and it would do well for neighboring countries, for other countries to see how success has been achieved in Uzbekistan in the PPP model, and therefore we are here.
In other words, nothing succeeds like success. I'm having the next question, which is a tough one. I'm sorry, I'm now coming to my two hard questions. To the Deputy Prime Minister, Your Excellency, the global geopolitical and macroeconomic situation make raising funds a lot more difficult because there's just less money to go around, but the projects, the demand for funding projects still exists. What do you think makes Uzbekistan well placed for getting that incremental dollar? You know, you're competing with other countries as well. Mr. Lap. It's a little housekeeping. Everybody who's not speaking should turn off put on mute, because otherwise we get a strange sound and echo.
Thank you, Cornelia. We do realize that we have to compete with many countries for this, as you said, incremental dollars. So, why we think we could compete with other countries? First of all, Cornelia, I think we have a short but very good track record. For last 5 years, under leadership of His Excellency President Mirziyoyev, Uzbekistan has done a lot of reforms who were postponed or not been done before that for last 20 or more years. And many our partners were not waiting for so high tempo reform. And why, again, back to your question, why we are sure that we could compete with other economies in order to attract foreign investments. Let's go back to PPP projects. How this idea of PPP come to Uzbekistan? In 2017, His Excellency President of the country instructed me to look for this project in Turkey because we, as I answered to your first question, we were looking for additional sources, additional channel for private investment. In that case, we thought that PPP would be helpful. So this idea of PPP came out from our leader, and after that, we tried to move PPP projects. Yesterday, during the meeting with Mr. Lawasa and his team in Ministry of Economy, I remembered my conversation with some of our partners, with Cindy Malvicini, with other people, PPP people who are in charge for PPP in IFC, ADB, EBRD. We began very primitively, I would say, but we were full of energy and full of dream, to move all of this project. And now, not many countries would say they had so much PPP projects. And in energy sector, for example, in utilities, and now we are going to for other sectors also. And our record shows that we could move even faster and we could expand all of these projects. And now we are looking for education, for healthcare. We have one project, a good project in healthcare, but we are looking for more. And we think, again, we are sure that we could compete with other economies in order to attract private investment. And Uzbekistan, from the point of future, also provides good opportunities for investors. Now, according to many forecasts, okay, maybe not too many forecasts, but our forecast, we could say that by 2030, population of Uzbekistan will be 40 million. And GDP will be $160 billion. So hopefully that means $4,000 GDP per capita. Okay. Our partners from IFI say, listen, this is very ambitious. We say yes. Yes, we do realize, but under leadership of President of the country, we think that we could get this target?
That is very great. So to sum up, you know, it's basically part of your growth strategy. You're working with good IFI partners. It's energy and grit that got you here today, and you know, it's needed for the growth to support economically support the growth of the population. So that's really, those are very strong, you know, motives. And I'm coming to VP Lavasa because as the ADB you have the overview over the economy, and the interest rate environment has markedly changed. How do you see the rising interest rates? Do you see that as a threat to PPPs? How do you think governments should navigate that new brave world of rising interest rates?
I think that's a very interesting and a good question, Cornelia. You will find that various countries are competing for getting investments in their countries. And while the interest rates are showing an upward trend these days, but the variability of interest rate is a phenomenon which I think the investor community knows how to deal with. It will largely depend on the consistency of the policies and the helpful attitude of different developing countries where the investors want to put their money. And I think what the Deputy Prime Minister alluded to was that they have shown eagerness and enthusiasm. But I would say that more noteworthy or what is to be noted further is that how consistent and reliable are government policies. And that is where the number of investors who have been attracted to the bids which have gone out, whether it is in the energy sector or other sectors, that would show that the investor community has faith in the overall environment. Asian Development Bank, like the other MDBs, believes that creating an enabling environment is very important. And other than that, what Uzbekistan has done is to create an agency, which is the institutional framework necessary for taking this process forward. So I would say that the areas which the government is focusing on, which the ADB also supports, are further to be taken forward, which is capacity building and the robustness of the legal procedures that you have.
I see I have a very scary clock here, which tells me we have exactly 1 minute and 54 seconds left. So I'm going to ask you a question which I would ask you to just answer maybe in 2 sentences, so I can do a little summation afterwards, and we vacate the space for the next panel. So the questions I have for you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, is what do you expect? What is your ideal outcome of today's proceedings of this roundtable?
Thank you, Cornelia. For us, ideal outcome from this roundtable is to be known to more people, to more investors, to more partners. That's first. Second, we would like to assure and give a message to all our potential partners that we are open for business, we are open for discussion, and we are waiting for them. And this kind of roundtable is usually also a place where people meet with each other.
Networking, yeah.
And during last 2 years, Cornelia, we did business virtually. We met virtually, we talked virtually, and people miss to talk face to face, and we think this roundtable will be some kind of beginning new period for development of PPP projects.
How about you? And very short, because we're already over time. We're already eating in Cindy's time.
I think the ideal outcome would be a greater information sharing, exchange of experience. What are the lessons which we can draw from the success stories or not so successful stories, and greater collaboration? Fantastic.
So I'm summing up. What got Uzbekistan here was grit, determination, a really good regulatory framework, and the establishment of the institutional framework with the establishment of the PPPDA, and what is needed in order to attract capital is to continue on that course of consistency, consistent policy frameworks. And what we want to get from today is Uzbekistan and its great program to be known better, for us all to network, and also to share in the learnings. Those were very wise words. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to chair you. Can you give these two gentlemen a big hand, please? Hello? Now it's working. Now we're up for the next panel, and that's a real treat, because we're discussing sort of in more detail the reasoning behind the PPP program. It's an overview, and it highlights the PPP framework of Uzbekistan. It is chaired, very ably chaired, by Ms. Cindy Malvicini. She's the country director of the ADB's resident mission here. Other people on the panel are His Excellency Mr. Odilbek Isakov, Deputy Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and he has PPPs under him and many, many other things. He must be one of the hardest working people on planet Earth. Mr. Matthew Jordan Tank, Director for Sustainable Infrastructure Policy and Infrastructure Policy and Project Preparation at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Mr. Munir Ferozi, Head and Regional Manager, Transaction Advisory PPPs at the IFC. Mr. Tariq Niazi, Director, Public Management, Financial Sector and Trade Division for the Central and Western Asian Department of the ADB. Mr. Kevin Ross, now that's very important to make sure we all stay in budgetary frameworks, because he's the resident representative in Uzbekistan of the IMF. And lastly, but not at all at least, Mr. Richard Abadi, UK, Africa, Central Eastern Europe and Middle East Relationship Partner at PwC. Cindy, you take it away.
Thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Gentlemen panelists, I hope you've had your morning espresso and you're ready to have a very energetic discussion today. I would ask you to be even shorter than our two high-level guests, and let's have a quick conversation about building on what we just heard, that Uzbekistan has a good PPP program, it has a regulatory framework, it has the foundations since 2018. So start with government representative and in charge of the PPP program, Deputy Minister Odilbek. By the way, congratulations for that award. That was awesome. I'm so excited for you. But you've developed since 2018 a very successful program with the government's very strong commitment. Tell us briefly where we are in the process of this program and what we can expect next, please.
Thank you very much, Cindy, and very good morning to you all. We were established, the agency was established in late 2018. So it's been nearly 3.5 years since the agency was established. It's been a couple of years since the legal framework is fully in place and working. We've done $10 billion of transactions, yes, mainly in energy sector, but also in utilities, in healthcare sector, in education sector, and other sectors as well. So initial 3 years of our agency and in general the PPP framework in Uzbekistan was mainly initiation phase, I would say. I would name this phase initiation phase. Yes, IFIs have supported us a lot. Investors also have supported us a lot. They've given us a lot of credit, especially when we just started. And of course, we've got consultants, we've got help, support, but at the same time, closing $10 billion transaction and having now plans to do 14 billion in the next 5 years, these are big numbers, not only for Uzbekistan, but also for other countries as well. Now, the second phase, I would say, would be more capacity enhancements, not just at PPPDA, but also at line ministries, because we are moving from, I would say, some of the, I would never say any project easy, but we are moving to more sophisticated projects. We are moving to projects which predominantly was financed by the budget, such as building schools, hospitals, university dormitories, or other kinds of projects that we haven't yet done, or if we've done, it was in smaller amounts, which brings the question of how we're going to account this projects vis-a-vis budgetary funding, vis-a-vis IFI funding. This is going to be, this will come to the point when we have to be more accurate in terms of project selection, what kind of impact it will have on the budget, fiscal risks, and so on. This will help us to develop and deliver these projects, but in more fiscally sustainable way. That's why we're working with the IMF, we're working with World Bank, Asian Development Bank, in terms of further strengthening, so further being prepared for the second step of the project developments, and therefore it's very important. One other addition is, which we will sign the memorandum as later today, is a project development fund. What used to be 6 months, 8 months process of selecting consultants for transactions will now be 1 to 2 months. So we will accelerate projects and start involving private sector advisors as well, which we haven't done so far. And secondly, we will also sign another MOU on project infrastructure financing and development company. This is important that we've developed with ADB. The previous one was EBRD. And this will also help to fund the projects from credit perspective. So this is going to be also very, very important for our second stage when we develop and when we successfully financially close transactions.
Great. Great. So you've started out very aggressively. You recognize that you have to zero in on some of the things that are probably more difficult, and you've set some mechanisms in place to do that. Your colleagues here, actually, we're surrounded by your advisors in this effort. They're very committed to you, but they also will speak candidly today about what some of those challenges really are and what we need to have much eyes wide open for, right? So I'll start with EBRD, Matt Jordan Tank. The PPP law and even perfecting it through the amendment. And you're helping them upgrade the framework to comply with internationally recognized standards and best practice. What's left to be done shortly on that framework?
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Let me start off with a sincere thanks to the Uzbek government, personally to the PPPDA and Odubek Isakov for your leadership, but also to the ADB. I think the fact that you've convened all of us here collectively, the government and ADB, I mean, it's a testament to the interest in this market, but also the delivery that you're already doing. So thank you. Let me make just a few brief remarks. firstly, yes, indeed, the PPP law is quite a milestone. I mean, that creation of the law is really the foundation for moving this program forward. I think what remains to be done with it is really just to test it across all of these sectors, test it across, the wide range of ambition that the country has. I think it certainly it's being used now in the wind sector, where we're very happy to be involved, the water sector, but also soon in transport, social infrastructure. So it's really about testing, and that's what happens to laws. They need to be put through the rigor. A second main point I would say, I think, given the fact that collectively, and this is really a global move, of course, the Paris Agreement has really upped the ante for all of us. For EBRD, that means 100% of our financing needs to be Paris aligned by January of 2023. And that, of course, cascades down to PPPs, of course. So when we think about the large road that we're preparing with the government between Tashkent and Samarkand, that road needs to be future-proofed. It needs to be EV-ready. It needs to be climate resilient in terms of its design. And other sectors such as buildings, talking about social infrastructure, they need to be, up to a very high standard, green building standards, et cetera. So that's that element, that additionality, where we can add real value, and it's really future-proofed, as I said. And then the final point I wanted to make is indeed, Odilbek sort of stole my thunder a bit, but local capacity. Local capacity. We have a great foundation. You have the PPPDA, you have a team, and I know you want to strengthen it. And I think all of us here understand that need, and we're all on board with that. What this will mean, I think, is essentially not only providing deep training for your staff in the PPPDA, but also the line ministries, as you mentioned. I mean, that's very important to have it all joined up. And I think that does sort of lead me to the point on the Uzbek project development facility, which we're very proud to have worked on with you over these last months. The MOU is another big milestone, and more will be said about that later. But it's really what's driving this is building up local capacity. I mean, countries that are successful, I'm sure my other colleagues will say this, countries that are successful programmatically are the ones that build up from the bottom up, and that's what we hope to achieve with this new facility.
Thank you very much. I want to switch to IFC because you have a lot to say on this subject as well, and you, on capacity, you're one of the first to actually do a very consistent training program for government officials. And you recognize that PPP teams were set up in key sector ministries. So building off of what Matthew just was talking about, can you talk about this capacity, especially in the line agencies that have to actually implement? We've talked about PPPDA, but talk about the line ministries as well.
Good morning. Thanks a lot, Cindy. First of all, it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think that testament of the enthusiasm on the PPP agenda of the government of Uzbekistan is already evident by the presence in this room. So again, at the cost of repetition, I want to congratulate Mr. Isakov, the PPDA, the government of Uzbekistan, for winning this award last night as the best procurer, and I think it's a well-deserved award. I also want to say that perhaps one thing that has not been discussed is the health project of the year, most commended, which is the second project, has also been given to Uzbek dialysis, so congratulations on that as well. Matthew stole some of my thunder, but let me maybe work a little bit more on terms of complementarity. I think it's great to see the capacity building in the PPPDA, but as you said, it's not enough. The line ministries need to be having this kind of capacity as well, because they are the owner of the assets and they are the one who basically put together these projects. To me, it's a bit of a work in progress. Some ministries have actually done a great job in terms of having that capacity. So, the Energy Ministry has done 10 projects, and I think they've got a lot of capacity on that. But also, I think it's important to see that I would say the role of the line ministries and the PPPDA is complementary. Why do I say that? Because you need to make sure that you have an alignment of the program. You need to make sure that the risk allocation is consistent in terms of what the PPDA and the MOF is trying to achieve. We talked about contingent liabilities. You need to ensure that the contingent liabilities are accounted for properly in terms of the fiscal space that the government has. You need to demonstrate that the priority of the projects are appropriately filtered through the PPDA as the central agency. I think it's also important to note that this is a work in progress in some ministries. As the time along, as they do the projects, this capacity will come. And there are two or three ways to do that, and all the IFIs are working together on that. One is basically you do the projects. There is no substitute to that. The second thing is capacity building, as Matthew mentioned. We've all been engaged in various shapes and forms in terms of increasing the capacity through training programs. A couple of examples on that. The PPP certification, we've been engaged in that. I think EBRD has been engaged in that as well. We have a program to do the PPP certification next week. We are also sending some of the colleagues from the Uzbekistan government for a very senior level course that we run at the Harvard University. The third thing really is placing consultants. I think those are the things that we are doing to make sure that capacity is not only built at the PPPDA level, but across the line ministries as well. So in summary, it's a work in progress. I think it's going in the right direction. We are very glad with the assistance, with the cooperation that we have with the ministries, and we look forward to broadening this further.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So let's switch tacks a little bit, and we've been talking about capacity generally to do transactions. But Tariq Niazi, you lead a team at ADB that looks more upstream from a policy regulatory framework at the overall PPP framework. And I understand you're working on also a program to further strengthen that. So what, in your view, is the way that PPPs can really be able to deliver value for money within a conducive enabling environment? What does it take to do this?
Thank you, Cindy. So ADB has done quite an extensive work in the regional countries, in the Central and West Asian countries, and also beyond. And our experience from this, what we call Pillars 1 and 2, the enabling environment work, and also the experience from developed countries, it shows that the PPPs offer value for money by making the procurement processes transparent and enabling efficiency gains and better project governance by allowing the bundling of financing, design, construction, and maintenance of infrastructure projects. Since PPPs involve complex process management on several fronts, like political, fiscal, financial, and social, PPPs create value only when underpinned by a conducive enabling environment. There are four main ingredients or main pillars of an enabling environment. First is the policy framework, second is the policy and regulatory frameworks, third is the institutional framework, and fourth is the public financial management framework. The policy framework really provides a rationale for the government to be involved in PPPs, and also the objectives and scope of undertaking PPP projects. The legal and a clear legal and regulatory framework ensures that there are rule-based PPP implementation, and then there are conditions or prerequisites that would both encourage or discourage participation or undertaking of a PPP project from the government side as well as the private sector side. Third would be, and I think a very crucial aspect would be a well-defined institutional structure and technically competent public institutions with clearly defined roles and responsibilities for all agencies. So that will ensure that the PPPs projects are properly identified, they are assessed, then prioritized and monitored. But that has to be done in an overall public financial management framework. The two most important ingredients of this framework are the overall public investment framework of the country and how does the potential PPP projects they fall into the overall PIM framework. Second is, and that Munir mentioned, and I'm sure Kevin would also, is the fiscal risk management that has to be undertaken as part of these overall frameworks. And that's what is the most crucial aspect, is that we need to be very sure that the fiscal risks are properly quantified when undertaking a PPP project, and that both explicit and implicit guarantees also are quantified that may result into contingent liabilities later on, and also squeezing of the fiscal space. One last point on this is also that the government may see the need to set up dedicated financing mechanisms like a project development facility, viability gap funding, or long-term debt financing.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So IMF, you get to also critique this. So you see we're open, the government is very open to, and you've got a strong technical assistance program here to support the government with this, and you've done some analysis on this very area. Take a step back and talk a little bit, please, Kevin, about why reforms are really needed to enable this framework and to be much more conducive. What kind of reforms, especially unbundling or reforms of SOEs and tariff liberalization? What is that role?
Sure. First, thank you very much for the invitation to the Ministry of Finance and also to the ADB. This is an excellent conference on PPPs. I think a lot of people don't, outside of the people that work inside PPPs, do not have a good understanding of how PPPs can fit into the infrastructure and investment process of countries. My background a little bit is coming from a Latin American experience, and there are a substantial number of PPPs that were introduced in Latin America, some successfully, some not so. On your particular question on the introduction of ways of introducing PPPs into the economy. One sector is the electricity sector here in Uzbekistan. Usually you end up with one vertically integrated monopoly SOE that does all parts of the process in terms of generation, transmission, and distribution. There's one tariff across the board. It's somewhat inefficient. There's losses, and those are covered by subsidies, by the budget. There's no incentive to save, to not overconsume, and so it's an issue. It's a problem. It needs to be reformed. So one way that here in Uzbekistan, but in other countries, to tackle this, you unbundle that electricity sector, that SOE monopolist, and you separate it out into the generation, transmission, and the distribution components. You reform those entities through governance reforms, something that is what is trying to take place here in Uzbekistan. And you, at the same time, you do market kind of restructuring. You put in a good regulator, utility regulator, and you start to set the stage for price liberalization, tariff reform. At that point, it's possible to start to think about injecting competition. You can then bundle down vertically, you can bundle across horizontally, where you can put companies in at the generation stage. Transmission tends to be natural monopoly, and you keep it with one company, but then at the distribution stage. With that, you're ready to inject competition, more competition, and think about private sector participation, be it PPPs, be it privatization. And one thing I would say is across the board, these reforms kind of set the reforms that set the stage for private participation, PPPs. Really is one of the main reform objectives of the government, right? In terms of privatizing, injecting private sector participation, to take the public footprint and move it back, and let the private sector, step forward. So I'll end it at there.
Right, so they need to keep on their reform path that they started in 2018. There's much more work to do to enable a real good PPP program. It can't take the pedal off the you can't take the foot off the pedal there. So, Richard, we haven't engaged you yet, but you've worked in many countries and continents in the PPP sphere. Based on your experience, how important is it for ADB to have the tools in place, and how do they assess this PPP framework? What is your experience on how they should, or your advice to the government on going forward in really evaluating and putting in place the right PPP framework?
Thanks, Cindy, and like the other speakers, thank you for having us to the government of Uzbekistan. Just one quick thing, I'm still getting over the shock of a photo of mine that's about 20 years old, so you won't recognize me from the photo that's up there. So yeah, I'm South African. I've worked in emerging markets for many years. Another piece of my experience set is I ran the PPP policy team in the UK government. So I'm interested to hear a lot of the policy conversations that are taking place here. Tools and frameworks, they're great if they're applied properly. What I'm always reminded, and I had to remind the UK government this regularly, is that the procurement and development phase of these projects only lasts for a couple of years. They're 2 or 3 years. The contracts themselves, which are complex, they're bundling, finance, supply chains, construction, dealing with risk, they tend to last 20, 25, 30 years. So it's all fine, and it's important in the investment phase of these projects to focus on a lot of these pre-established tools and techniques. One of my chief concerns, and where I've seen these programs slip up, is in the application, the ongoing management of these contracts for that period of time. So we do ramp up capacity, we do ramp up focus through that investment cycle. And yes, the investment cycle of these projects are what drives GDP, employment, and those type of things. But it's critical that that capacity is maintained to manage the contract right through its whole life. Because what I've seen often when projects fail is not in the procurement phase, it's not in the construction phase, it's managing the expectations after the asset's been built. I've seen too often sophisticated procurers, and we support them and advise them, hand over projects to line ministries where that line ministry doesn't understand the 300-page legal agreement that's just been dumped upon them. They don't understand private capital and how it works, and they really struggle to manage the contract through these output specifications. So the only encouragement I would have here is that part of Uzbekistan's journey through the PPP program is, yes, absolutely focus on investment, employment, GDP growth, but just ensure that you've got ongoing capacity in government to manage these contracts. And when you're talking about your centralized units sitting centrally, those units do need to support your line ministries through the ongoing management. Because, and having lived in the UK for 20 years now, I remember sitting in the Treasury and getting a call straight on my line. I picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Richard Aberdeen here." And it was the head teacher of a school in Newcastle. And I have no idea, I didn't know why she'd called me. And she was the chief contractual counterparty on a 300-page contract. She was trying to run a school, educate kids, deal with the day-to-day activity of feeding people, closing schools, security to school, and at the same time she was trying to manage a PPP contract. Now that's what we need to avoid. And if you want your program to be successful here, as I say, in addition to all the positivity around investment, finance, supporting facilities, it's important for the government of Uzbekistan to get that support structure in place post-completion as well. So if there's one tool in that sense, Cindy, that would be it. Ensure that you sort of lock in the value by supporting your line ministries opposite the private sector. Those output specifications are normally exceptionally complex. You get into disputes fairly often, and often government doesn't have the capacity to manage those. And I think I'll just stick to that point because I'm conscious of our time, Cindy.
Deputy Minister Oldenburg, I wonder if you could respond to these because you're looking to attract more investors. Lots of your advisors have talked about capacity, people that actually have to take this forward, implementation phase, as Richard is highlighting, as being the next really crucial time. So we're celebrating when we're signing deals and we're reaching commercial close, but the fun just begins then. How is the government really building itself and its capacity here? Obviously, we're all supporting you. What from your perspective, makes you excited about the next stage, and what maybe keeps you up at night about your own capacity?
Yeah, very valid points. Thank you so much. And all of you, actually, you've made. Let me start from Kevin's comments very briefly. I think he said that PPPs could work, but it doesn't work in isolation. It had, all the SOE reforms, all the reforms that we're doing to increase private sector's participation in the economy should happen and should be implemented successfully. Then, of course, the environment will be even more enabling for PPPs, which is absolutely right. And presidential decree recently, 101, was crucial in terms of setting out the next stages of how we will be involving private sector. So that it's about SOE transformations, it's about privatization, IPOs, as well as PPP. So it's kind of combined in one document, and that, in my opinion, was the right approach, as you suggested. And of course, on the fiscal risks that many of the colleagues mentioned, I think we are already aware of this. In the last year and a half, we are actively discussing with our development partners, especially the IMF. We are keen to implement PEFRAM, PPP Fiscal Risk Assessment Methodology, within the Ministry of Finance, and we want to establish the system when PPPDA and Ministry of Finance, they work in conjunction in terms of when they start selecting the projects, what kind of fiscal risks we will have. Is it direct liability to the budget, contingent liability? If it's contingent liability, how are we going to assess and mitigate it? It's easier said than done, to be honest, so we are at the initial stages of building this capacity. We've already established within the Ministry of Finance a unit which will deal with fiscal risks emanating from PPPs as well as SOEs, because SOE debt to some extent is also a fiscal risk. In terms of the capacity that other colleagues have mentioned and project monitoring, yes, we are building capacity and we're getting help from all of you in terms of consultants, in terms of advice. With ADB, we are doing PPP policy-based loan to develop and establish PPP framework, and lots of policy measures in our matrix will deal with strengthening the framework that we have and building further capacity. This is on the reform side of things. In terms of the people who will actually follow this reform, we are actively, not just foreign consultants, but also we are actively recruiting local people with project finance experience, because PPPs and project finance, they are the twins, aren't they? So with the support of World Bank Institutional Capacity Building Loan, we are at the moment hiring local consultants, 5 of them. We hired 1. She's sitting somewhere here. And 4 more we are hiring as we speak, and 2 more consultants, and one of which will be also focusing on these risks. In terms of monitoring, this is, I will tell you, this will be one of the most challenging part, because signing the PPPA and then financial close, these are all nice, and I'm not saying easy, but relatively straightforward exercises that everyone has gone through. But the monitoring that, to Richard's point, giving us this example of Newcastle headmaster calling him and trying to understand what's in that document, this is very, very crucial. And we are also learning from the experiences of other countries in terms of the monitoring. We have beefed up our monitoring team within PPPDA. We actually doubled the number of people. But now we are actively, in the next phase, we have small projects to learn from, especially in the irrigation system. Smaller projects where we've basically, on PPP basis, we have given the pumps to private sector, mainly local investors. So we'll start from there. This is going to be a good learning exercise. But also, as we as the projects get implemented, larger projects, I mean, whether it's the energy sector or other sectors, then it has to be in conjunction with line ministries. And it's absolutely right that we need to get the right people, right skills, right training to the line ministries so that they have the people who will continuously monitor this system. And another addition, of course, this electronic database of projects that we are working, Project Monitor or Source, where these databases or electronic systems allow us to, follow the project from the initiation to implementation to monitoring. So these are sort of combination of activities and measures we are thinking right now. But as I mentioned, we are also quite open to further ideas, further support from all of you, and we have to continue improving our capacity on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're listening a lot, you're acting on the advice that you're hearing, you're really building the local capacity. I think that was very critical. And you're very much aware, as you said, about managing the balance of your fiscal and other risks. So let me give IMF the floor again. Maybe you can comment on this bit about the contingent liabilities. Following up on this, what are the early steps and measures that the government can adopt to control the situation while aspiring to increase private sector participation in the economy? Don't tell them to put the brakes on. They won't listen to you anyway. So, what are the things that they need to do in parallel as they're advancing, accelerating their program?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I'm very encouraged to hear all of the recommendations that have already been put forward and what you have just mentioned in terms of the steps that you're taking to ensure that the PPP projects are going to be implemented successfully. As I mentioned, we have, and as you know, we do a lot of TA in Uzbekistan. We had technical assistance on this particular topic, covered many of the same issues. One thing in particular was there was still a need to strengthen the PPP law. A large part of the PPPs that have been done to date were done under the investments law. And you can still do PPPs not exactly following, the PPP legislation. The second thing is to codify the product cycle, PP cycle, into the secondary legislation and the regulations and statutes. As was mentioned, I think, by many people already in terms of building up the capacity at the Ministry of Finance and the line ministries. But I think a key thing is PPPs are procurement. It's a kind of a fancy name for procurement and buying things, that it's government expenditures. And, like any expenditure, this is society's money. And you need to have a good stewardship of that money. And therefore, the PPPs need to go through the budget process. And there needs to be a gatekeeper, one gatekeeper, not many gatekeepers, but one specific gatekeeper that where the buck stops, as we say. It needs to go through the public investment process. Many times, my understanding, some of the existing stock of PPPs, they were unsolicited. People just came and said they wanted to do that project, and that actually was implemented. Another key recommendation that came from some of this technical assistance, and I think it was again spoken about, was transparency. This database. These PPP contracts should be put up on the web to the extent that that's possible. And the public should know what the government is spending its money on. Another part of this is also taking that database and using it in terms of scenario analysis, risk assessment, shocks that do happen. What could be the impact on these PPP projects, which become a liability of the government. And another key issue is the size of these PPPs in Uzbekistan is large. I think it's been successful, to date, but it's large. It's a large stock. That needs to be taken into consideration of the fiscal framework that the country has. Uzbekistan is moving toward a more risk-based, rules-based fiscal framework with a debt limit, limits on perhaps on contingent liabilities. This right now, the stock of PPPs, I think is around 12, 13, 14% of GDP. There's a pipeline that has already been mentioned, which is quite sizable. How is that going to affect debt sustainability in the country? That needs to be, taken into consideration. One thing that many countries in the region do is they put caps or limits in their fiscal framework on the size of PPPs. We finished an Article 4 consultation recently in Uzbekistan. We do something called the debt sustainability analysis. Inside of that, we make assumptions. What could happen if something happened and you have these contingent liabilities materialize? And you take the stock of PPPs and you say some percent are going to be hit and some percent are going to end up being a liability of the government. That puts stress on fiscal sustainability in the country. So overall, that should be something that is kept in mind when we look at PPP projects overall in aggregate.
Thank you very much. Tariq, you've got a 2-sentence response to IMF. Do you agree with what he said? Is he lacking any aspects? Are there any gaps or any contrary views on this subject?
I'll just broadly, fully, of course, agree. I just alluded to it earlier as well. PPPs are not a fiscal free lunch, and the tendency that we have seen in some countries is that they go for PPPs. The primary motive being to have some expenditures off budget, but PPPs have a very longer time frame, payment commitments and all, and then they can come back and bite later unless we very properly analyze and assess the fiscal risks that emanate out of those particular projects. And the governments that have communicated well on a well-established fiscal risk management framework and on an overall public investment management framework, they tend to communicate a much stronger picture of undertaking PPPs in their domains. The absence of, again, I'll reiterate that the presence of a very strong public financial management framework is really a prerequisite. The absence of such a framework leads to an illusion that there are no fiscal risks involved.
Thank you. Okay, Richard, I want to give you the floor, the last word here on sustainability. We've got an aggressive program here. You've seen this in other countries. Can you comment on what it will take to make this a sustainable approach rather than falter after a few years, as some countries have done when they've been in the same boat?
I'm happy to. I just want to pick up a quick point, if I may, on finance and transparency.
You've got 30 seconds.
Kevin, your point about transparency applies to all public procurement. It's not about PPPs. The irony of PPPs is there's so much oversight. You've got international law firms, international accounting firms, banks, financial institutions subject to anti-money laundering and everything else. There seems to be an unholy fixation on the process and the transparency of PPPs, when the irony is that you're better off arguing that everything should be transparent and held to the same standard, would be the first point. The second point, and I'll close on that, in the UK, I remember the headline in the FT, that was a scandal. The PPP debt in the UK was 3% of GDP, and it wasn't on balance sheets. That was the headline in the FT. The subtitle was unfunded government pensions that were off balance sheet were 78% of GDP. So again, sometimes we just need a perspective in terms of the size of the problem and ensure that, and you will do this from the Finance Ministry, of course, that you have balanced, transparent fiscal measures right across the system, because I just find sometimes the focus on PPP is excessive when it almost has some of that inbuilt transparency into it already. That was just a closing comment based on experience.
Okay, with that, we have to end our panel. I hope you'll take away the key messages that I got from this. Government has a very good program in place. It already has a strong foundation with the PPP law and is working on the next stages to further develop that and test that law. It has eyes wide open as it goes forward. on their own capacity that they know they're building and that we're all supporting them to build, on the tools and mechanisms in place to monitor the next stage, to be more transparent, to be more open, to continue to listen and grow. And I think what you should hear from us as your partners is we're there with you together. And investors should know that none of us are backing off on our support to you at this stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
Cindy, thank you very much. Please give them a hand for this great endorsement. It's good to know that the multilateral development banks are with you all, be you the government, be you investors. We now have a 15-minute coffee break. May I ask everybody who is a speaker or a moderator to go for the family photo. Protocol will guide you, usher you there. For the rest of you, enjoy your coffee. Be back in exactly 15 minutes. At 11:30, we'll start with you or without you.
Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community. More than 300 high-level guests, including international financial institutions, large foreign banks, representatives of the economic system, investors, transaction consultants, financiers, presentations on the development of public-private partnerships in Uzbekistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come back in? Can you please come back in and take your seats? Ça fait grand plaisir de faire votre connaissance.
Enchanté.
Enchanté. Oui, c'est très bien. Et vous voyez, l'acoustique va bien. Donc
Ça va.
oui,
Ça va.
Très bien.
Je peux vraiment sortir.
Très bien, merci beaucoup. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, can you please come back in? Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come back in? Can you please come back in? We need to start. Can you please come back in? You work with the government because I can't run around ushering them in. Can you please come back in?
All right.
I think personally he doesn't take me seriously.
No, that's very funny. Are you going to go out there and round everybody up?
No, I think the other people.
Get in here.
Yeah, but this is for you. Anybody wants to come back. How would anybody want to listen to your words of wisdom?
I think that's right. So maybe I should.
Yes, why don't you? Somebody needs to make an announcement. I'm now in my, I need to get this done now. Can you tell the that they need to do something? Maybe they listen to you, you're a lawyer. Gentlemen, when I put these on, that means the time's up. When I put these on, it means they're scary. It means the time's up. Hello, when I put these on, that means the time's up.
Ah, yes.
So when I stare at you with these, that means that's that. Now it's time to start. Enrico, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, can you please come back in? Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come back in? I'm wearing my scary glasses. That means I mean business. Please come back in. I know everything.
I told him to just call the people back in. I shouted.
Shout at them, yeah.
Azizlar, energetika sektorida davlat-xususiy sheriklik, asosiy investitsion omillar mavzusidagi sessiya boshlanishiga 5 daqiqa qoldi. Iltimos, joylaringizni egallang. Dear all, the session on topic PPP in energy sector, key investment drivers, will start within 5 minutes. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, it will start now. Vous avez vu M. Marc Girard, oui? Et quand je wear these, you need to stop. Oui. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start now because we're running late and you're eating into people's time if you're late. So, we're back and we're starting. Uzbekistan has been successful in attracting investors to the energy sector. The next panel will look at PPPs in this sector, look at key investment drivers. May I ask the following gentlemen to join me? One is, it's not Mr. We have a replacement, Mr. Bahrom Umarbekov. He's the Deputy Director for the Power Sector Reform Office, and he has negotiated all the deals. He's a very scary man. Then we have Mr. Clive Turton, who's the Chief Investment Officer of Aqua Power, and he's a very energetic man. And then we have Mr. Marc Girard, Senior Executive Vice President of Électricité de France, and he's a very charming man. And then we have Mr. David Mosso, the Director of Central and Eastern Europe, the Balkans and Central Asia of Voltalia. He's a very persistent gentleman because he keeps on bidding. And then we have a lawyer who keeps us all honest, Mr. Neil Hassanov. He's partner at Costa Legal. Okay, now I just need to find the right piece of paper. And I found the right piece of paper. This comes off and this comes on. So now that we're all organized, the PPP framework for the energy sector is a rip-roaring success. It was enacted in 2019, reformed in 2021. That's the whole PPP framework. And there was obviously the support of the EBRD, the IFC, the ADB, and the energy sector was very, very, very important, and there was an award of 17 projects by the government of Uzbekistan to generate 8.5 gigawatts of electricity, where 2.9 of this capacity are in the renewable sector, so compliant with the new stringent rules for ESG. The first one, the last one awarded, and the first one of the really under the PPP program is the 100 megawatt Karozak wind power plant, which was awarded to Aqua Power over there. And so on the first one under the new amended PPP law. So this panel will look at what went right, what went wrong, and what's behind all of this. I am starting with the man who negotiated the deals. The energy sector was the initial focus. Why is it the initial focus of the government of Uzbekistan's PPP program? And the thing that's a little bit more difficult is for you, but we have to ask it, how is the current geopolitical environment affecting you in terms of attracting investment?
Thank you. The reason that energy sector probably was the first sector to adopt the PPP is that PPP is a wonderful modality that was there for us to pick up in order to close the gap between government financed projects where the government would attract first the sovereign debt and then on-lend the money to its state-owned company. And on the other spectrum was the free market, where the companies, mainly merchant operators, would come in and enter the free market. So this PPP modality is served as very good service in closing the gap between two extreme cases, because until we get we set up the free market, free power market, it takes at least 5 years. And till that time, our job was not to let the government spend any single dollar of taxpayers into the development of the sector. So we're very grateful for our development institutions like World Bank, ADB, EBRD, for teaching us how to do this thing. We're very helpful to the consultants that we had, Whiting Case, and other consultants that we had for the services they have rendered to us. In signing so far 19 power purchase agreements for over 7 billion of direct foreign investments, and for a total capacity of over 9 gigawatts, which makes 75% of capacity we had in 2019.
That's a big number. And the geopolitics, how are they affecting you? Do you find it harder now to attract investors? And how does the supply chain situation affect you?
The geopolitics, let's name things by their name. The conflict going on between Ukraine and Russia has started adversely affecting us. We are already seeing the logistical, our partners which signed these, several partners who are behind these power purchase agreements have approached us already, communicating the challenges they're facing in organizing the logistics, organizing the insurance, getting the insurance policies, or the situation in the commodities market severely affecting their ability to achieve their targeted capex numbers. So this is causing us delays, at least.
So insurance is really where it's at, isn't it? And it's getting harder to find insurance. Now, my last question to you is, what are the learnings so far? Have there been things that you think went really well, and are there things where you think, well, we could have done better or we will do better going forward?
Yeah, I'll be frank. Out of these 19 PPAs, significant part was the result of direct negotiations. If we were in 2019, probably we would have done less or no direct deals. We would do all public tenders. Because the best prices we've got were all in public tenders. There are other things that we would probably do differently, like, for example, limit, not let one company win several tenders at once, so in order to limit the company's specific risks. And then, what else? And we would push harder for the reforms to go forward. We're behind the schedule in reforms, which means we will probably end up signing a bit more than PPAs than we should have, because having free market is much better than the PPP.
That's really great, and that's very interesting. Essentially, from a government perspective, having more not too many of the same companies bid everywhere is risk management, isn't it? But we're now going to somebody who has bid on many things and won many things. Aqua Power, you are a fantastic success story in this sector globally. You've also had a magnificent IPO on the Tadawul. That's congratulations on that. That was very good. So, Clive, you're very active globally in PPPs. You've been awarded 2.6 gigawatts worth of projects in Uzbekistan. What has your experience so far been, and how does the process here compare to the process in other countries?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak. Yes, ACWA has a number of projects here. We recently signed the PPAs on the Bash, the Djenki and the Nukos projects. So we're currently developing more than 1 gigawatt of wind, and we have the Sudaria gas-fired project under construction. So yes, I think if the question is what's our approach to the country, you can see that we are very interested in investment here. We are signing contracts every day. Everything is moving on very smoothly. And we've been very happy with the way things have gone and our collaboration with the Ministry of Energy in particular. Companies like ours, we have a choice of where we invest. You know, there are opportunities all over the world, and particularly in renewable energy. Today, there is more and more demand for new solar and new wind projects across the whole planet. And the opportunities for companies like ours that have the capability to build these technologies grow and grow. So when we look at our choices, Uzbekistan is very high on our list and is going to be a market where we will be putting substantial capital in the future. The main reason that we are supportive of the PPP program and developing projects here is, you know, for us, key factors in a program like this are certainty and reliability. And then thirdly would be partnership. So when I say certainty, I mean knowing relatively far into the future what the industry is going to look like and what the opportunities are going to be is very, very important. It's quite common for countries to launch programs of new energy, new projects, and then allow things to drift, timetables to stretch, awards not to take place. Certainty as to when things will happen and reliability that when a project is announced that the timetable will be adhered to and met is super important because it means that we can allocate resources and know that there is bang for our buck. And then thirdly, partnership. There's two ways really that private companies and governments can work together. One is in an adversarial way, where you are continually negotiating the contract even after it's signed. And the second is in a partnership way, where you work together to get the best result for the project and the country. So we found in Uzbekistan there is certainty, there is reliability, and there is partnership. Not to say that negotiations have ever been easy. My colleague over on the left has made sure of that. But there is a genuine interest in building a program and building it with certainty, reliability, and partnership.
That's actually very, very good to hear. The other one is you have financed a lot of projects. You've had co-financing with IFIs, you know, with IFC and so on. How important is that? Does that give you more comfort, or why is that important?
Okay, yes. Well, so we work with IFIs all over the world, and we've worked with a number of the IFIs here in Uzbekistan, in particular the sponsors of this forum. I mean, there's a few sort of basic things that mean that it's important to us to use IFIs in terms of the credibility that it brings, the genuine adherence to standards, particularly ESG, that will be imposed and affected, and the credibility that it gives you with the government sponsors. But I think one of the most important things for us and for the countries where we do business, when we work with IFIs, we have folks in the nature of ADB, IFC and so on involved in our projects. It crowds in the commercial banks. So where these institutions are involved in projects, it creates confidence among the community of commercial banks, and it enables us to bring in lenders, hedge providers, other banks that would not necessarily be involved in the projects we're in, particularly in countries where they don't already have exposure. So Without saying names, I mean, in the Bash and Jajenki project, where we are putting the financing together right now, we've brought in a number of banks that have never done business in Uzbekistan before, and they have confidence in the market because we have the IFIs in. So, and we've seen that everywhere that we work. So the sense of crowding in, bringing in new investors, which is good for us, obviously, but also good for the country as it enables new financial institutions to come into the market.
So in other words, it's that notional support that really is that you find helpful.
Yeah, support and credibility.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a sort of an implied sense that the IFIs have more clout if something goes wrong, but it's less that than it is the sense that if they're involved, that means it's a quality project.
Okay, that's very good to know, especially if you look at ESG. Yes, they are the sort of the custodians, especially on the environmental side, and they'll make sure things are right. And now we're going to, people who are very interested in the environmental side are always the Europeans. Alors, we are now going to Électricité de France, to Monsieur Girard. You won in a consortium, EDF won in a consortium with Nebras of Qatar and Sojis of Japan. You won the 1.2 to 1.6 megawatt CCGT, combined cycle gas turbine power plant in the Sirdarya region. What was your experience with the tendering process, and how does it stack up with your with other countries, and how easy was it? It's a consortium. When you're one, it's always easier. When you're in a consortium, there's now 3 parties. How did that go for you?
Thank you, Cornelia. I hope you will love my French accent in answering.
Absolument.
EDF is a newcomer in Uzbekistan. We don't have the experience of aqua power in the country. And when I was thinking about characterizing the tender for us, I had 4 words. One is hospitality, speed, pragmatism, and fairness. I think it's a summary of what we feel as a key for success in this tender. Hospitality is something we can experience, all of us in Uzbekistan. And it's not a void word, I would say. We can feel it individually, but as companies, as investors. And I remember when I was presenting the case to my CEO, Jean-Bernard Lévy, on the investment committee, it was in July, last July, there has been a very strong debate about the long-term perspective of EDF in Uzbekistan. And I must say that during the past months, we could witness this very strong support of EDF as a newcomer in Uzbekistan. And it was a key factor for EDF deciding to place Uzbekistan as a strategic country. It's a new strategic country in the international strategy of EDF for EDF. So hospitality is in the DNA of Uzbekistan. So please keep it, nurture it. I think it's vital to feel the welcome for everybody. Second is speed. When you go to any ministry, you meet any Uzbek counterparts, they will tell you expedite, expedite, expedite all the time. So I think you say it, test, test, test also, and so please, faster and faster. So I learned it, and I think it puts a lot of pressure on us, but it's also extremely helpful for us because, I mean, when you go through PPP tenders that can go for years, it's a nightmare. So we love the speed. I must say that for us it was quite challenging because we were initially with Sumitomo, and then Sumitomo left the competition, and we had to gather a new bunch of colleagues with us. So Sojit joined, Nebras was already with us, and we had to take the lead of the consortium. So it was extremely difficult, and that leads me to the pragmatism. I must say that we asked for an extension of the PPP, and we said, we are serious, we want to compete, and we will be there, and we were there, and we appreciated this pragmatism to say, okay, we will give you extension. And the last is fairness. I must say, really listening, that we were a bit afraid of competing with such powerful competitors as Aqua, because when you are already in a country, I mean, you are there. You know how to extract the competitiveness in any details of the project. And I mean, for us, it was very challenging to enter the country in a tender. And I must say that the fairness of the competition was extremely high level compared to what we see anywhere else.
Well, that's very encouraging, isn't it? And especially I wasn't aware that you had to realign with your partners mid-process. And coming from sort of the energy sector myself, that's a nightmare to deal with. And it takes a generous government to deal with that, and a pragmatic government. So that's very good. I'm now going to Monsieur David Monceau. He is Director, Head of Central Eastern Europe, Balkans and Central Asia for Voltalia in France. You are doing mainly hydro, wind and solar power plants. You've bid on a number of projects. You haven't won anything so far. What attracts you to the country?
Thank you, Cornelia. As we are not as known as Aqua and EDF, so Voltalia is a French private IPP. We currently have nearly 2 gigawatts of operation and construction in about 10 countries. And yes, we are actively looking at Uzbekistan. We didn't get the chance yet to be successful, but I hope that we will be doing better in the near future. So why Uzbekistan? A number of things were already said by Clive and Mark. We are looking at new territories and growth opportunities. In the world of renewable, you have two main ways of getting projects. Either greenfield, that means you need to bring your own site, or through bids. Greenfield take very long time. On average, 3 years to develop a solar plant, 7 years to develop a wind plant. That starts from acquiring the land, getting the building permit, getting all of the authorization, getting through the long waiting line for grid connection. So it's a very, very long process. Public auctions, bidding, provides usually much faster go-to-market, as the government, the contracting agency, has been preponing a number of those development steps. Uzbekistan is one of the few countries in the world that is providing a very strong visibility on their pipeline for bids. Usually, what you see is countries that tell you, okay, I have this bid, maybe another bid in 2 years. And bidding new country takes time, effort, money. And here we have been attracted by the visibility given by the government. Clear, well-articulated, understood program for the next coming years. Second, the government is delivering. It's not only a plan, a wish. Tenders are being released on time, are being awarded on time, and construction will start on time. So all of this visibility and delivering against the plan is really of appeal to us. Last but not least, the plan is super ambitious. The Ministry of Energy is intending to connect 8 gigawatts of additional renewable capacity by 2026. It's large, attractive, visible, and so we feel that our chance of success are substantial, and that we could participate to this transition.
It's interesting how you pointed out the transparency bit. That's clearly something that I hear from all of you is very important, transparency and actually living up to the promise. And I'm now going to ask you the same question I've also asked the ministry. How have geopolitics affected, how you're looking at this region?
So, it's a difficult question. We are all obviously concerned as investors, as citizens, as parents about the current situation. Coming back to renewable, I think this is what is currently happening is a major opportunity. If you step back a little on how the renewable journey started worldwide, it started about 20 years ago on the basis of environmental concern and climate change and sustainable solutions. About 10 years ago, a new driver was added that was cost competitiveness. That the renewables started to prove to be competitive and reaching grid parity. The current geopolitical events are creating a new driver, which is energy independence. The sun rises every morning, and nobody can prevent that to happen. So no political power can cut a pipeline, can prevent the resource being there. And we are seeing more and more. This week, EU adopted a new plan for adding another 600 gigawatt of solar, just to become a lot more independent. So it creates definitely that will further boost and accelerate the development of those solutions. There are nonetheless some short-term concern, and Baron addressed that partially, which are the current supply chain issues, the geopolitical situation, the COVID, is driving, it's more and more difficult to source materials. Prices are going up. And we are, for the next coming months, if not short-term, mid-years, going from an era where by doing nothing prices were going down, and now we need to manage a lot more carefully the expectations.
Well, that's very interesting, and I'm glad you're mentioning this. I'm also, when you look at the not being dependent, it also depends where your equipment comes from, who are you dependent to for solar panels and so on. So you may change one dependency for the other. But that brings me back to Mr. Turton, which is, he said, well, prices are going up. And what I have to ask you is, you are very competitive bidders. You bid at good prices. What makes you certain you can keep that tariff, and how does that risk reward? And you're doing this obviously because you want to bring power to a country, but you're also doing this because you want to do something for your P&L.
Yes, it's an excellent question. I absolutely agree with what David said. It's a challenge that's, we had the challenge of COVID. We thought we were through that, and now the challenge of the conflict. And I guess COVID hasn't really gone away, but as you said, the industry is only going in one direction. It's not as though there's a U-turn coming. We are all moving towards substantial investment in renewable energy across the world, regardless of what's happening today. But to answer your question, the important thing to remember about all of these kinds of investments, large infrastructure investments, particularly in the power sector, is when we do our economics, everybody who does this does their economics, we work out how much money we can make and whether the project can be sustainable on the assumption that we get that very last dollar on the very last day of the PPA. So these contracts last 25 years, and none of us make our economics unless we get the dollar on the very last day. If we don't make it to that point, then it doesn't work. So our economics have to be sustainable over a 25-year period. So when we look at this, the way we put together pricing and tariffs, we have to be thinking in terms of long-term sustainability of the projects. Technology improves, financing strategies improve. We have to anticipate that in the future, prices will come down. Even though today we are in a challenging environment, we have to anticipate that prices will come down. So we have to be starting at a point that will enable us to collect that very last dollar in 25 years. So for us, whether the situation is what it is today or whether the situation is what it was 2 years ago, where one of you said it was easy. I'm not sure that it was easy. It was certainly easier. Our approach is to look up front at everything we can do to form efficiencies in terms of how can we better source, better finance, better structure every single element of the project. Gone are the days where you can receive an EPC price and put it in your bid and you're done. So now we have to be far more stringent about everything we do.
So continuous improvement, and as well as continuous improvement, looking through the whole life cycle of the project, and there is a deal. There is such a thing, as we have seen with Shell in some countries. There is such a deal, a thing as a deal that's too good. If you get too much up front, at some stage, your project may not survive from the government perspective. This brings me to the legal side, because without the law, nothing works, isn't it? And you're a local lawyer, how do you look at the PPPs in Uzbekistan, and especially from a legal point of view? How comfortable are you with the risk-sharing agreements, and how comfortable are you with the legal and court arrangements?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to start thanking the organizers for organizing such a successful event, I believe, for inviting for inviting all of us to speak. Addressing your question, I think the short answer would be, I believe we are very comfortable, and that's, I think, the opinion not of only us as legal advisors, but this can be evidenced by the full room of investors sitting now and discussing the pipeline of future projects in PPPs in Uzbekistan. But it didn't all started perfectly at the beginning. We have discussed that in the morning sessions. It's the whole concept of PPP started in 2018. By 2019, there was a law adopted on PPPs. It was a great milestone for the community. And it was tested. While it being tested, there have been identified some significant bankability issues and challenges for the market. Obviously, the market has raised these issues with the government, and to the credit of the government listened to these challenges and complaints, maybe from the investors, and was ready to fix this. And that's how, under the auspice of ADB and with the help of other IFIs, that's how the law has been amended in 2021. I think after that time, majority of the bankability issues have been resolved. The PPP law directly introduced such concepts, such important concept for project financing and PPPs as project company concept, as a government supports agreement, and the clear mechanisms of how to provide the government support mechanisms. The law allowed pegging of prices or indexation of prices into hard currency. So all these aspects that were identified by the market was recognized, acknowledged by the government, as the government was ready to accommodate those. And thanks to this, I think we have a very robust PPP legal environment. But as everybody may appreciate, there's always room for perfection, and I think the government is acknowledging that. The government is working now on further strengthening the bylaws regulations that we have on PPP structuring, tendering. There has been a lot about increasing capacity of local ministries. All that requires continuous work of IFIs, local advisors, international advisors to further strengthen the legal environment. So I'm looking very optimistic at further legal environment of Uzbekistan.
That is very interesting, and thank you. That's a very good perspective. And I'm now, because we only have 40 seconds left here, I'm now going to sum up just a few of the key points that I've heard. I mean, first of all, we've heard from you just how dedicated the government is to this and how many gigawatts you've produced, how many more gigawatts you want to bring on. Also, I was impressed with your honesty in terms of the geopolitical situation when you said, we can't change it and it's there. It's again also the certainty and the reliability that you like about the PPP program here, and which goes, with visibility and transparency, which we've heard. We've also heard that these geopolitical tensions, they will bring us, they will actually accelerate the transition to renewables. When it comes to the tariffs and to the pricing, there is such a thing as a deal that's too good, and one needs to look over the whole life cycle. And you are very positive about the legal framework. You're especially positive, and I was very impressed when you said, the government listens. We did see problems. We told the government here and here is a problem. They did listen and they did address the issue. In other words, what you need to have is a government that listens, a bidder that's reasonable in terms of the length of the framework, and transparency, visibility, and realism. And I think that seems to be all here. And with that, gentlemen, give these 5 gentlemen a great applause, because they really did a fantastic job. Hello. Yeah, we're going to have lunch now, and the lunch arrangement is the speakers and moderators are asked to go to the 7th floor to the Sete restaurant. Everybody else is asked to go to all the other restaurants in the building. Some people need to go to the people who need to go to the press briefing, they know that they need to go to the press briefing. The other thing that I need to tell you is you need to be here back by 13:30, because we will start. And hopefully somebody will, with a stronger voice, will tell people to come in, so the next panel can come in. I'm just trying to find which the other restaurants are. The other restaurants are the Bukhara, the Fergana, the Samarkand, and the Tashkent halls. So all enjoy your lunch, network very well, but do make sure you're back here bang on 13:30, 1:30. Thank you very much.
Ommaviy axborot vositalari vakillari diqqatiga, ushbu zalda hozir media briefing bo'lib o'tadi. Barchangizni taklif qilamiz. Dear journalists, at this hall at the same time will be conducted media briefing. We invite you all. Mr. Taki Koika, Director of the Office of Public-Private Partnership, ADB. Mr. Odilbek Isakov, Deputy Minister of Finance, Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Zokir Bozorov, PPP Development Agency Director. Xodimlari diqqatiga, hozirda ushbu zalda media briefing tashkil etiladi. Media briefing panel ishtirokchilari ro'yxati quyidagicha: Take Koyka, OTBning Davlat xususiy sheriklik boshqarmasi direktori; Odilbek Isakov, Moliya vaziri o'rinbosari; Zokir Bozorov, Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktorining vazifasini bajaruvchisi.
Javobga o'ta qolaylik.
Sразу.
Hammalarining savollari bor. Hammalari bemalol savol berishaversin. Takeo, this will be most likely in Uzbek. Unless there are some English reporters, they can ask in English as well. Dildora ham o'z moderatorlik qiling. Kim savol javob boshqalarga?
Zamira apa savolingiz bormi? Rahmat. Zamira apa Business Daily. Representative of Business Daily. Zamira apa.
Mana hozir xorijiy ekspertlarni juda ko'p fikrlarini eshitdik. Ular fikrlari bilan birgalikda birmuncha takliflarni ham bildirishdi. Mana misol uchun o'sha davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini tanlashda va ana shu loyihalarda ishtirok etadigan investorlarni tanlashda alohida e'tibor berilishi kerak deyildi. Shu haqida fikringizni bilmoqchi edik. Bu hozirgi kunda qanday amalga oshirilyapti? Mana shu tavsiyalardan kelib chiqib qandaydir bir o'zgarishlar bo'ladimi? Shunga e'tibor kuchaytiriladimi? Shu haqida bilmoqchi edik. Rahmat.
Savolingiz uchun rahmat. Juda ham muhim. Rostdan ham to'g'ri aytyapsiz. Biz mana davlat xususiy sheriklik to'g'risidagi qonunimizda yozib qo'yilgan mana shu investorlarni tanlash jarayoni albatta shu tender asosida xalqaro demak standartlarga mos ravishda tender hujjatlarini tayyorlagan holda konsultantlar bilan birgalikda ishlab loyiha konsepsiyasini qilib tender hujjatlarini qilib shu konsepsiyaga ko'ra tender o'tkaziladi. Tender ikki bosqichdan iborat. Birinchi bosqichda investorlarni o'zi masalan kim, qaysi tashkilot, ularda shunaqa sohada demak tajribasi bormi, yo'qmi? O'zbekistonda masalan katta infrastruktura loyihasi uchun qurishga puli bormi, yo'qmi? Mana shu narsalar chig'iriqdan o'tkaziladi. Ikkinchi etapda o'sha investor mana shu loyihani bizga qilib berish uchun yiliga qancha pul so'ramoqchi? Shuni ikkinchi bosqich bu moliyaviy bosqich hisoblanadi. Ana undan keyin albatta tanlanadi. Bu demak tizim ishlayapti, allaqachon ishlayapti. Juda ham ko'p energetika sohasida yoki o'sha demak sog'liqni saqlash sohasida mana qilingan loyihalar mana shu tender bosqichlaridan o'tgandan so'nggina investor bilan shartnoma tuzilgan. Shunga juda ham alohida e'tibor berishlaringizni so'rayman, sababi shu tender jarayoni yoki masalan ba'zan investorlar biz tender qilmasak ham o'zlari taklif beradi. O'sha taklifni ham biz agar O'zbekiston hukumati tomonidan ma'qul deb topilsa, uni konsepsiyasini ishlab chiqib, konsepsiyasini keyin tenderga qo'yib, keyin tenderda yana boshqalar qatnashgandan keyin shaffof ravishda tanlanadi. Ya'ni mana Toshkent shahrining issiqlik tizimini boshqarish bo'yicha mana Violiya bilan shartnoma tuzilgan. Bu ham Violiyadan kelgan taklifni biz ishlab birgalikda uni demak Vazirlar Mahkamasida tasdiqlagandan so'ng konsepsiya biz shuni nimaga qo'yib, tenderga qo'yib, ana undan keyin tender g'olibi bilan shartnoma tuzilgan. Ya'ni bu jarayon allaqachon bizda qonunchiligimizda bor va bu hozirda ishlayapti. Shu bilan birga xorijiy ekspertlarimiz e'tibor qaratgan masala ko'proq albatta mana shu loyihalar imzolangandan keyin xususiy sherik tomonidan o'z vaqtida o'sha obyektni topshirish davlat sherigiga. Masalan, elektrostansiya bo'lsa, demak davlat sherigi bu energetika vazirligi. Demak, energetika vazirligi o'sha nimani elektr stansiyasini ko'rib, hamma sifatda nimasidan o'tkazib, o'sha xususiy sherik buni ishlatadi, lekin baribir o'sha yetarli darajada elektr energiyani chiqarib berish kerak. Yoki masalan maktab, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan biz 13 ta maktab Toshkent shahri va viloyatida, ko'proq viloyatida 13 ta maktab qurish bo'yicha hozir ishni boshlaganmiz. O'sha maktablarni qurayotganimizda ham demak Xalq ta'limi vazirligi bilan birgalikda ishlab, qayda qurish kerak, qayda maktablarga talab katta, masalan sinflar 40 tadan 50 tadan 2 ta 3 ta nimada seanslarda o'qiyapti. Shularni inobatga olgan holda o'sha joyga maktabni quramiz. uni hozir Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan biz tender hujjatlarini ishlab chiqyapmiz. Tender hujjatlari tasdiqlangandan keyin biz uni e'lon qilamiz. Investorlar keladi, ular yana xuddi o'shaqa ikkita etapli chig'iriqdan o'tkazib, kim eng yaxshi narx bersa, uni tanlaymiz. Keyin u bizga maktabni qurib beradi va shu 25-30 yil davomida o'sha maktabni o'sha standart, o'sha belgilangan standartga mos ravishda ushlab turadi. Unaqa 5 yildan keyin to'kilib ketish, 10 yildan keyin to'kilib ketish emas. Agar mabodo sifatsiz qurilgan bo'lsa o'sha maktab, o'sha xususiy sektorda o'zi yana remontiga pul sarflab, kapremont qilib, yana bizga o'sha standartga yetkazib berish kerak. Mana shu maqsad, ya'ni bizning infrastrukturaga nafaqat chet el pulini olib kelish, xususiy sektorda olib kelish, balki sifat darajasini oshirish ham maqsad qilib qo'yilgan.
Talabalar yotoqxonalar bo'yicha.
Mikrofonga gapiring. Mikrofonga. Chunki perevod ketyapti-da.
Odil aka, ma'lumotlar uchun katta rahmat. Albatta, keyingi paytda mamlakatimizda talabalarni yotoqxona bilan ta'minlash masalasi ham juda dolzarb sifatda kun tartibiga chiqib qoldi. Hozirgi paytda 131 ming talabaga yotoqxona zarurati bor ekan. Mamlakatimizda yotoqxonalar qurilishi qanday kechadi? Bu masalada markazda, ya'ni poytaxtimizdagi yotoqxona bilan Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasi yoki chekka hududlardagi oliy o'quv yurtlarining yotoqxonalaridagi sharoitlarning bir xilligi, qolaversa infratuzilma, ya'ni suv bilan ta'minlash yoki ehtimol energiyada muqobil energiya tizimlaridan foydalanish kerakdir. Bu masalalar qanday e'tiborga olinyapti? Va qolaversa mahalliy tadbirkorlarni bu jarayonga tortishda, bu ikkinchi savolimiz, 49 yilga kredit olish kerak bo'ladi ular, agar adashmasam. Qonunchilikka bu yo'nalishda qandaydir o'zgartirishlar kiritiladimi?
Bu Oliy ta'lim vazirligi bilan birgalikda bu bo'yicha ishlayapmiz. Oliy ta'lim vazirligi mana soat adashmasam 2 da yoki 3 da mana shu bo'yicha alohida sessiya bo'ladi. Lekin men sizga savolingizga javob berishga harakat qilaman. Ular mana Vazirlar Mahkamasining qarori chiqqan. O'sha qarorga muvofiq respublika bo'yicha 200 dan ortiq yotoqxonalar qurilishi rejasi tasdiqlangan. Qaysi viloyatda, qaysi universitetda, qaysi yotoqxonalar universitet hududida quriladi, qaysi yotoqxonalar shaharda ichida, ya'ni o'sha universitetga yaqinroq joyda yer ajratilib quriladi va hokazo. Aksariyat universitetlar universitet hududlarida qurilyapti. Sababi o'sha yer o'zidan chiqadi, talabalar uchun ham yaxshi bir kampusga o'xshaydi va shu bilan birga yer unumli foydalaniladi. Shuning uchun mana hozir birinchi bosqichda Oliy ta'lim vazirligi tadbirkorlar bilan ishlayapti. Biz 50% byudjetdan uni subsidiya ham qilib beryapmiz va mana shu tadbirkorlar o'sha yotoqxonani qurib foydalanishga topshirgandan keyin yana o'sha ma'lum bir muddat 20 yil 30 yil endi u shartnomaga bog'liq, bu shartnomaviy munosabat hisoblanadi. O'sha yotoqxonani boshqaradi. Yotoqxonani tadbirkorga ko'proq nafaqat 50% lik byudjetdan subsidiya, balki masalan birinchi, ikkinchi etajda yotoqxona emas, oshxona qurishi mumkin, yo bo'lmasam magazin bo'lishi mumkin talabalar foydalanishi uchun. O'sha narsa tadbirkorga topshiriladi. Ya'ni o'sha qurgan investitsiyasidan yaxshiroq daromad olish maqsadida. Masalan, ikkinchi, uchinchi etajdan boshlab, ikkinchi, uchinchi qavatdan boshlab yotoqxonalar quriladi. Ya'ni mana shunaqa har xil bizni o'zimizni tadbirkorlarimiz uchun to'g'ri keladigan har xil variantlarni qilyapmiz. Endi Oliy ta'lim vazirligi bu sohani o'zi boshqaryapti. Juda ham hozir 20 ga yaqin loyihalari bor va har xil viloyatlarda davom etyapti. Lekin 2023-yildan boshlab biz hozir Yevropa Tiklanish taraqqiyot banki bilan ishlayapmiz. Loyiha hujjatlarini demak xuddi aytib o'tganimdek shakllantirmoqchimiz va bu hujjatlarga ko'ra tender asosida xorijiy investorlarni jalb qilmoqchimiz. Chunki to'g'ri bizni mahalliy investorlarimiz ham kelyapti, lekin ularda bilasizmi, ularda uzoq muddatli mablag'larga bo'lgan talab yuqori va bizda hozircha O'zbekistonimiz tijorat banklari uzoq muddatli mablag' berishga resurslari yo'q. To'g'risi hamda resurslari yo'q. Resurs bor, faqat ipotekaga bor, misol uchun ipotekaga biz beryapmiz, Moliya vazirligi, keyin ular beryapti yoki boshqa bir davlatni o'zini dasturlari orqali berilyapti. Lekin shu bilan birgalikda bizning maqsadimiz o'sha xorijiy investorni jalb qilish. Tender asosida hali aytib o'tganimdek, keyin investor masalan 15 ta 20 ta balki yotoqxonani qurishni o'ziga mas'uliyatini oladi, hali aytib o'tilgandek pulni o'zi topadi va kecha mana seminar qildik o'sha potensial salohiyatli investorlar va bizni o'zimizni quruvchi kompaniyalar bilan bir-biri bilan tanishib olsin. Chunki baribir kim investor qaydan kelsa, Ispaniyadan keladimi, Turkiyadan, boshqa joydan, baribir quruvchi kompaniyalar o'zimizning tashkilotlar bo'ladi. Lekin standart yuqori bo'ladi. O'sha xalqaro standartlarni qo'yamiz. Siz aytmoqchi, infrastruktura, kommunikatsiya, hozirgi zamonaviy yotoqxonalarga nima kerak bo'lsa, shu narsalarni o'z ichiga olgan bo'ladi. Va shu bilan birgalikda keyin o'sha biz o'zimizdagi tadbirkorlar bilan hamkorlikda yotoqxonalarni qurishni boshlaydi. Yana bir narsani aytib o'tish kerak. Bu davlat xususiy sheriklik bo'yicha bir qandaydir ijtimoiy obyektlarni qurish bu o'sha asosan pulni xorijiy investor yoki xususiy sektor pulini ishlatish maqsadida qilinyapti. Agar biz byudjetdan beradigan bo'lsak, tashqi qarz olib beradigan bo'lsak, unda bu bunaqa bo'lmaydi. Unda boshqacha bo'ladi. O'zimizda o'sha davlat xaridlari qonunchiligiga ko'ra bo'ladi unda. Shuning uchun yotoqxonalar bo'yicha savolingizga shu javob. Endi kredit mablag'lari 49 yillik deyapsiz. Hozir bu bo'yicha meni hozir xabarim yo'q, to'g'risi. Hozirda albatta mana shu 5.5da imzolash marosimi bo'lib o'tadi. O'shanda ko'rasizlar, biz Yevropa Tinch taraqqiyot banki bilan hamkorlikda loyihalarni rivojlantirish jamg'armasi ochilyapti. Bu jamg'arma o'sha loyihalarga tayyorlash jarayonida konsultantlarni jalb qilish va tezlashtirish. Yana bir narsa, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan hamkorlikda infrastrukturani rivojlantirish kompaniyasi ochilyapti. Infrastruktura bu degani o'sha xuddi shunaqa loyihalarga ana shu kompaniya tarafidan mablag' jalb qilish imkoniyati paydo bo'ladi. Bitta undan emas, boshqa tashkilotlardan ham, boshqa kompaniyalardan ham, boshqa banklardan ham jalb qilinadi, lekin bizning maqsadimiz imkon qadar xususiy sektor yoki xorijiy investor kelsa O'zbekistonga ham huquqiy poydevor bo'lishi kerak, ham moliyaviy poydevor bo'lishi kerak. Mana shu narsalarga urg'u beryapmiz.
Ma'lum savol bersam.
Assalomu alaykum. Men savolim Mr. Takayoga. Assalomu alaykum. Avvalo xush ko'rdik Toshkentda sizni Mr. Takayo. Savolim shundan iboratki, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki aynan O'zbekistonda davlat xususiy sheriklik mexanizmini rivojlantirishda katta bir rolni o'ynaydi va uning o'sha ko'magi orqali, maslahat ko'magi orqali yaxshi natijalar qo'lga kiritilyapti. Bu ham shu kuni kecha Partnership Awards mukofotini qo'lga kiritgani ham shu aynan ushbu unda Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining o'z xizmatlari bor, bir ulushi bor va shu o'rinda bir savol bermoqchi edim. Mana sizlar nafaqat O'zbekiston bilan, balki qit'amizdagi boshqa davlatlarda ham davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalari bo'yicha ishtirok etasizlar va umuman O'zbekistonda investorlar uchun yaratilgan sharoitlar va qonunchilikka qanday baho berasizlar va qolgan boshqa davlatlarga solishtirganda qanchalik ustuvorlikka ega O'zbekistonda yaratilgan sharoitlar investorlar uchun? Rahmat.
Thank you very much for the question. And then, indeed, it's been a very pleasant experience for us also to work with the PPPDA in Uzbekistan for the past 4 years. We have provided capacity support. We worked on different transactions together. And then we also provided inputs to building enabling environment, of course, through regulations and legal framework. And then also we are discussing financing side, how we can actually mobilize resources from international as well as local markets. So as just mentioned, our support has been very broad in this country. And then it was more like a programmatic approach which covers various different pieces which are required to develop the PPP program. In Uzbekistan, one major kind of observation that I had is the government's commitment and then also strategy is very clear to support the PPP program. And then, indeed, actually somebody has already mentioned in the morning session, but actually the country has already achieved quite a lot of, good results, which could be probably achieved in other countries in maybe one decade, like 10 years. So perhaps, that shows very clearly how this, environment in the for the PPP program in Uzbekistan has been actually successfully developed, and then results are actually achieved in a very short time. So again, I just wanted to point out very strong and then transparent strategy, and then also direction by commitment by the the country and then all the government officials. That is a very sort of strong kind of reason why the country has been always successful. And then secondly, as I mentioned, they didn't really go into pieces. They actually look at the entire program and then also the requirement to promote such a kind of big program in the country, and then address those many issues simultaneously. I think those are the kind of key factors for success, and then something very which shows distinction from other countries so far. Thank you.
Rahmat kattakon. Thank you very much. Islom Umar-Aliyev, Daryo Uzdan.
Assalomu alaykum. Meni savolim Odilbek Rustamovga edi. Bilamiz, hamma sohalarda ham O'zbekistonda bir qancha muammolar uchraydi. Bulardan bittasi manfaatlar to'qnashuvi masalasi. Umuman davlat xususiy sherikchilik sohasida tadbirkorlar tanlash, ular bilan davlat bilan hamkorlik qilishida shaffoflik qay darajada ta'minlanadi, buni nazoratini kim amalga oshiradi? Shu haqida fikrlaringizni aytsangiz.
Juda ham yaxshi savol. Bizni mana oldingi panel sessiyalarida adashmasam Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasining vakili Kevin Ross davlat xususiy sheriklikni davlat xaridlariga o'xshatdi. Qanaqa ma'noda? Davlat xaridlarida davlat byudjetini puli, ya'ni mavjud puli ishlatiladi, to'g'rimi? Masalan, davlat xaridlarida qurilish bo'ladimi yoki ma'lum bir kompyuter olinadimi, mashina olinadimi? Shu davlat ehtiyojlari uchun, davlat tashkilotlarining ehtiyojlari uchun, больницаlarga оборудование. Demak, bu davlatning byudjetini bugungi pulidan olinyapti. Davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalarida esa ikki xil nima ketadi, yondashuv ketadi. Birinchi yondashuv bu albatta mana bu davlat byudjetiga to'g'ridan to'g'ri ta'sir etmaydigan loyihalar. Bu yana o'sha sizga aytmoqchi bo'lganim elektrostansiya misol uchun, yo bo'lmasam agar pullik yo'l qurilsa, pullik yo'l, ya'ni loyihalar o'zini o'zi qoplaydi, o'zini o'zi pulini to'laydi. Lekin shu bilan birgalikda biz davlat xususiy sheriklik bilan orqali biz hali aytib o'tilganidek maktablar qurmoqchimiz, yotoqxonalar qurmoqchimiz, bog'chalar, shifoxonalar, boshqa ijtimoiy obyektlar, shifoxonalar mana Nefropolis kompaniyasi tomonidan gemodializ markazlari qurib topshirildi. Mana Nukusda topshirildi, Xorazmda, yana ikkita viloyatda bo'lish ko'zda tutilgan va undan tashqari radioterapiya markazi loyihasi ustida ishlayapmiz. Bularda ham ma'lum bir darajada shu xususiy sherikka to'lanadigan mablag' o'zidan chiqadi, lekin davlat byudjetidan ham to'g'ridan to'g'ri xarajat bo'ladi. Shuni inobatga olgan holda men o'sha Xalqaro valyuta jamg'armasi vakilining fikrlariga qisman qo'shilaman, ya'ni davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalari ham bu davlat xaridlari bilan o'xshash va u yerda shaffoflik ta'minlanishi kerak. Ayniqsa xususiy sherikni tanlash jarayonida. Shuning uchun mana opa savol berganlarida men tanlash jarayonini tasvirlab berdim. Ikki bosqichlik, qonunga ko'ra qanday tanlaymiz, o'zimiz mana shu loyihalarni shakllantirish, uni texnik iqtisodiy asoslanishi va konsepsiyasi turli xil ekspertizadan o'tkazish, ekologik ekspertiza, boshqa ekspertizalar hammasini o'tkazgandan keyingina biz uni tender qilamiz. Va tender asosida tanlab olingandan keyin u yerda shaffoflik ta'minlanadi. Lekin biz yana shu narsaga e'tibor berishimiz kerak, ayniqsa shu vaqtgacha bo'lgan davlat xususiy sheriklik, ayniqsa kichikroq loyihalarda biz bu loyihalarni ham muntazam monitoringini olib borishimiz kerak. Chunki bu nafaqat xususiy sheriklarni tanlashda, balki o'sha xususiy sheriklar o'ziga yuklatilgan majburiyatlarni bajaryaptimi, yo'qmi? Mana shu narsani davlat sheriklari, masalan, elektr stansiyasi bo'lsa, bu energetika vazirligi yoki maktab bo'lsa, bu xalq ta'lim vazirligi yoki xuddi shunday, masalan, suv xo'jaligi obyekti nasos stansiyalari bo'lsa, demak, suv xo'jaligi vazirligi bu obyektlarda xususiy sheriklar tomonidan o'zlariga yuklatilgan investitsiya majburiyatlari, uni ishlatish, ma'lum bir ob'yomda suvni chiqarib berish yoki boshqa bir o'zlariga yuklatilgan KPI deylik, shularni bajarayotganini muntazam nazorat qilib borish kerak. Mana shu nazoratda, mana Davlat xususiy sheriklik agentligi va Zokir aka ham bunga javob bersa, biz mana shu nazoratda monitoringni kuchaytirmoqchimiz. Shu monitoring bilan shug'ullanadigan bo'limni 2 baravar kattalashtirdik, ko'proq odam olyapmiz, ko'proq odamga jalb qilyapmiz va biz o'sha reja grafik asosida butun yil 12 oy mana shu monitoringni amalga oshirmoqchimiz. Keyin nima qilamiz monitoring? Bu albatta Davlat xususiy sheriklik agentligini web sahifasida e'lon qilinadi. Falon investor yoki falon, nafaqat bu yerda investorni monitoring qilish, balki davlat sherigini ham, masalan, falon tashkilot o'ziga yuklatilgan vazifani bajarmayapti. Bu ham chiqadi. Buni albatta keyin o'sha davlat xususiy sheriklik qonunchiligi bo'yicha ma'muriy boshqa choralar ko'rilishi ko'zda tutilgan. Bu narsani biz bundan buyon ham shu monitoringni kuchaytiramiz.
Rahmat. Yana bir savol bersam, umuman hozirgi kunda davlat bilan sherik bo'lgan tadbirkorlar yoki kompaniyalar soni qancha? Hisob bormi? Keyin ularni ham haligi talablar bor-ku, davlat tomonidan qo'yiladigan. Necha foiz bajaryapti? Shu haqida ham ma'lumot bersanglar.
Assalomu alaykum. Savolingiz uchun rahmat. Bu raqamlar ko'rinishida, demak, statistik ma'lumotlarni oladigan bo'lsak, bizda endi men Davlat xususiy sheriklik agentligi direktori vazifasini bajaruvchi bo'lib ishlayman. Zokir Bozorov. 2019 demak 22-yilda biz qiymati 10 milliard AQSh dollariga teng bo'lgan 312 ta davlat xususiy sherik loyihalarini amalga oshirish boshlaganmiz. Bugungi kunda ushbu loyihalardan 247 tasi bo'yicha bitimlar imzolanib, ishlar boshlangan. Ya'ni qaysidir ma'noda, qaysidir hududlarda, qaysidir obyektlarda qurish ishlari, qaysidir obyektlarimiz, loyihalarimizda qabul qilish, ya'ni ishga tushirish ishlari boshlab yuborildi. Mana hozir Odilbek aka ham aytib o'tdilar. Demak, o'sha gemodializ loyihamiz 10 million AQSh dollari bitta qiymati, endi bu yirik loyiha hisoblanadi. Bu 4 ta markaz qurilsa, demak, bu 4 ta markaz Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasi, Xorazm va Toshkent shahrida 2 ta. Bugungi kunda Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasidagi markaz ishga tushdi. Ochilish marosimi bo'ldi, bevosita. Demak, bu loyiha bo'yicha 1100 o'sha bemorlarga 1 yilda xizmatlar ko'rsatiladi. Ya'ni o'sha Hindistonning Nefroplus kompaniyasi tomonidan loyiha muddati demak 12 yil loyihani amalga oshirish ular boshlagan. Demak, 247 ta bitim imzolangan bo'lsa, endi men misol tariqasida aytib o'tdim. Bugungi kunda yana 18 ta loyihalarimiz imzolanish arafasida, tender hujjatlari, tender jarayonlari yakunlangan va 47 tasi tender bosqichida. Sohalar kesimida oladigan bo'lsak, demak, bu umumiy o'sha 312 ta loyihalarimizdan 24 tasi energetika sohasida, kommunal sohada 3 ta, suv xo'jaligi sohasida 105 ta, ekologiya, ya'ni chiqindilarni qayta ishlash sohasi bo'yicha 62 ta, ta'lim sohasida 49 ta, sog'liqni saqlashda 32 ta, madaniyatda sohasida 20 ta, boshqa sohalarda 17 tani tashkil etadi. Ushbu loyihalar bo'yicha demak bevosita ishlar tashkil qilindi. Hozir aytib o'tganlarda monitoring ishlari ham olib borilyapti. Demak, biz davlat xususiy sheriklik to'g'risidagi qonun bo'yicha har bu loyihalarni, ya'ni shaffofligini ta'minlash maqsadida har 6 oyda majburiy tartibda xususiy sherik davlat sherigi Davlat xususiy sheriklik rivojlantirish agentligiga hisobot beradi. Bu hisobotlar bo'yicha demak Davlat xususiy sheriklik rivojlantirish agentligi tomonidan tahlil qilinib, ushbu hisobotlar natijasi bo'yicha biz Vazirlar Mahkamasiga, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti administratsiyasiga ma'lumot kiritib boramiz muntazam ravishda va o'sha saytlarda natijasi e'lon qilib boriladi. Yana bundan tashqari biz statistik ma'lumot sifatida prognoz qilingan bizda 2022-2026 yillarda O'zbekiston Respublika Prezidentining PF 60 son farmonlari bilan yangi O'zbekiston taraqqiyot strategiyasi bo'yicha dasturda 14 milliard AQSh dollarga teng bo'lgan loyihalarni amalga oshirishni rejalashtirganmiz. Ushbu loyihalarning hozirchalik soni 154 dan tashkil etadi. Demak, bugun mana yig'ilishimizdan, mana shu tadbir dasturimizdan, davra suhbat o'tkazishimizdan mana shu 14 milliard AQSh dollarga teng bo'lgan loyihalarni biz qanday amalga oshiramiz, shu bo'yicha muhokama qilib boramiz. Rahmat. Muammolar demak 100% yo'q deb ayta olmaymiz. Juda to'g'ri. Chunki baribir sizlar ham bilib, eshitib yurasizlar. Endi bizda muammo bor, juda kam muammo. Bu aksariyati investorlar tomonidan emas, investorlar tomonidan qanday tartibda? Demak, ularning investitsiya majburiyatlari bor, ularda kechikishlar bo'lishi mumkin. Investitsiya kiritish masalasi. Ya'ni o'sha loyiha uchun investitsiya kiritish kechikdi. Bu deganiki, o'sha qurilish jarayonlari, barpo etish jarayonlari ham muddat kechikishga olib keladi. Bunday muammolarimiz ham bor. Yana bundan tashqari bizda muammolar bor. Bu sog'liqni saqlash sohasida ikkita loyihamizda yaqinda biz aniqlashtirdik. Yer masalasi. Demak, o'sha biz loyihani amalga oshiryapmiz, davlat sherigi, ya'ni vazirlik, idoralar bilan amalga oshiryapmizda, joylarda yer uchastkalarini ajratishda o'sha kechikishlar bo'lyapti. Bu bo'yicha biz tezda o'sha ko'rsatma xatlarimizni berib, hokimliklarga bildirib, taqdimnomalar berib, buni bartaraf qilish choralarini ko'rganmiz. Muammolarni bartaraf qilinyapti. Hozirchalik yechilmagan, muammoda turgan loyihalarimiz mavjud emas. Rahmat.
Rahmat sizga Zokir aka. Hurmatli ommaviy axborot vosita vakillari, savolingiz bormi? Agar qarshi bo'lmasangiz, so'nggi savol va shu
Men ham bitta savol beraman.
Xarish, ha bo'ladi. Qalampiruzdan to'g'rimi? O'zingizni tanishtirsangiz va xush kelibsiz.
Assalomu alaykum. Qalampiruz muxbiri Nozima Nazirova. Savolim Odilbek Rustamovichga. Investorlar uchun davlat tomonidan aynan qaysi sohalarda imtiyozlar berilishi ko'zda tutilmoqda? Ikkinchi savolim, O'zbekistondagi puldor biznesmenlar pulni chetga chiqarib, offshordagi ichi bo'sh kompaniyalar bilan investor nomidan O'zbekistonga kiritishi va shu orqali imtiyozlarga ega bo'lishi mumkin. Bunday holatlarni oldini olish uchun qanday chora-tadbirlar ko'rilmoqda va aynan shu kabi holatlar aniqlansa, imtiyozlar bekor qilinishi mumkinmi?
Bilasizmi, mana yaqinda yana bir qarorimiz chiqdi. Bu imtiyozlar asosan soliq va bojxona to'lovlaridan imtiyozlar. Biz mana bosqichma-bosqich mana shu imtiyozlarni bekor qilib boryapmiz. Maqsadimiz hamma uchun bir xil teng shart-sharoitlar yaratish. Mana davlat xususiy sheriklik sohasiga keladigan bo'lsak, hech qanaqa imtiyoz yo'q. Biror bir sohaga alohida mana bu sohaga tikinglar, mana imtiyoz, unaqa narsalarimiz yo'q. Lekin hali aytib o'tilganidek, ijtimoiy obyektlar bo'ladigan bo'lsa, albatta davlat byudjetidan to'lovlar bo'ladi. Chunki bu demak ta'lim sohasi, sog'liqni saqlash sohasi bu bilasiz davlatimiz uchun eng muhim sohalardan biri rivojlantirish maqsadida. Shuning uchun lekin biz o'sha davlat byudjetidan qancha imtiyoz bo'ladi, qanaqa shart-sharoitlar bo'ladi, biz buni hamma uchun teng e'lon qilib, o'sha nimada kim eng kam bahoni bersa, qo'pol qilib aytganda, masalan, maktabni qurib turib, menga yiliga shunchadan pul berasan, o'sha eng kam bo'lsa, shu tanlanadi. Shu nuqtai nazardan o'sha tanlash jarayonidagi shaffoflik juda ham muhim. Ikkinchi savolingizga keladigan bo'lsak, endi bu bitta O'zbekistonimizda emas, boshqa joylarda ham bo'layotgan offshorda pul chiqarish, bu Amerikada ham bor, Yevropa mamlakatlarida ham, boshqa mamlakatlarda ham bor. Endi ular ham, ya'ni bizni hali aytib o'tganimdek tender jarayonimiz ikki bosqichdan iborat. Birinchi bosqichda biz albatta o'sha kvalifikatsion tanlash deylik, kvalifikatsion nuqtai nazardan kim shunda qatnashmoqchi bo'lsa, tender jarayonida shularni tanlash jarayoni bo'ladi. Mana shu tanlash jarayonida bu tashkilot o'zi mana shu sohada nimasi, tajribasi bor yo'qligi, shu sohada demak qilgan ishlari va bir qancha boshqa narsalar inobatga olinadi va albatta mablag' borligi yoki mablag' jalb qilish qobiliyati. Shuning uchun biz mana imkon qadar har bir loyihamizni xalqaro moliya institutlari bilan birgalikda qilishga va bundan keyin ham demak xususiy sektor vakillari bilan ishlasak ham reputatsiyasi, nufuzi yuqori bo'lgan moliyaviy maslahatchilar bilan ishlashga harakat qilamiz. Chunki qonunimiz doirasida hamma narsa mana shu tender ochiq raqobat usulida bo'lishi ko'zda tutilgan. Mana shu narsalarni nima qilsak, menimcha hali siz aytayotgan masalalarda qo'rquvga o'rin qolmaydi.
Aytib o'tganingizdek, bu narsa faqatgina bizda emas, boshqa mamlakatlarda ham bo'lyapti dedingiz. Agar haqiqatdan shu holat aniqlansa, imtiyozlar bekor qilinishi mumkinmi? Yoki shunaqa holatlar kuzatildimi?
Yo'q, agar mabodo masalan o'sha kompaniya halol raqobat yutib chiqqan bo'lsa, hech qanaqa bu normal holat. Masalan, bu o'zimizni O'zbekistonni tashkiloti bo'ladimi yoki xorijda joylashgan O'zbekistonlikka tegishli tashkilot bo'ladimi? Agar halol raqobat yutib chiqadigan bo'lsa, halol bo'lsin-da, muammo emas. Asosiysi tanlash. Shu tanlash jarayonini agar hammasini qonun asosida qiladigan bo'lsak, o'zi ko'p nimalar shuni to'kilib ketadi. Qolgani bilasizmi, baribir kim yana bir narsani aytishimiz kerak, bu davlat tomonidan emas, xususiy sektor tomonidan ham pulini tikyapti, vaqtini tikyapti, bir qancha nimalarni tikyapti. Ya'ni bu respublikamizga bo'lgan hozirgi siyosatga, kelajagiga bo'lgan ishonchni bildiradi. Buni ham to'g'ri tushuninglar. Va masalan har bitta mamlakatda ham xuddi shunaqa platforma qilsa, xuddi shunaqa qonunchilik qilsa, birdaniga investorlar yog'ilib kelavermaydi. Bu albatta mana ta'kidlab o'tishim kerakki, so'nggi 6 yildagi liberalizatsiya siyosati, bozor munosabatlariga o'tish siyosati, xususiy sektorda o'zimizni respublikamiz iqtisodiyotiga jalb qilish siyosatining natijasi. Shu hali aytib o'tdim, davlat xususiy sheriklik o'zicha rivojlanmaydi bir izolyatsiyada. U albatta mana shu butun bir hozir qilinayotgan iqtisodiy sohada, huquqiy sohada qilinayotgan barcha islohotlarni bir natija sifatida ko'rish kerak.
Assalomu alaykum. Bugun menga tadbir ko'p jihatdan yoqdi, chunki ikki tomon ham juda ham mahalliy ham, xorijliklar ham juda ham bir o'zlarida ishonch, katta ishonch bildirganiga men guvoh bo'ldim. Savolim shundan iboratki, hozir oldingi savol beradigan savolim berilib qo'yildi-yu, lekin mayli, shunga qaramasdan mana mamlakatimizda shu yo'l qurilishi bo'yicha, yo'llarni ta'mirlash bo'yicha mana baribir muammolar mavjud. Shu yo'nalishda ham davlat xususiy sheriklik yo'nalishida qanaqadir loyihalar amalga oshirilyaptimi? Agar eshitmay qolgan bo'lsam, Zokir aka, uzr. Yoki baribir shu sohada muammomiz bor-da. Ko'proq hozir bugungi kunda energetika sohasida ko'proq loyihalar amalga oshirilyapti va jadal ketyapti. Shu savolga javob bersangiz, ikkinchi, men hozir diqqat bilan tadbir boshida eshitib turdim. Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi tomonidan vakillar shunaqa gapirdilarki, ular tomonidan juda ko'p seminarlar tashkil qilinyapti ekan va shu bilan birgalikda ularning so'zlarida shu gap bo'ldi. Garvard universitetiga shu nimalarni jalb qilish, o'qitish. Bu kimlar o'qitiladi? Masalan, nima deydi? Mas'ul xodimlarmi, aynan yo investorlar o'qitiladimi? Rahmat.
Savolingiz uchun juda rahmat. Juda to'g'ri savol berdingiz. Bizda haqiqatan ham bugungi kundagi mavjud loyihalarimizni oladigan bo'lsak, bu demak asosan shu energetika, keyin ta'lim yo'nalishida, keyin o'sha ekologiya bor, suv xo'jaligi sohasida bor. Haqiqatan yo'l masalasida o'sha ta'mirlash ishlarida muammolar mavjud. Bu bugungi kundagi o'sha yo'l ta'mirlash ishlarimiz deyarli 100% desak bo'ladi, davlat byudjeti mablag'laridan bo'lyapti. Mana shu davlat byudjetining mablag'larini qanaqandir samarali foydalanish, maqsadli ishlatilish, ta'minlash maqsadida, ya'ni o'sha davlat byudjetini biz tejash maqsadida davlat xususiy sheriklik asosida Toshkent-Samarqand, Toshkent-Andijon pullik avtomobil yo'llarini qurilishi rejalashtirilgan. Bu bo'yicha o'tgan yil bu ishlarni boshlaganmiz. Demak, Toshkent-Samarqand avtomobil yo'li bo'yicha Yevropa tiklanish va taraqqiyot banki bilan ish olib borilyapti. Ular tomonidan maslahat xizmati ko'magini ko'rsatyapti. Loyiha bugungi kunda o'sha dastlabki texnik iqtisodiy asoslari ishlab chiqildi. Hozirgi kunda demak yakuniy texnik iqtisodiy asoslari ishlab chiqish jarayoni davom ettirilyapti. Bu bo'yicha demak ishlar yakunlangandan keyin biz konsepsiyasini tasdiqlaymiz. Ya'ni o'sha konsepsiya Vazirlar Mahkamasi tomonidan tasdiqlanadi va undan keyin tender jarayoni boshlanadi, tenderlar e'lon qilinadi. Yana bunga qo'shimcha yana ikkinchi loyihamiz Toshkent-Andijon pullik avtomobil yo'llari. Bu bo'yicha ham demak Jahon banki ishtirokida ish olib borilyapti. Hozir konsultantlar jalb qilingan, TOlar ishlab chiqilyapti. Bu bo'yicha ham hali tender jarayoni boshlanmadi va uchinchi loyihamiz bu Samarqand-Qashqadaryoni bog'lovchi Taxtaqorachi tunnelini qurish, ya'ni o'sha tunnel 60 kilometr tunnel, yana unga bog'lovchi yo'l bo'ladi 110 kilometr. O'sha tunnelni qurilishi bo'yicha ham davlat xususiy sheriklik asosida ishni boshlash jarayonida turibmiz. Demak, bu yo'llar uchun avvalambor biz prezidentimiz, muhtaram prezidentimizning ruxsatlari olingan, u kishini huzurlarida taqdimoti bo'lgan, bu bo'yicha o'tgan yil avgust oyida bo'ldi va bevosita o'sha ruxsat berilib ishlar boshlangan. Shundan so'ng ish boshlandi. Bu deganiki pullik avtomobil yo'l mana mavjud, hamma biladi, Toshkentdan Samarqandgacha borish yo'li pulsiz, ya'ni o'sha nima edi, endi pullik bo'ladimi degan savol chiqadi sizlarga. Bu bunaqa emas, chunki biz alternativ yo'lni saqlagan holda yangi yo'l quriladi, ya'ni parallel ravishda. Bu hech qanaqa mavjud yo'lga ta'sir qilmaydi. Bu mavjud yo'limiz o'z shundaga ham ta'mirlash ishlari olib borilib, saqlash nima qilinadi va xohlovchilar pullik asosda nima qilinadi. Biz buni dastlabki o'rganishlarda bildikki, o'sha hozirgi yo'ldan foydalanayotganlarning 70% deyarli pullik yo'ldan yurishga rozi. Sababiki Toshkent Samarqand ketishda misol uchun 4 soat vaqt sarflansa yengil mashinalarda, bu pullik yo'l ishga tushgandan keyin 2 soat, 2 barobarga deyarli vaqtdan tejaladi. Bu endi vaqt hozirgi kunda hamma uchun juda muhim. Hamma bu nafaqat aholi iste'molchi uchun, bu asosan biznes uchun, xalqaro tranzit foydalanuvchilar uchun juda muhim hisoblanadi. Shu uchun bu yo'l juda to'g'ri aytdingiz. Bu bo'yicha mana shunaqa ishlar olib borilyapti. Yana buni keyingi etaplari, misol uchun Samarqand, Buxoro bor, keyin Xorazm, shunaqa yo'nalishlari bor. Bu bo'yicha ham ishlar boshlanyapti. Bularda bizda qarorlar bor, me'yoriy hujjatlarimiz bor, yo'l xaritalari tasdiqlangan. O'sha grafik bo'yicha ishlarimiz davom ettirilyapti. Rahmat.
Katta rahmat kattakon. Zamir opa, davom ettiramiz. Bizani mutaxassislar Garvard oxirgi ikkinchi savol edi.
Mutaxassislar o'qishi bo'yicha mana Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi tomonidan bu tashkil qilindi. Bu endi bu yildan boshlandi, to'g'risi, oldingi yillar yo'q edi. Bunda bu iyun oyida bizni agentlik xodimlari ishtirok etiladi. Dastlab bu birinchi bosqich bo'ladi. Keyingi bosqichlarda esa o'sha har bitta vazirlik idoralarida davlat xususiy sheriklik boshqarmalari bor va ularning mutaxassislari bor. Keyingi yillardan, balkim shu yilning o'zidan buni yana kengaytirib o'qitishlarni tashkil qilamiz. Bunda hozirgi kunda faqat davlat xususiy sheriklik sohasida ishlovchi xodimlar nazarda tutilgan. Professor, o'qituvchi, nima ular endi o'zlarini tashabbuslari bilan o'qishlari mumkin. Biz faqatgina Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi bilan shu kelishuvga erishganmiz. Yanada buni kengaytirish choralarini ham ko'rib chiqamiz.
Rahmat. Hammaga, barchaga rahmat. Sizlarni tushlikdan oldin bitta esdalik rasmga tushishga taklif qilamiz. Shu o'zda. Ma'lum, hammaga xabar tasdik. Mohidilxon. Just one photo for me, please. In this way. Da, ekran oldiga hammamiz.
Aziz mehmonlar, davlat xususiy sherikligi, joriy tajriba va istiqbollar mavzusiga bag'ishlangan sessiya 5 daqiqadan so'ng boshlanadi. Dear guests, the session on topic PPP in utilities sector, current experience and prospects will start within 5 minutes. Dan o'z joylaringizni egallashingizni so'raymiz. Sessiya 2 daqiqadan so'ng boshlanadi. Dear guests, please take your seats. The session will start within 2 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time for us to sit down. And it's time for us to get started again. I hope you had a good lunch. It was very delicious, and it was so nice to be able to enjoy the fruits and vegetables of Uzbekistan, which are in quality second to none. We now move to utilities, and like energy, they're essential to our daily lives. It's namely water. Without water, we can't drink. Wastewater, very important to manage. Solid waste management, district heating. The gentleman who is running this panel is Mr. Takeo Koike. He's the head of the Office of Public-Private Partnerships at the Asian Development Bank. He has a wealth of knowledge on PPPs. So all seek him out. He really knows a lot. And he will look at the current experiences and perspectives. He will be joined by Mr. Khurshid Rahmatullayev, who is the deputy chairman of the joint stock company Usufdaminov. Then we have Mr. Alexander Hushdi, CEO of Veolia Energy Tashkent. Then we have Ms. Arnananzu Mencia, Vice President of Global Business Development, Almar Water Services in Spain. I'm always so happy when I see a lady in the hard sectors. You know, I used to be a lady in the energy sector, and we're always alone, aren't we? Then we have Mr. Rami Khandur, who is the MD at Metito Utilities, with Mr. Jay Kud Lee, the General Director and Head of Central Asia offices at K-Water, very important company also, and Mr. Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of Public-Private Partnerships at the DPPPDA. So now I finally could say it. It's up to you. Now I'm handing over to you, Mr. Koike. Just to let you know, we will keep, when things start late, that will get out of your panel because we always end on time. Just so you know, so you have an incentive to always come in on time. Koike-san, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Cornelia, and then good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We just really finished lunch, and then it's been always, good for me to come back to Uzbekistan for very excellent food. So I hope you all enjoyed lunch, and then, well, the first session after lunch may be a little tough, but I hope, this discussion could, evolve lively. And then I just, introduced this, in this session, we'd like to talk about utility sectors, particularly, focusing on water and then as well as district heating, which we recently worked on. Today, we have 2 representatives from the government and then 4 from the private sector. And then Mr. Zokir hasn't reached here yet, but then I hope he can just join us very soon. First, I'd like to start from asking question to Mr. Khurshid about the water sector and then recent kind of experience from the government side. Recently, the government has successfully closed Namangan wastewater treatment project, which was actually the first PPP in Uzbekistan's water sector. And then we also acknowledge that MHCS prioritized addressing the sanitation needs through the first PPP project. So I'd like to start maybe from the question, how did you find this experience of PPP, first water PPP in Uzbekistan so far? I mean, what would be the key benefits for the government to have such partnerships with the private sector? Then maybe, how can PPPs and the private partners be leveraged to build capacity? So maybe I asked too many questions, but let me start from the experience and then key benefits you see from this partnerships.
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Ну, во-первых, я хочу извиниться от имени руководства министерства, которые не смогли, к сожалению, участвовать в данном значимом заседании. Это господин Саиф Назаров и министр господин Хидаятов. Но, пользуясь случаем, хочу передать большой привет и пожелать удачи от их имени в работе данной сессии. Господин Койки, если говорить об опыте работы, честно скажу, это, конечно же, был первый очень хороший такой положительный опыт. В этом отдельно хочу отметить профессиональную работу консультантов, которые нам в этом содействовали, помогали. Вообще, если так посмотреть, сам проект ГЧП именно в отрасли водоснабжения и канализации, она очень имеет свои специфические подходы, и в этом плане опыт и содействие этих консультантов и наших всех партнеров был, конечно же, незаменим. Да, были какие-то, скажем, задержки по временным характерам, по техническим вопросам, но это все было во благо того, чтобы обеспечить полноценный, экономически эффективный, а также социально направленный проект. И, ну, все вы, наверное, в курсе, был очень жаркие дискуссии именно по тендерной документации и по другим соответствующим документам. Был объявлен двухэтапный тендер международный, на который подали заявку 23 компании со всего мира. Честно скажу, мы не ожидали такого большого интереса именно по этому проекту, и отбор был тоже достаточно прозрачный, и при участии специалистов Азиатского банка развития и консультантов был проведен этот тендер, по итогам которого выиграла компания Mitita Utilities из Великобритании, и которая представила наиболее благоприятные условия как по ценовым параметрам, так и по техническим аспектам. И это было уже в конце декабря 2021 года. А если по самому проекту, если сказать, просто проект суммой $90 миллионов на срок 25 лет и период строительства 2 года. Общая мощность, проектная мощность самого канализационной очистной станции составляет 100 тысяч кубов, и необходимо еще реконструировать и построить 7,5 километров канализационных сетей. Что мы от этого взяли? Мы, конечно же, ожидаем, что это будут новые технологии, это естественно. Плюс в плане повышения квалификации кадров, то есть capacity building, мы надеемся, что наш персонал, который будет вовлечен в этот процесс в период строительства и дальнейшей эксплуатации, получит незаменимый опыт и, конечно же, воспримут все эти ноу-хау, которые будут приложены как в период строительства, так и в период эксплуатации. Ну, немаловажным фактором, конечно, уже будет являться построение тарифной политики, и, соответственно, вы, наверное, в курсе, что в Узбекистане ввиду последних реформ мы уже приступаем к тому этапу, чтобы нужно пересмотреть в целом тарифную политику по отрасли, по водоснабжению и канализации. И в этом плане, конечно же, опыт этой британской компании мы тоже хотим использовать. Вкратце у меня все. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khurshid. I had, good experience that you have gone through, and then also, some of the key areas where you saw the benefits from the partnership. So maybe I just, turn to Mr. Zokio. Thank you for just reaching here right on time for your kind of question. So from a perspective of PPP Development Agency, as just discussed this morning, typically in many countries, the energy sector is the first place where they try to bring in private sector for developing infrastructure. In the case of Uzbekistan, yes, energy sector was one of those. But at the same time,
you have expanded to different sectors for application of PPPs, and then somehow, almost simultaneously, started developing PPP projects under the program. So what made it possible for you to start building those track records of PPP so broadly from the beginning of your journey?
Katta rahmat, janob Takeyo. Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli mehmonlar, ishtirokchilar. Demak, men o'zimni so'zimni navbatda boshlamoqchiman. Demak, bizda O'zbekiston Respublikasida davlat xususiy sheriklik sohasi demak yangi soha. Bu bo'yicha muhtaram prezidentimiz tomonidan energetika, transport, kommunal, suv xo'jaligi, ta'lim va bir qator boshqa sohalarda DXShni amalga oshirish bo'yicha ko'rsatmalar berib kelganlar. Bu borada demak O'zbekiston Respublikasida 2019-yilda davlat xususiy sheriklik to'g'risidagi qonun qabul qilindi va shu qonun bilan birgalikda 2020-yilda davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini amalga oshirish tartibi bo'yicha nizom tasdiqlandi. Shu bilan birgalikda yana O'zbekiston Respublikasi davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini moliyalashtirish bo'yicha qaror qabul qilindi. Ushbu demak bizning yutug'imiz mana shu huquqiy me'yoriy hujjatlarni o'z vaqtida qabul qilinganligi va ushbu huquqiy me'yoriy hujjatlar to'g'ri ishlashi deb hisoblayman. Demak, shu tartibda belgilangan me'yorlarda biz ish tashkil qilganmiz. Men endi qisqacha ma'lumot bermoqchiman nechta loyiha haqida, o'sha qilingan amalga oshirilgan ishlarimiz bo'yicha. Demak, umumiy hisobda biz 2019-yilda faoliyat boshlagan bo'lsak, bugungi kunga qadar 312 ta loyiha ustida ish olib bordik. Qiymati 10 milliard AQSh dollarini tashkil etadi. Bugungi kunda demak ushbu loyihalarning 247 tasi DXSh bitimi imzolandi va ishlar boshlandi. 18 ta loyihalarimizda bitim imzolash arafasida, 47 ta loyihalarimiz esa tender bosqichida hisoblanadi. Sohalar kesimida qaraydigan bo'lsak, haqiqatan ham janob Takeyo to'g'ri aytdingiz, 24 ta bizda energetika loyihalarimiz bor va kommunal xizmatlarda 3 ta va boshqa shu kabi kichik loyihalar deymiz, bularni suv xo'jaligi sohasida 105 ta, chiqindini qayta ishlash sohasida 62 ta, ta'lim sohasida 49 ta, sog'liqni saqlash sohasida 32 ta, madaniyat sohasida 20 ta va boshqa sohalarda 17 ta loyihalarimiz mavjud. Yana bu loyihalarni biz kengaytirish maqsadida bugun sizlarga taklif qilganmiz, hurmatli investorlar. Biz kelgusi 2022-26 O'zbekiston Respublikasida qiymati 14 milliard AQSh dollari bo'lgan 154 ta loyihalarni amalga oshirmoqchimiz. Bu loyihalar demak bizda bugungi kunda ishni boshlagan loyihalarimiz ham mavjud. Bizni yanada yutug'imiz loyihalarni amalga oshirish uchun biz xalqaro moliya institutlari, ya'ni o'sha Osiyo taraqqiyot banki, Yevropa tiklanish taraqqiyot banki, Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi, Jahon banki bilan ishni bevosita to'g'ri yo'lga qo'yganmiz va ularning o'sha maslahat xizmatlari hisobida, ko'maklari hisobida ish tashkil qilib, loyihalarni amalga oshirib kelyapmiz. Yana eng asosiysi bizni yutug'imiz o'tgan yil 2021-yil yanvar oyida davlat xususiy sheriklik qonuniga o'zgartirishlar kiritdik. Bu o'zgartirishlarni biz bevosita o'sha yana aytib o'tganimday shu Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi, Jahon banki, Osiyo banki, Yevropa tiklanish taraqqiyot banklarining ko'rsatmalari, ularni bergan maslahatlari asosida qonunni qayta ko'rib chiqib, bir qator o'zgartirishlar kiritdik. Men bu o'zgartirishlarga o'sha bizni davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini milliy va xorijiy valyutalarga bog'lash masalasi ilgari yo'q edi, ya'ni o'sha dollarga bog'lash masalasi yo'q edi. Buni kiritdik. Undan tashqari xalqaro investorlarning, investitsiya kompaniyalarining davlat xususiy sherik loyihalarni amalga oshirish uchun maxsus loyiha kompaniyasini tashkil etish nazarda tutdik. Bu bo'yicha ham o'sha qonunda o'zgartirishlar kiritdik. Keyin eng yana asosiysi xalqaro xorijiy kompaniyalarni davlat tomonidan qo'llab-quvvatlash. Bu borada alohida bitim tuzish, shartnoma tuzish ko'zda tutildi. Bu ilgari dastlab qabul qilingan qonunda yo'q edi bu masalalar. Buni 2021-yilda biz kiritgandan so'ng keskin loyihalarimizni o'sishiga sabab bo'lib qoldi. Demakki, biz davlat tomonidan qo'llab-quvvatlash bitimi O'zbekiston Respublikasi nomidan Moliya vazirligi imzolaydi va Moliya vazirligi hamda xususiy sherik o'rtasida bu bitim imzolanadi. Mana shu qilgan o'zgartirishlarimiz va bu borada bizni hukumat rahbariyati tomonidan to'g'ri ko'rsatmalari bo'yicha ish tutganimiz uchun biz muvaffaqiyatli mana shu loyihalarni amalga oshirishga erishdik. Rahmat.
Thank you, Mr. Zokil. This is a very comprehensive explanation, which basically, summarize all the, important key pieces which you have actually developed, for promoting PPPs across different sectors, which is very encouraging. Then let me just turn to the private sector representatives, and then let me just, ask you to keep your answers short and then, brief, please. So in this round of questions, I want to basically ask your experience of working in Uzbekistan, as well as also kind of, interests that you have, demonstrated in the recent past. So maybe starting from Alex, Veolia has, a lot of experience worldwide, and then recently you entered into a very unique affirmage type of PPP agreement for the district heating system in Tashkent. So, and then now, I understand the starting date is now expected on 1st of June when you actually take over the project and start working on it, actually. But then how did you find your experience of working with the public partners in Uzbekistan? And then what could be, the two of the main challenges perhaps, you have faced, and then how those are overcome? May I start with this question to you?
Thank you very much. So, I would say, as this morning we heard that the government and the public partner was very, let's say, determined to really start this development and the project. The same was for us as a private partner. We were really enthusiastic and we were working hardly to reach the project. The challenge for us was that we started from the beginning, from the scratch, we can say. We knew what is our offer, what we are offering for the client. We knew how to operate for the long time, the assets, how to improve those assets and the efficiency and operation. But when we started the project, there was not existing the framework, not the legal framework, not full institutional framework. We knew that there is a wish to move this way, and that was our wish that we are able to deliver the project, but we needed to have some bridge, how to link it. We have the opportunity that we came to the country which started several reforms, and due to these ongoing reforms, we were able to find the persons who are listening to the new ideas and who are able to develop these new ideas and transform it to this framework what was missing. Along this way, we were able to find the partners which are working with us. And here I would like to thank the PPPA agency who was dedicated and is dedicated to our project and was helping to us. And that was, let's say, we also see, and that was a unique opportunity to the creation of and developing of this model and the institution. The same if we are saying about our partner, the municipality, which is creating the dedicated departments which are working with the project like ours. So we are also looking very much forward to long-term successful cooperation together. And I would say that it would be not possible without the consultants which has the knowledge about the project and which can also serve as this bridge in this first period. And so my thank is also to the ADB which were consulting the project. If I can say another challenge what I can have in mind, it's that during this project, what was a project for several years, that was several stakeholders from the part of the public partners, and to align those stakeholders and their expectation took some time. We are delivering the innovating project, how to efficiently deliver the heat to the final client in the Tashkent city. And for this project that it is effective, we need to explain it multiple times and to have also that understanding that why it is necessary to create some environment which is needed that such a project is successful. And for me, that was the complexity of this project which was playing the role, and as well this one that it was, I would say, the first project in this sector and in the public-private partnership. And so I'm very happy that it is transferring to the success.
Thank you very much, Alex. And then I actually, wanted to congratulate you also because this morning we talked about this, great awards which PPPDA obtained over last night, but then also learned that this project of district heating in Tashkent was also, awarded for the utility sector as a kind of project for the year. So congratulations. And then congratulations to the government as well. Thank you. And then let me just say, turn to Rabi, coming from Metitos, and then who also won a bid for Namangan wastewater project very recently. And then basically, again, the same. I mean, what was the attraction for you to come to Uzbekistan? And then what was the kind of experience of this time competitive tender for you to basically get into the project?
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Takeo-san, for the question. From my side, as I look at our experience here in Uzbekistan, I can definitely say that it's been a fascinating, positive experience. Just to give you some context, we're very fortunate to have developed the first PPPs in the water or wastewater sector in 6 different countries so far, namely UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, Rwanda, Serbia, and these are all very different countries. Uzbekistan is the 7th country where we have developed the first PPP in our sector. And with all of that experience of comparing these different countries, I can honestly say that our experience here in Uzbekistan has been the most efficient one out of all of these different places that I've mentioned. The way the process has been run, very professionally, and sticking to the timetable as much as reasonably practical, is something which we have not seen in other countries. And so the way that the approach has been taken, the cooperation that's been extended by the PPDA, by Ustav-Eminat, the Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Finance, and all the other government agencies involved, as well as all the advisors involved, including in particular yourselves at ADB, I think have worked as a team to make this success possible. And so from my side, I find it a huge encouragement. And as the first part of your question was, what do we see, why do we see this as an attractive place for investment? It is because of the way this approach has been taken, and now that we've lived it, I think we're very committed for further development in this country.
Yeah, thank you, Rami. It is very also encouraging to basically, hear about this efficiency of the procedures where the government was able to develop. And then maybe I also want to invite two more representatives. First from Armar Water, Aranza. So again, basically you have a lot of business, globally, and then now looking at Uzbekistan as a kind of a potential market for entry. And then what are the kind of key important factors for you to determine, okay, this is a place for you to invest in, and then how do you basically see Uzbekistan's potential from your business opportunities perspective?
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to ADB and to the Uzbekistan government for inviting us. And I think you have the answer here, is in this roundtable, in the support of the government, in what we have been listening all the morning. This is why we think Uzbekistan has all the right items to go ahead with the PPP projects. And as an investor, as Rami was mentioning, what we are seeing here, what we are seeing in this country is not easy to find. All of you know that nowadays in the market, there is a lot of liquidity in the market, a lot of investors looking for opportunities, but what is difficult to find are the right projects. And in the case of Uzbekistan, we are not talking about an opportunistic project, one here and then you leave. There is a full program, the right framework, the commitment from the government, in our case for the wastewater sector, a full pipeline of projects. And that gives us a lot of comfort. We try and we tender in Namangan without success, but we share the same positive experience from both the advisory team, the government, the transparency of the project. So from an investor, we already knew that the government was committed with the PPP law, with the right measures to proceed with the PPP. And after our experience there, we are more committed than ever to follow in the next projects and to be sure, I'm absolutely sure, that in the water and wastewater sector, the PPP program will be a success.
Thank you, Aranza. In the same way, I want to turn to Mr. Lee, General Director of the K-Water. Again, K-Water has of course in Korea, it is a leading company in the water sector, but then also operates globally in different countries. So again, how do you see basically the market? Perhaps, a little more broadly, how do you see water and the wastewater sector PPPs in this region, and then basically how sustainability issue can be best addressed within the scope of PPP projects?
Thank you, Mr. Koike, ADB, Government of Uzbekistan. Assalamu alaikum. I am Jeguri, Director of K-Water. K-Water have decided whether to proceed with the investment project by dividing it into 5 main categories: conformity with K-Water strategy, adequacy of business structure, risk management plan, degree of fulfillment of role as a public corporation, expected effect of business model. Among them, the selection criteria for project target countries include K-Water overseas branch of based countries, business conditions such as politics, economy, and war in the business country, PPP project laws and systems, and the existence of prior project, etc. K-Water have developed the 2 water and wastewater PPP project in Southeast Asia, such as Karian in Indonesia and Bulacan in the Philippines, and has a clear intention to participate in water and wastewater PPP project in the Uzbekistan. Thus, K-Water assumes that Uzbekistan's water and wastewater business will develop more efficiently and rapidly if the PPP project is carried out by combining K-Water's latest technology, know-how, and experience over 50 years. In addition, K-Water is considering participating in the PPP project as a key role for largest shareholder and operation management, which means that Kyoto will contribute to Uzbekistan's water and wastewater business in the long run. We will effectively solve problems in the water supply and wastewater sector by applying the latest technology of Kyoto through PPP project and provide continuous support through operational management, training of experts in water and wastewater sectors, and dissemination of latest technology. Raumat.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I think I heard, consistently from Arantxa and Mr. Lee that, some kind of long-term perspective is important, of course, for the market to grow and then private sector to stay. So perhaps, as a kind of second question, I'd like to probably invite Mr. Khurshid basically to share some of your plan for, future PPPs in the urban infrastructure sector. What are the kind of key priority areas for the government?
Если позволите, я начну с пару цифр, чтобы просто иметь представление о том потенциале и о той необходимости инвестиций, которые нам необходимы. То есть на данный момент уровень обеспеченности централизованного водоснабжения в республике составляет 70%. А уровень обеспеченности централизованным водоотведением не достигает и 20%. Вот это уже говорит о большой потребности в инвестициях и в реализации проектов. Но при этом мы должны учитывать такой фактор, что если правительством нам поставлена задача довести уровень централизованного водоснабжения до 90% в течение ближайших 5 лет, остальные 10% что мы будем делать? Это тоже отдельный рынок. Аналогичная ситуация и по водоотведению. То есть не всегда технически целесообразно или экономически эффективно все обеспечивать централизованным водоснабжением. То есть в этом плане мы больше, не то что больше, параллельно должны рассматривать какие-то технологии локального характера. То есть это и локальные отечественные сооружения, и локальные водообеспечивающие узлы или станции, или, скажем, отечественные водоподготовительные установки и так далее. При этом даже при этих 70% то, что есть централизованное водоснабжение, это не всегда качественно и не всегда, скажем, своевременно. Я к тому, что есть у нас очень много объектов, порядка, может быть, 30-40% объектов, они уже физически и морально устаревшие. Это водоподготовительные объекты и водоотечественные сооружения. Их нужно реконструировать и модернизировать. Плюс также идут сети. Тоже высокая степень износа составляет 30%. Их тоже нужно обновлять, но при этом уже с внедрением современных технологий. То есть наша основная цель, компания Kyoto, мы очень активно уже работаем с ними, именно с параллельным применением цифровых технологий. Это и SCADA, и GIS, и системы оценки качества воды, потому что у нас есть в отдельных регионах нарекания именно по качеству питьевой воды, также увеличение их подачи, то есть объем воды, который мы сейчас даем в отдельных регионах, к сожалению, есть такие регионы, когда вода подается в определенное время суток, там, от 4 до 8 часов в сутки. То есть, а это уже, соответственно, влияет на, скажем, отношение наших абонентов к воде, то есть это и культура потребления, плюс и культура своевременной оплаты за воду. То есть я поэтому очень хорошая платформа, пользуясь случаем, если наши представители бизнес-структур, я уверен, что у них есть определенные вопросы и готовы по всем направлениям отдельно представлять информацию и активно работать. То есть рынок большой, потребность большая, и, так сказать, попросим более активного и, так сказать, технического участия. Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Krusid. And then let me turn again to the private sector representatives. I mean, he mentioned this, quantity, quality, and then efficiency dimensions where, a lot of investment and then improvement to be required. So from that perspective, I'd like to ask, perhaps starting from Arantxa, I mean, you have a lot of, track records, again, operating those kind of, large complex water and wastewater treatment projects. And then how, private sector engagement actually, strengthen those, long-term operations and maintenance of assets. And then how, it could just, contribute to sort of, efficiency improvement and the emission reduction or those kind of, environmental kind of, aspects.
Thank you. It's important to remark that we are not just investors. We are not financial investors. We are water companies that our main interest is to be involved in the long-term operation and maintenance of the plant. Of course, together with that, we invest to be able to develop the project. But our main interest is to operate the facility. And doing that, the private sector is committed to reduce the energy consumption, that I think is key and is one of the key factors for the success of this, to reduce the sludge production, to reduce the chemical consumption. All of that is part of our interest as investors and owners of the plant, and of course in our commitment with the O&M. You have to think here that our contracts are normally 25 years long. So on this time, we need to be able to reduce all of these emission consumptions, but also to be able to innovate and to upgrade the plants to the latest technology, to be able to use the digital tools that are in the market, the new technologies. So I think for that it's very important to be aware not only of that, but something that is relevant for the program is the wastewater reuse. Nowadays, I know the first step, as you mentioned, they are only at 20% coverage of sewage, but there is also a demand for water in some places. So now that you are planning the wastewater treatment plants, for us, it will be very relevant to have in mind the possibility of reuse that water on those communities where there is not drinking water available, I think for irrigation, for industrial use, and it's very used nowadays in other countries. It will be very relevant to take that component, not only energy reduction, but also water reduction through wastewater reuse.
Yeah, thank you, Arantxa. And then, sorry, I mean, we are only, we have only 3 minutes to go, but then let me quickly turn to you. And then maybe Mr. Lee, you have quite, remarkable kind of achievements in terms of the management of non-revenue water in Korea. Then again, how can those, PPP project benefits from your knowledge and then also experience of, those kind of efficiency improvement?
Thank you, Koike, giving me last chance as a speaker. Kyoto have managed the 56 dam facilities, 20 multi-purpose dams, 5 flood control dams, 14 water supply dams, 17 multifunctional weirs and river banks, and is responsible for managing 35 multi-regional water supply system and 13 industrial water supply system. Currently, raw water, purified water, and sedimentary water are being treated and supplied to local governments and industrial complex in 114 cities, including capital city, Seoul in Korea. In addition, 23 small and medium-sized cities, local governments, are entrusted with operation of local water, as well as dissemination of Kyoto's know-how in water operation management, such as technology, manpower, and experience. As for overseas business, Kyoto is carrying out 23 water supply and water resources projects in 10 countries, and most of Kyoto's overseas business are water resources-related business. Based on Kyoto's rich knowledge and experience in the first design stage of the project, design errors are prevented, and design will be done by best experts in each field, including the network of in-house and Korean expert groups that Kyoto is working with. In the second construction phase, we include the participation of leading Korea construction company, EPC contractors. We have here Hyundai Construction, please stand, and DL Construction, please stand here. And we have SK EcoPlant. They are both the best performance and numerous achievements that have been continuously working together with K-Water to ensure high quality of construction work and to realize efficient construction that can reduce project cost. Lastly, in the operation stage, K-Water will make full use of its know-how, including experience and knowledge in operating the best water resources and water supply facility at domestic and international for more than 50 years. I'm sure that this will raise level of operation and management of water resource and water supply facilities in the investment country to level similar to that of Korea. Thank you. Laumat.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Unfortunately, we really running out of time, and then let me just give Alex and then Rami just 1 second to just remark to share your remark on the technology aspect, because the digitalization was also mentioned by the government, and then those efficiency is there. Just give 1 point very quickly, and then we wrap up and then close this section. Thank you. Starting from me.
Thank you, Takeo-san. I'll be as quick as possible, Cornelia. I think I'm probably preaching to the converted in this room, but the PPP model is the one that by definition encourages the latest technologies to come in. So for example, in our plant that we're constructing in Namangan, we are using a new aeration technology. We are using capturing the biogas to use that energy for the sludge drying. We've got solar power. So we're using more than 35%, we're saving more than 35% of the power. That's just one example. I know we're short on time. But there's a lot of things when you leave the private sector free to make its own choices and face the consequences, positive or negative, of those choices for the next 25 years, you tend to get the best result, in my humble opinion.
Alex, sorry. I mean, I was told to wrap up very quickly. So again, sorry for this running out of time, but I just wanted to quickly summarize and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it was very encouraging to see, the very strong interest and then trust, confidence to the PPP program in Uzbekistan, and then also the government's plan to continue this way, providing long-term clarity and then also commitment. And then again, I see the benefit of PPPs, bringing in those new technologies, concepts, and approaches, which could benefit, and ultimately benefit all the population of Uzbekistan. With this, I'd like to basically close this session, and then I really want to thank you, all of the panelists coming here to share ideas, and then please give them a big applause.
Yeah, give them a big hand. This was a fantastic panel. Thank you so much, Koike-san, and sorry for being so pressed for time, but the next panel has 8 people, and if we don't give them enough time, nobody will get to speak. So we are moving now from the hard sectors. Please stay in, there's no break. We are moving on, we are moving from the hard sectors to the soft sectors. And when it comes to PPPs, they're a little bit more difficult. So in other words, soft is hard. And there's no better person than Mr. Urkos Belge, who is an advisor to the PPPDA, to chair that session. And he is going to be joined. Urk, where are you? I hope Urk is somewhere. Yes, thank you. It's always good to know Urk is close because he's a fountain of wisdom. So he's joined by His Excellency Mr. Temurjon Komilov, Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Then we have another deputy minister. You're rich in ministers today. Mr. Otabek Fazil Karimov, Deputy Minister of Health of the Republic of Uzbekistan. We also have Mr. Sukesh Chandra Gain, who is VP International Business Development at Nefroplus. Then we have Mr. Bülent, we have somebody from Turkey. It's always nice to have people from Turkey. Mr. Bülent Ayhan, Director Business Development of the CCN Group. They are a construction, PPP-oriented group, let's put it this way. We have Mr. Simon Moore, who is partner at Ashurst, and everybody knows Ashurst, they're lawyers. Mr. Remy Hassanforde, Eurasia Director of Meridiam. And we have Mr. Hani Abdul Hadi, who is VP at Lamar Holdings. Good to see people from GCC here. And we have Ms. Dilnavuz Kuldashova, Unit Head of Public-Private Partnerships at the PPPDA of the Republic of Uzbekistan. You have a fantastic panel, a rich panel, a big panel. Take it away, Jörg.
Thank you very much, Cornelia. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellencies, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, also thank you very much. In the morning, we listened to Deputy Minister Mr. Isakov. He mentioned that in the next phase of our PPP rollout, we will be exploring in the soft sectors, the social sectors, which will be more complex for us. One of the main priorities of the government of Uzbekistan is to ensure improved social welfare for all citizens by providing access to high-quality healthcare and education services operating efficiently with the aid of the modern resources and methodologies. We have implemented the first PPP healthcare project through a competitive process where Nefroplus from India was awarded the project, and congratulations, the first center has already opened, and we look forward to the opening of the other centers. And within the social sector, we have other projects in the education sphere with primary and secondary schools, dormitories, kindergartens, which I believe Ms. Kuldashova will talk about. I would like to start with Deputy Minister Otabek Fazil Karimov, if you don't mind. Uzbekistan offers free healthcare to more than 30 million people. My first question to you is, as a citizen of Uzbekistan, not as a deputy minister, how would you assess the healthcare service that's currently provided? And as a minister, as a deputy minister in charge of the investments, what are your priorities? And you already experienced with the dialysis project, the PPPs. Do you think that the PPP modality offers a viable solution to fund your investment priorities? Thank you.
Assalomu alaykum. Men avvalo bugungi xalqaro forumda tashkil etgan Moliya vazirligi, Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligiga, Osiyo taraqqiyot bankiga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Bizga shunday imkoniyatni yaratib, xalqaro investorlarni shunday jalb qilib, shunday xalqaro uchrashuvni tashkil etganlari uchun. Men endi avvalo shu sog'liqni saqlashda o'zi 36 tadan ortiq hozirgi kunda davlat xususiy sherikchilik bo'yicha qariyb 40 million dollarga yaqin bitimlar imzolangan bo'lsa, birinchi marta ilk bor xalqaro investor ishtirokida davlat xususiy sheriklik asosida gemodializ xizmatlarini respublikamizda 3 ta hududida, ya'ni Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasi, Xorazm viloyati va Toshkent shahrida o'tkazish bo'yicha biz tender o'tkazib, xalqaro tender o'tkazib, o'sha Hindistonda Nefrocare Health Services degan kompaniyasi bilan bitim tuzdik. Bular ishlarini boshladilar. Birinchi o'sha davlat xususiy sherikchilik asosidagi gemodializ xizmatlarini ko'rsatish bo'yicha Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasida ilk markazlarini joriy yilning 18 apreldan ishlarini boshladilar. xuddi shuningdek yana joriy yilda o'zida xuddi shu kompaniya bilan Xorazm viloyatida 2022 yilda iyun oyida va yil yakuniga qadar Toshkent shahrida umumiy soni 1100 ta bemorga xizmat ko'rsatadigan markazlar tashkil etish ko'zda tutilgan. Bundan tashqari men yana bir alohida o'zimni xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasiga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchi edim. Chunki bu gemodializ bo'yicha ilk biz uchun ham yangi soha, yangi tizim bo'lgani uchun o'zini konsultativ xizmatlarini ko'rsatib kelmoqdalar xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi. Yana bundan tashqari xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi bilan bir qator hozir loyihalar boshlaganmiz. Jumladan respublikamizda 4 ta viloyatida, bu Farg'ona, Toshkent, Samarqand va Xorazm viloyatlarida nurli radioterapiya xizmatlarini tashkil etish bo'yicha biz loyiha ishini boshlaganmiz. Bu hozirgi kunda tender e'lon qildik, xalqaro tender. Tender jarayonlari уже boshlandi. Bundan tashqari yana xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi bilan konsultativ xizmat ko'rsatyaptilar bizga. Ular bilan Farg'ona viloyatida ko'p tarmoqli tibbiyot markazini tashkil etish loyihasi asosida ishlamoqdamiz. Undan tashqari yana biz Osiyo taraqqiyot banki bilan hamkorlikda ish boshladik. Bugun xudo xolasa, bugun sessiyadan keyin shartnoma imzolaymiz. Shartnomamizni davlat xususiy sherikchilik asosida respublikamizda Andijon va Buxoro viloyatlarida ko'p tarmoqli tibbiyot markazini tashkil etish loyihasi bo'yicha konsultativ xizmatlarni ko'rsatish to'g'risida bo'ladi. Yana xuddi shuningdek, yana to'xtalib o'tmoqchi edim xalqaro investorlarimizga. Bularning umumiy qiymati hozirgi kunda mana qiymatini ham aytib o'tmoqchiman, chunki har bitta investorimizga qiziq bo'ladi. Misol uchun mana 4 ta radioterapiya xizmatlarini ko'rsatish bo'yicha tashkil etilayotgan davlat xususiy sherikchilik loyihasi umumiy qiymati $30 million atrofida. Yana xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi bilan Farg'ona viloyatida tashkil etiladigan davlat xususiy sherikchilik loyihasi umumiy qiymati $150 million atrofida baholanmoqda. Bundan tashqari mana Osiyo taraqqiyot bankidan o'tib o'tdim. Bunda ham umumiy loyiha qiymati Farg'ona, kechirasizlar, Buxoro va Andijon viloyatlarida umumiy qiymati $125 million atrofida baholanmoqda. Men shu fursatdan foydalanib, shu yerda ishtirok etayotgan barcha o'sha xalqaro kompaniyalarimizga, investorlarimizga mana shu loyihalarimizda juda ham aktiv tarzda, faol tarzda ishtirok etishlarini so'rab qolgan bo'lardim. Rahmat.
Very much. Thank you very much. I think it's great to hear the experience in the Ministry of Health and the support of IFC and ADB in supporting the ministry to develop these projects, not only in the capital but also in the regions where Uzbekistan is a very vast country, big country. Deputy Minister Komilov, I would like to now ask you about education.
Okay.
Considering the quality of the existing stock of schools, future growth in the number of students, and the changing needs in the world for modern teaching space, can you talk us a little bit about your investment strategies, your investment plans? At the moment, ADB and IFC and EBRD will also be supporting the ministry to develop batches of 13, 16 number of schools, in a total of 45 schools program. Do you see the PPP modality as a viable option for the ministry? And if you might mind explaining.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Reg. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to save the time, I would like to thank everyone and to say my sincere and extreme gratitude to everyone who contributed so that that event is happening right now. It's fantastic. It's arranged very well. So thank you very much for your question. It is a good question. very reasonable. I can actually explain hours, I would say 3-4 hours about our investment strategies, but I'd say...
We only have 4 minutes.
I know. I'd say it's very briefly. Yep, you know that our president straight spotted out that the education is panacea for the Uzbek society. So we know that we, in light of our, I would say, favorable demographic conditions, we need extra student seats. We need capacities for our schools. That's why recently the president adopted a decree where it says that we have to expand our capacity, to establish 1.2 million student seats. So this year, starting from this year, the government allocated the funds, and this year we shall have hopefully 50 new schools, 50, with a capacity of 30,000 student seats. And more than 300 schools will be rehabilitated. It means that the new extra buildings will be added to their capacity. But we know that in these contemporary conditions where the government funds are restricted, we know it, so we shall have to involve new sources, which PPP looks and sounds very well. You know that, as you now mentioned, we have three projects that we are going to implement. This is ADB project, which in result we shall have 30 new schools in Tashkent region and Tashkent city, and we have a project with IFC, and we are looking forward to sign an agreement with EBRD. So what I say, these three projects should be a benchmark for us. So that means that we shall have to put a good and reasonable project scope that will be mutually beneficial for each party. I mean, for government and for the private partner as well. So I can definitely say that we are very upfront that these three projects have been implemented successfully, so that we could put, like a conveyor and to make a new PPP projects. Could I answer to your question?
Yes, thank you very
you.
much. I think from both deputy ministers, I understand that you view the PPP as a viable option, and you would like to test with the pilot projects.
Absolutely. These projects should be a pilot. Yeah.
I think now I would like to turn to the private sector. We have distinguished investors from Bahrain, France, India, and Turkey. So there's a lot of interest for social sector investments in Uzbekistan. First of all, I would like to ask Mr. Sukesh, because he is the party with the experience. Mr. Sukesh, for those of us who don't know this dialysis project, could you explain to us why this project is important? And also, if you don't mind, could you explain to us some of the lessons learned that we could also share with our other guests? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So this project, at the nutshell, is basically a PPP project for 1,100 patients across 3 regions, which is Tashkent, Karagal, Pakistan, and Horazm. So we are setting up 4 centers in these 3 regions, out of which Nukus, that is in Karagal, Pakistan, that is already commissioned in last month. And that commissioning happened actually 3 months prior to the actual planned date. So we are able to deliver from planning, then designing, construction from a piece of land, and then commissioning below 12 months. And then Urgench and Bogot, those centers are also ready. Hopefully, we'll be commissioning in next couple of weeks. It should be early June or so for Urgench and Bogot. And Tashkent will be coming. Tashkent will be the globally largest center, largest dialysis center globally. So no center in the world has that kind of capacity. We are setting up 160 machines in Tashkent with 7,000 plus square meter construction, and it will be treating 700 patients in Tashkent. So these projects in terms of accessibility to provide dialysis services, because the regions that we have gone into like Karakal, Pakistan, Horizon, there are not many centers as of now. And then the quality of dialysis service, the frequency of dialysis services. So I would even thank the Ministry of Health, IFC for designing such a nice project, because generally if you see the present frequency of dialysis is hardly 1 to 1.5. But in this project it will be 3 times a week. That means the patient will be getting dialysis 3 times and their quality of treatment and quality of life as such will be improved. And it's not only about hemodialysis, so we are bringing new modalities of treatment. We are bringing peritoneal dialysis, introducing in Uzbekistan for the first time, where the patient will be able to get the treatment at their home. They don't have to even visit the center. So that is a kind of accessibility that we are bringing. And then we are setting up our own training institutes for training the local staffs. We have already trained and recruited 60 plus nurses for all 3 centers. And this was started even 3 months before the commissioning date. The local doctors are getting trained by the nephrologist from India. So this is basically in brief about the project. So I would like to again thank Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, PPP Development Authority, Government of Uzbekistan for designing such a nice project.
Thank you very much. I think what you're saying and the innovations being brought by the private sector to this project is a testament to the benefits of PPPs to Uzbekistan. I think this is great for all of us to hear these benefits as parties for this project. Bülent.
Just 3 minutes because.
Okay. CCN Group is an experienced construction group with PPPs. And you guys are very experienced in healthcare and educational assets. When you look at Uzbekistan, what attracts you to Uzbekistan? And if you were to attend a tender, what would be your minimum expectations? And if you're the winner, what would be your addition in these projects? What would be the innovation?
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. And thank you for everyone, just to be quick, for organizing this event. My name is Bülent Ayhan. I'm the Business Development Director of CCN Group. Just to give you a quick overview, CCN Group is as Eric explained, a contractor operating company in Turkey, and we do own 2 very large-scale PPP healthcare projects, Ankara City Hospital and Mersin City Hospital. And we have been operating them for about 5 years. And so PPP is a very long and challenging project, actually, just to be frank from the beginning. And if done successfully, it adds many values, but it takes a long way and arduous way to get there. Just to give a quick overview from the Turkish experience, as an inception, as an idea, it started back in 2005, actually, and the first tenders were out in 2010. And first PPP hospitals became operational in 2017. So it took 12 years, actually, from inception, from an idea. Actually, it was even long before that as a thought, and so to become operational and to get the fruits, so to speak, from the PPP hospital projects. So, and there are, as you know as well, and there are many distinguished guests talking about it, there are many stakeholders involved in this whole process, whether it be from the financial institutions and our investors, and from the public side, and also the operations. And the longevity of it comes from, and again, from the Turkish PPP point of view, so the construction is around 3 years, but the operation is 25 years. After everything said and done, and we, the public side and the investor and the operator become alone to operate the hospital, and we are talking about very complex healthcare operations at the moment. So I see from today and from our discussions that Uzbekistan government is doing a lot of things right, and establishing the consultants and involvement of the especially IFIs and financial institutions. And my, I guess, 2 cents will be just, involve all the stakeholders in terms of consultants or involvement, so that this become, the whole hospital becomes operational in a very good sense. And just maybe just a point of reminder, I guess, so in terms of the contract negotiations, whatever there was any gray area in any of the contracts, become a point of dispute just later in the process. So these are, as I said, very long-term projects. And so first and foremost, it needs to be a partnership between the public side and the private side. And from what I have seen so far, is Uzbekistan government is doing these things right, very right.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think Ms. Cornelia calls these projects soft projects but hard projects. So I think your answer is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I'd like to now turn to Mr. Remy. You're a representative of Meridiam. Meridiam is a very large investor of PPPs in a lot of sectors, including social sectors. You operate in Europe, Africa, Latin America, North America. I don't think you are active in this part of the world. So it's very good to see such a big investor interested in Uzbekistan. As you do your pre-investment analysis to enter, before you enter a country, what are the certain aspects that you look for? And in terms of your initial analysis, where does Uzbekistan stand? And your interest in Uzbekistan, if you could also talk a little bit about some of the sectors, we would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you also to the PPDA and the Ministry of Finance and ADB to have organized this great conference. Very well attended with a lot of interest in Uzbekistan. First, Meridiam is an infrastructure fund. We have 18 billion under management. We have our latest European fund that we raised last year is more than 2 billion. We have a unique proposition, which is we are developer and investor in greenfield infrastructure project for the long term. Our funds are more than 25 years, so we never exit those projects. Since 2005, Meridiam has developed, built, and operating more than 100 projects. We have not exited any of them. So for us, our philosophy in public-private partnership is a partnership, and not a partnership for just a few years, a partnership for the duration of the concession. So that's one important thing. So when we look at a country, we're looking at a long-term investment. We're not looking at a short-term investment. So obviously there are a certain number of criteria that the investor would look at in terms of economics, stability, but the most important thing in public-private partnership is the willingness of the government to do those public partnerships. So there is an investment law, PPP, and then PPP law. So that's very important that there is a framework. There is a program which has been partly for the moment in the energy sector, but which is open up to other sectors. And that's very important to see that there is a program, that the government has priorities, and priorities also for the communities. Schools, hospitals, that's core to our art. We've done a lot of schools and a lot of hospitals, and I'll come back to that. So the second thing is the priority of the government that are quite clear, and there is a certain number of projects that are coming, which shows that there is a willingness over time to do PPP. So that's a very other important feature. The third important point is effectively all our friends DFIs that are around. They're supporting very much, both in terms of project preparation, we saw that this morning. They are very active. They're helping government, they're helping the PPDA, they're helping the ministry. In terms of financing, obviously, those investors, the DFIs are around, so that's also important. Our experience in terms of investing in countries, when you ask where Uzbekistan will sit for you, let me give you the example of Meridiam in Turkey. In 2011, 2012, Meridiam had never invested in Turkey. And when Meridiam looked at investing in Turkey, went around, and there was this effectively hospital PPP program. So we started from zero looking at the country, and in 8 years, we realized 4 hospitals, invested more than 1.5, total project investment more than 1.5 billion. And it's only the start, right? Because it's only 10 years, so we still have another 20 years to go. So effectively, Uzbekistan is the same. We are really interested in hospital. We are really interested in schools. We've been doing school in the UK, in Finland, in the US. So we're really interested in participating. The other important thing I would say is, and it's a soft but important issue, is that on my business card at Meridiam, we have Meridiam for the people and the planet. So for the people, it's because we are developing those projects for the communities, for the people that are using it in partnership with government. And for the planet, it's also important that effectively we respect all the social environment and social governance. But also, as we heard from EBRD this morning, we also have a target to respect the climate change Paris alignment over our portfolio. So it's also very important that the presence of the DFIs and the discussion with government help effectively realizing those objectives.
Thank you very much, Remy. I think it's great to hear some of these things that you're saying, because as the public side, we do our best to attract and prepare good projects to attract good investors such as yourself and the rest of the guests. Mr. Hani Abdulhadi, you're a co-founder of Lamar and vice president. In each of the tenders that we have done so far, we have had a GCC competitor. I was thinking who for the social sector we could expect, and I understand it's very nice to see your interest. Could you please, and at the moment you're only investing in the GCC areas, and Uzbekistan, I understand, will be the first country out of the region that you're looking at. Similar to Remy, could you explain to us what attracts you to Uzbekistan?
Glad to be here. Well, Uzbekistan is a fast-growing market, and we are interested in participating in such a fast-growing market. What attracted us to it today is the experience that the power sector and the energy sector is extremely encouraging, and what we've heard today has added to the positive sentiment that we've had in our minds. Social infrastructure is core to our business, and therefore we're keen on participating in the social infrastructure program here. As I said, it's extremely encouraging, fast-growing market which we would like to be part of, and we hope we can add significant value as we've added to a lot of the procurers that we've dealt with in the past around the GCC. Thank you.
When you look at a market, do you operate as an investor by yourself, or would you be, for Uzbekistan, would you be looking for local partnerships? How would you operate together, cooperation with local investors too?
Sure. In Lamar, our core principle is partnership, actually. So we always try to find like-minded investors. We are an operator in heart, so we try to build, operate on the long term, adding significant value. Local partnership is always important in countries that you try to enter, but you need to find a local partner that is like-minded and have a long-term perspective. So we are open on how to execute. That will be dictated by the RFPs, which would be issued, and it would dictate what form and shape we would be pursuing these opportunities.
Great. I think, I hope that this event will also be an opportunity for you to meet some of the local participants for these projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon Moore, you are a partner at Ashurst, and Cornelia introduced you. I don't think we need to talk about Ashurst. Everybody knows the work that you do for public-private clients. All countries are trying to attract funds to their PPP programs. As an independent consultant advisor, what will be some of the advice that you can give to our deputy ministers and to us as well, as from the public perspective? How can we make these projects more attractive? And as Remy mentioned, some of the items they look at is the PPP law legislation. From your experience, how important is this for investors to have a stable PPP regime legislation? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think firstly, just to point out, you may have noticed I'm not the gentleman on the photo, but I am Simon Moore. And I'm a senior consultant at Ashurst, rather than a partner. I've been doing PPP for 26 years, lots of schools, lots of healthcare, and I've worked for government, sponsors, and lenders. And I think a really important component of making these a success is being very clear on the scope of work. So what is it within the project that the public sector wants to buy? So in a Greek schools project, clearly you have design, construction, maintenance. A conversation we often have is in the context of ICT. What is the scope of the ICT in a schools project? And also the pilot schools projects that the Deputy Minister has referred to, they are group schools deals. So making it absolutely clear how that works contractually. If you have a group schools project with 15 or 20 schools, if one school is late, what is the impact on the penalties in the contract? How does the payment and performance regime work? Similarly, in the context of hospitals, what equipment is in the scope of the project? Is medical service provision also within the scope? And what are the interfaces contractually between design, construction, equipment, and medical service provision? So I think scope and interfaces is important. Risk is obviously hugely important in attracting investor appetite. There's a lot of precedent out there globally for schools and healthcare projects. And my experience of doing this for a long time is that 80% of schools and healthcare projects globally are contractually and from a risk perspective the same. And then there is a local component. My advice would be let's not over-engineer the complexity of the legal documentation. It's been done before elsewhere, so let's use that precedent to our advantage and keep things simple and keep the model one that the international investment community actually understands and can finance. And then I think finally I just touch on rewards. The private sector is here to invest to deliver these projects, but they're also here to generate a financial return. Mm-hmm. And I've been involved in lots of overseas projects where the government will say, it's great, we've pushed more risk onto the private sector. Mm-hmm. But clearly, government always pays for risk transfer, right? So if you push the private sector too far, either they won't deliver or they'll charge a premium for that risk transfer. So I'd say in the context of risk, it needs to be balanced, and it needs to be with reference to internationally recognized standards in terms of risk allocation. So I think, just to conclude, my comments would be recognize there's global precedent out there for education and healthcare projects. We can overlay that with local legal requirements, but it has to be balanced in terms of risk and rewards to make it attractive to both domestic and international investors.
Okay, thank you very much. I think your contributions is very valuable, as the Deputy Minister said, for our first pilots to be successful. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Last but not least, Dinlavas Kuldosheva, you are seeing all the projects from the PPPDA perspective. Could you briefly explain to us the pipeline of the social sector projects and some of the lessons learned from our program? And we have 2 minutes. Please, go ahead. I think
Hello. Yes.
Very good.
Apologies. So once again, good afternoon, dear colleagues, our distinguished guests, and our friends. Once again, on behalf of the government of Uzbekistan and together with our colleagues from the Asian Development Bank, I would like to sincerely thank all of you for your visit to our event today. And yeah, I'll have to be speaking a bit faster and kind of summarizing all of this. Well, in terms of the healthcare projects that we're currently working on, as Mr. Deputy Minister Otabek Fazıl Karimov mentioned, that currently in our pipeline we have more than 30 projects in healthcare, which their value is about worth more than 44 million USD, and out of which one project is under the tender stage, which is the establishment of radiotherapy centers that we are implementing this project with the advisory services of the International Finance Corporation. And yeah, 2 more projects are being implemented with the advisory services of IFIs. That's for the establishment of the multidisciplinary hospitals in Fergana, and the same project was for the Andijan and Bukhara regions. In the education sector, as I just summarized the overall pipeline that we're currently working on with on our projects, we have like 49 PPP projects in the education sector, and under which these 7 more PPP projects are on the eve of signing the PPP agreements, and out of those 49 projects, like 33 projects are signed with PPP agreements. For the next 5 years, in terms of the education sphere, we will be implementing a huge amount of work with our colleagues from the local ministries and international institutions. That is the first very important project is the building of general secondary educational schools, one of which is going to be soon tendered. And that's the establishment of the secondary education schools with the advisory services of Asian Development Bank. And almost the same project is being implemented with the help of IFC and EBRD and the other private sector consultancies as well.
Okay. Unfortunately, our time is up. Before Cornelia looks at me with her scary glasses. I just want to recap a couple of points. As I understand from the Deputy Ministers, you see PPPs as a viable financing option, but we would like to see the pilot projects successful to fully roll out the program. It's great to see great interest from international investors, which gives us confidence. And I think that one of the successes of the PPP program in Uzbekistan is the level of preparedness, good quality, best-in-class investors are attracted. So I think the lessons learned from other sectors is going to be implemented to the social sectors. so that we can attract the best-in-class investors who are going to be providing the most competitive tariff and the prices for us in order for our social sector projects to be successful as well. So thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Erk. Give them a big hand. We've learned from you that soft may be hard, but it's still doable with the right framework and the right mindset. And I was vastly impressed with having the largest dialysis center in the world here. That is quite something. And all of you, you're doing such valuable projects. You deserve to be given a second hand because you're helping the social sectors. So we now have a 15-minute break, and we have to start early, and I have to tell you, we have to be on time because there's a signing ceremony at the end of this, and ministers are coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll meet you, I think, separately at your office. I have heard a lot about you from Nur Islam and then Arvi.
To get back in, I think we need to start.
Xonimlar va janoblar, yo'l va aviatsiya sohalarida davlat xususiy sherikligi, aloqa va transport yo'laklarini yaratish mavzusidagi sessiya boshlanishiga 5 daqiqa qoldi. Iltimos, barchangizdan o'z joylaringizni egallashingizni so'raymiz.
We need to come back in, we need to sit down, we need to start on time. Of this conference, and ministers whom we can't keep waiting. So please be on time.
Aziz ishtirokchilar, barchangizdan o'z joylaringizni egallashingizni so'raymiz.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. If you are not here, it's your loss. We're starting. We had really great sessions on soft and hard infrastructure. We are going back to the hard infrastructure, and we're actually going back to multinational projects. We go beyond the borders of just one country. Allow me to introduce the moderator of the session dealing with PPPs in the road aviation sectors, entitled enabling connectivity and building transport corridors. It is Mr. Adrian Torres. He is the chief of the Public-Private Partnership Thematic Group at the ADB. May I ask the following participants who already sit there to join him. It's Mr. Rano Juraeva, who is the CEO, Ms. Rano Juraeva, who is the CEO of Uzbek Airports. And it's always wonderful to see a lady in a job like that. because there are not too many people in these sort of too many ladies in these sort of jobs. Mr. Richard Tolles, who is the Senior Advisor on Infrastructure in Central and Southeastern Europe and Central Asia at Ernst & Young. Mr. Fatih Omur, who is VP Development of TAF Airports. Any of you who have come to Istanbul have gone through one of his airports. Mr. Alper Akar, Director of AC Holdings. Mr. Galimbek Mamariev, PPP Director at the YDA Group. Mr. Nsu Yang, General Manager and Team Leader of Overseas Business Development on DL-E&C. And Mr. Hassan Hassanov, who is the Deputy Head of the Uzbekistan PPPDA. Mr. Torres, you take it away.
Great, thanks for that, Cornelia, and good afternoon to our distinguished panelists this afternoon. I would like to, of course, keep it short because we have another, two more sessions after this. So first of all, welcome, good afternoon. With about 450,000 square meters of land, Uzbekistan is a vast country with a strategic location in Central Asia, connecting east to the west, north to the south, to harness Uzbekistan's strategic advantages and improve its access to the global markets. A modern transportation infrastructure plays a paramount catalyst in the role of the government's future growth plans. So now, the panelists here, the distinguished panelists that we have, will discussion will focus mainly on airport and also toll road PPPs, where we have senior officials from the government and also public agencies, and also share some of the private sector's experience in this sector. So let's begin with Mr. Hassan Hassanov, and who's the head of the Transportation and Energy Department at the PPPDA. You have been working with many of our IFIs in the region, and in fact, you're looking at several toll road projects and airport projects. So let me start with you. Are you able to just give us a list of transport projects in your pipeline and briefly explain the importance of these projects in the government and also the tangible benefits that are expected out of these projects?
Thank you, Adrian, for your question. Yeah, we have several projects in toll road, and the biggest one is the Tashkent-Andijan toll road project, which we are implementing with World Bank. And nowadays, World Bank preparing a feasibility study for this project. And we have also Tashkent-Samarkand project. For Tashkent-Samarkand toll road project, we are working with EBRD. And nowadays, EBRD hiring consulting for preparation feasibility study for this project. Pre-feasibility study for both projects is already done. And one more project we have, this is Samarkand Shahrzab's project with Takhta-Karacha tunnel. For this project, we don't have any transaction advisor yet, and we want to hire some transaction advisor for this project also. Development of road projects is very important for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is double-locked country, and we located in Silk Road, and we want to increase our transit potential. That's why we want to. We should have a good roads, international standard roads. That's why we want to implement these projects in PPP modality. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Kasanov. If I could turn over now to Ms. Juraeva. You have recently concluded your first airport PPP, which is the signing of the Samarkand airport. Can you briefly share with us the experience with that particular project?
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Действительно, это был очень интересный проект. И в моей практике это был очень интересный опыт. Для Узбекистана это был первый проект, ГЧП-проект, который реализован в сфере аэропортов. И мы все получили очень хороший положительный опыт. Сейчас уже частный партнер начал работать, уже мы реализовали практически полностью этот проект. Значит, в чем были положительные результаты? то, что нам удалось привлечь достаточно большие инвестиции в развитие аэропорта Самарканд. И вот только что Хасан сказал совершенно верно, что Узбекистан – это основная точка для еще древнего шелкового пути. И сегодняшний шелковый путь, который должен пройти, новый ренессанс, он должен именно пойти по аэропорту, потому что авиация сегодня является основным видом транспорта, который осуществляет передвижение и туристов, и пассажиров, и грузов. И это очень важно, что вот сейчас так быстро, достаточно быстро реализован проект ГЧП в аэропорту Самарканд. Безусловно, вот этот аэропорт, он пошел как бы первым, поскольку Самарканд такая очень притягательная точка для туризма. И, конечно, его надо было быстрее приводить вот в тот вид, который он сейчас приобрел. И суммарно проект обошелся в $146 миллионов, из них часть инвестиций удалось привлечь на частной основе, привлекая инвестора в лице Эрмараканды компании, которая уже построила, ввела в эксплуатацию новый пассажирский терминал. Как вы знаете, он выглядит очень необычно, очень красиво. Он, наверное, интересен вообще во всем мире, этот проект, как он сделан, в виде открытой книги. И сейчас уже подключены все звезды, которые открыл УПЕК, все созвездия. И вот сейчас они уже при посадке видны очень красиво. С государственной стороны у нас тоже была очень важная для государственного партнера задача практически полностью обновить аэродромный комплекс. И мы уже завершаем этот проект. То есть там сделана новая полоса, 24 стоянки для воздушных судов, новые рулежные дорожки, новый периметр, новые подъезды, новые подходы. Вся техника, которая обеспечивает и в систему посадки по второй категории ИКАО, и вся новая техника, которая обеспечит авиационную безопасность и безопасность полетов. Это была очень важная для нас задача, мы вот сейчас ее реализовали. Поэтому надо сказать, что этот проект, он длился почти 2 года. С точки зрения самих переговоров, соглашение мы подписали еще в сентябре. Сейчас мы уже передали управление, сейчас реально управляет уже Эрмараканда. Мы им, естественно, помогаем во всем. Вот. И я думаю, что сейчас уже все туристы, которые приезжают, они восхищаются этим проектом, который сейчас там реализован.
Great. Thanks you for that. Mr. Jurieva, can we just turn off the microphone so that we don't get any? Thank you very much. Let me now go and get perspective from the private sector. Mr. Tallest, Uzbekistan is a landlocked country, and to bolster the domestic transport and also improve the connectivity to the international markets, the development of efficient transport infrastructure is vital to the sustainable economic growth of the country. And of course, it will need to attract more, DFIs into the country. So, as an experienced PPP practitioner in the transport sector, with, of course, experience in the region as well, can you briefly share your insights as to what Uzbekistan needs to consider to engage the private sector and the international financial community to support this endeavor?
Thank you, Adrian, and thank you also to the ADB for inviting me to this important event. And I think that's a very interesting question, and it follows on very well, I think, from the comments from Ms. Jureva. I've been working in this region for about 7 or 8 years now, and the reason why I'm very focused on Central Asia is because I firmly believe in the potential of this region from a geopolitical point of view. I think the strategic changes here, not just in Uzbekistan, but across the region, are huge. We've had the Atlantic century, we're quite a long way through the Asian century. What's coming next? I believe it's the Eurasian century. And the connectivity between Asia and Europe and South Asia is a really central theme of this. And right in the middle of this, of course, we have Uzbekistan and other Central Asian countries. So I strongly agree with the remarks that yeah, this is a very, very important thing. If I'm a private sector investor looking at this opportunity, yes, I believe in that strategic story. It's why personally I come here. But what else do I need to really believe in this? I think firstly, one of the most important things is that there is a coherent, credible, internally consistent national transport policy, particularly in this context, aviation policy, that is established to enable all of the infrastructure, by which I mean the regulatory, institutional infrastructure, to make the physical infrastructure actually work. That there's a vision about what the transportation is going to look like, and that it's credible, that it adds up. I've currently been working, for example, in developing PPPs and privatization of airports in Saudi Arabia. That is fitting within a Vision 2030 program that the government has established that sets out all of the context. So I think this context is absolutely critical for investment. And of course, we have the wider financial context that is necessary for investment, that people believe that they will be able to invest effectively and they will be allowed to operate infrastructure to its optimal potential. This is a very important theme. But I think establishing the framework first, making sure that tariffs, regulation, ownership rights of key things, all these things is really important. Also, I think the aviation ecosystem is very important, that people understand that in particular the airlines and air traffic control systems that fit with the airport system also are compatible with that strategy. That's also hugely important. I think there are a lot of places where people have invested, governments have encouraged massive investment in infrastructure with an airline network that simply doesn't support it, or where the world has changed. People, for example, in a number of markets, people have built massive hub airports, and now we have more point-to-point traffic. A lot of airlines are now sitting on A380 fleets that are just, not really fit for the modern world, however technologically brilliant they may be. So I think that's why having this strategy in place first is so critical. Of course, there are then a lot of details we can go into about the kind of things that are necessary to make a PPP work in more detail, and in particular we can talk about financing as well.
No, thanks for that. I think that's a lot of insights in there for us to kind of delve on. Let me also turn to another private operator, Mr. Umur. Most of the airports in Uzbekistan are currently being managed by the government, through the Uzbekistan airports. Can you briefly compare the user experience of a publicly managed airport versus an airport that's operated by an experienced international private operator, such as yourself, TAV? And what would be the benefits for the government from transferring the operations of these critical assets from the public operator to that of an experienced private operator?
Thanks, Adrian. First, let me start through congratulating Ms. Jureva and Uzbekistan Airports for this first successful PPP airport project in Uzbekistan. So we hope that the other airports will follow up this successful initiative, and we would be happy to be part of the following, process as TAV Airports Holding. So let me come back to your question. Private airport operator versus public airport operator. Let me take it from on our side. So I'm representing TAV Airports Holding here. So TAV is being the part of the largest airport platform group in the world. So we are operating 26 airports as a group, and we have active operations through different service companies in total of 90 airports. So we have the experience in airport operations. This is the only thing that we do. And we have good relations with more than 300 airlines. So whenever you have this kind of experience, of course, you may have put some efficiency increase in the airports. You can put your operational know-how, which you have received from those 90 airports that you have been involved so far, to solve the problems easier than public entities. We have much more power on marketing activities to attract airlines, cargo, or even transit flights through this network we have created. And we are providing integrated airport solutions through different service companies, which is being owned by own group companies such as duty-free, food and beverage, airport IT, construction, design. So whenever you have a this kind of turnkey solution, at the end of the day, I mean, it's inevitable to see increased passenger satisfaction level and increase in the quality of service level that is being provided in the airport. Let's come back to the government side. So it's mostly same with other sectors. So of course, government is benefiting from PPPs in airport business as well. First of all, they transfer the risk of the financing and risk of operations to a private entity. So private entity is taking the burden on the shoulders of government in terms of money and operational risks. And whenever private entity is involved, it accelerates the project delivery time. It means the construction mainly. So it secures the long-term efficiency through, again, operations and maintenance experience. It's depoliticized the airports from, let me say, decision-making, which is also important to increase the efficiency of the airports. You can transfer the know-how to local employees through trainings, and this will increase the capabilities of the local employees at the end of the day. And it's a kind of allocation of the risk between public and private entity, which at the end of the day, public entity or government organizations benefit more than the private entity, as long as the process is being controlled very well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have the representative from IC Holding? Let's see. Okay, great, thank you. Your company, IC Holdings, has been in operation in several countries, which is, I think, wealth of knowledge and experience in there. So from that perspective, when you look at the country to make investments in, what are the factors that you consider? And as an experienced transport sector developer and also operator, in terms of Uzbekistan, what made you come to Uzbekistan? What attracted you to this place that perhaps also resonate to other private parties that might be willing to interested to come into the country? Sorry about that. Can we get the mic, please?
Is it working? Yes, now working. Yes, as IC Holding, we have been developing transportation projects as PPP investor and PPP partner for the last 18 years in emerging market countries, very similar to Uzbekistan, like in Turkey, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Russia. And now heavily working on the development of many projects in Africa and Middle East as well. So in internationalization, we have been looking the stability and predictability of the country, mainly on economic area, political area, and legal and constitutional areas as well. When we look at Uzbekistan, we see this economic, political, and legal and constitutional stability since some time. When we look at this predictability and stability, of course, Uzbekistan's compatibility with international countries and international communities and international institutions is very crucial. This existence, cooperation of Uzbekistan with IFIs is a good example of their compatibility with international market and institutions. Hence, this IFI's existing contribution in all these development of PPP, structuring of these PPPs for the moment is quite important for us to be in these projects. Another point is the experience of and track record of Uzbekistan for the last 4 or 5 years in similar projects. So Uzbekistan has a great track record in similar projects that shows quite perfect case studies for us to see and observe for future investment opportunities.
Thank you for that insight.
Thank you, Adrian.
All right, let me now turn to the government side of things in terms of their perspective. Mr. Mamreyev. As a practitioner with regional experience, both public and private sector, and in terms of the expectations from an airport PPP, can you share your insights for what is a successful PPP arrangement, between public and private partnership of an airport? That's the first question. And the second question is, what are the key drivers of success for public partners in embarking on PPP, airport PPPs?
Thank you, Adrian. And surely, first of all, I would say congratulate Uzbekistan, not only on this great deal for Uzbek Airlines, but also Uzbek airports, but also for Uzbekistan as a country has been awarded and recognized as a PPP leader, and I think it's well deserved. Going for successful PPP, I think if you would like to look from a government perspective, public side perspective, better saying, is that it's not just fiscal or financial, and this one should not be overlooked. So sometimes, let's put it reverse, one of the biggest threats might be when the public party is over-concentrating on financial indicators and trying to get the best of it. Yes, it is possible, but at the end of the day, you might waste time and you might waste the whole possibility of the deal. And in this regard, I think, well, airport deals are one of the fastest. I mean, performed more or less faster than, for example, hospital deals, and would take less time. But to make it successful, in our view as a YDA group, and we have this experience in managing and also constructing the airport, first, I would say, please don't change legislation too much. That's something that, yes, we got it from Kazakhstan. When it's changed every year, it's really hard to close the deal. You constantly need to look up. Investors, we need to look up for a lot of documents, and that's not really working. And then also, one of the success factors, I believe, for not only just aviation industry, but also the whole transportation industry, is to get your projects, your forecasted numbers, as real as they could be. And this is two-sided. You can make it too low, and, well, it might be easy to investor to come, and they might not believe actually in this, but at the same time, if it's too low, you get small facility, right? So you end up with an airport that cannot expand, or it's costly to expand. On the other hand, when you have big numbers, you believe that you can reach 1 million pax, 5 million pax, whatever you're believing into, and you end up with this being priced by the private party. The whole risk of not reaching these numbers is priced. And that's something to keep in mind if you want some successful project. You want to be as realistic as you are, and try, if you want to, actually close the deal. And the last part, but it's not the least part, and the most, I believe, important part, I think more or less we're blessed in the industry. We have professionals on both sides. But still you need to be always sure that you have, on the government side, you have people who know what they're doing, and the people who are capable to deliver and have the responsibilities and tools needed to deliver. Otherwise, well, good people in wrong place is also not so good as wrong people in the proper place. At the end of the day, you need right people in the right place, and only this way it works. And so at the end, I just would like to wish Uzbek airports many deals, and also, well, I think the whole industry is watching, and we'll be glad to see how it goes, and we'll be glad to participate. Thank you.
No, thanks for that. Let me now turn over to Mr. Yang. I know you just closed a big deal, in the neighboring Turkey. So I want to go more probably in the details of this transaction because your company, as part of the consortium, just completed and operationalized the Çanakkale Bridge in Turkey, which is the longest suspension bridge in the world. Now, can you briefly explain the financing arrangement for this project, and what are your financing strategy for Uzbekistan, to bring all those directions at the same time, the resources?
Thank you, Mr. Torres. I would like to introduce our company, but briefly, let's directly jump in the project. I would like to introduce our projects. I prepare one slide. Can you show us? Okay. Anyway, the project name is Çanakkale Bridge. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. Yes. The project name is Çanakkale Bridges. This bridge is located about 4 hours southwest of Istanbul, and it is the longest suspension bridge in the world. As you can guess, this project is a P3 project, and the total invest cost is 3.2 billion euro. And this 3.2 billion euro is the most biggest amount among infra PPP project in Europe. In the equity part, as you can see on the right side of there, on slide, on the leading of our company, the ENC, there was 3 more companies, SK Ecoplant from Korea, and Limag Insert, and Yapi Merkez from Turkey. We directly invested 800 million euro with the same stake of 25% each. In the debt part, we have successfully arranged 2.3 billion euro funding from 25 banks, including K-Exim Bank, International Bank, and the local commercial bank also. At that time, the biggest challenge for us was at that time we had to find and arrange a reliable international financial institution for 2.3 billion euro in 1 year, just 1 year. Since after implementation contract with the client, they gave us just 1 year to finance close. However, we finally and successfully arranged it with 25 banks. And we have evidence in front of you, and until now, we are very proud of this.
Those numbers look very impressive, including the bridge itself. Congratulations, and hopefully that it runs very well. Let me now turn over to Ms. Jurieva. As I mentioned before earlier, that you just closed the Samarkand airport. What is your future strategy in the field of PPPs, and what other projects are you working on, and what can investors expect? Because I guess we do have quite a few investors in the room here today.
Вы знаете, это очень такой правильный вопрос, потому что я действительно хотела сделать такое сообщение, что мы вдохновлены совершенной сделкой, которая сейчас у нас завершилась по Самарканду, и подготовили еще 2 проекта по этому же методу привлечения партнера, инвестиций на основе PPP-проекта. Мы сделали технико-экономическое обоснование и финансовые модели, прочитали теперь уже заранее, не как это было в Самарканде, сейчас у нас уже есть понимание, на каких условиях и для чего нам нужно привлечь партнера в Бухаре и в Ургенче. Это, вы знаете, то есть наряду с Самаркандом такие же бриллианты и жемчужины в туристическом пути, шелковом пути Узбекистана. Бухара, музей под открытым небом, Хива, музей под открытым небом. Там очень много мест для зиарат-туризма, для различных видов туристических интересов, там и гастро, и фестивали всевозможные, гастрономический, экотуризм, географический туризм. То есть всевозможные виды туризма можно осуществлять в этих регионах. И, конечно, нужны современные аэропорты там и в Бухаре, и в Ургенче. И вот я действительно, сейчас только что говорил предыдущий спикер, что очень важно сделать правильный прогноз перевозок. И мы сделали его, этот прогноз перевозок для каждого аэропорта до 1935 года, основываясь в том числе на темпах роста макроэкономических показателей, которые заложены и сделаны World Bank'ом, на показателях программы туристического направления, да, которые сделаны Министерством по туризму, развитию инфраструктуры туристической, на основе всех точек для зиарат туризма, интересов со всего мира людей, которые тянет сюда, в эти точки. Посмотрели, сколько родственных и всевозможных связей происходит между регионами внутри Узбекистана, то есть внутренний туризм. Но главное это, конечно, то, что сейчас в целом такой тренд в экономике Узбекистана, это прямые инвестиции в капитал различных видов экономики в этих регионах. И мы посмотрели, что и в Бухарской области, и в Хорезмской области вкладываются огромные инвестиции, а это деловая активность, которую тоже необходимо поддержать. Поэтому вот на основе этих показателей мы сделали темпы роста, заложили в модель финансовую и понимаем, какая у нас будет доходная часть, понимаем, какая у нас будет расходная часть. Но главное, мы оценили именно требуемую пропускную способность, которая необходима для аэропортов инфраструктуры на ближайшие 20-30 лет. И поэтапно, как ее нужно будет развивать, мы вот для себя определили и сделали такие, соответственно, модели, посчитали их. Очень хорошие показатели получились и РР, и NPV, и сроки окупаемости проектов. И мы, в принципе, сейчас, как говорится, open eyes, идем в этот тендер, мы хотим объявить по каждому из этих проектов тендеры, и на тендерной основе привлечь инвестора, профессионального оператора в этой сфере, для того, чтобы он своим именем тоже мог привлечь сюда и потоки пассажиров, туристов, и мы могли бы быстрее окупить эти проекты. Конечно, безусловно, там есть и те задачи, которые должен решать государственный партнер в части аэродромного комплекса. Тоже все надо будет обновлять, и мы себе там поставили определенные задачи в этой сфере. Поэтому, в общем, эти проекты полностью описаны и определены, и сейчас согласование Минфина, Минэкономики, Минтранса, агентства по ГЧП, мы, соответственно, выйдем на эти конкурсы, на эти тендеры. Будем привлекать частных инвесторов. И я хотела, кстати, вот на предыдущий вопрос ваш, когда отвечала, забыла поблагодарить. В рамках нашей работы по проекту ГЧП нам помогал PricewaterhouseCoopers и White & Case, как компании, которые нас сопровождали и давали нам мировую практику, как правильно поступить в соглашении, как правильно заключить соглашение, как правильно, какие цифры, какие вообще в мире существуют. Поэтому я очень благодарна этим компаниям, что они нам помогли. И я надеюсь на то, что мы и дальше вот эти проекты будем вести, в том числе с помощью таких мировых компаний, которые имеют опыт работы и привлечения инвестиций на таких видах бизнеса, инфраструктурных проектов, как аэропорты. Спасибо большое.
Great. Thanks for that. Cornelia just told us that we only have 10 more minutes or less than that. So let's do a quick round of one more set of questions. So let's go to Mr. Tolles. As we saw from the previous discussion from Mr. Yang, a lot of these projects require a lot of financing, right? Significant amount. Therefore, it will be, of course, crucial for these commercial lenders and also equity investors for them to come in to have really, bankable, solid bankable projects. In terms of your experience, what are the, when things get introduced, for example, and sometimes, of course, delays the process, what are the lessons that, tend to kind of like we need to address? In terms of if you're going to give advice to the government on this, when you make this kind of changes that affects the whole process for PPPs?
Well, I think here we're talking particularly about airports, and I think this is a very particular sector. It is different to most of the other PPP sectors because airports are subject to the real economy. So soft PPPs generally are effectively a contract for the government to buy something. You know what that's going to be. The airport sector is different. It's a real organic business. And therefore trying to overly contract what you're going to do for the next 30 years, in my view, is a mistake. There needs to be an appropriate level of flexibility. The reason why I say it's a mistake is actually I'm now advising on a lot of restructuring of airport concessions because they were not really flexible to the changes that were going to happen in the future in the aviation world. So I think recognizing the things that are different in airports is very important. Providing sufficient flexibility in the structure is super important. And I think the government being realistic about what actually makes an airport project financeable or not is very important. I was the lead advisor to the successful consortium on the Queen Alia project, which was done a long time ago in Jordan. Again, the first PPP project done in Jordan. Now I think really quite a big success story. The initial draft of the agreement that was put out, the commercial terms that were put out were just unrealistic. They were not at market. I don't blame the advisors in any way for that. We had to go through a whole iteration where all the advisors, all the lenders, all the sponsors had to persuade the government that on both sides of the deal, everybody had to go and persuade the government that these terms need to be adjusted in this broad way. It wasn't an anti-competitive thing, it was just to make it bankable. And all credit to the government, they listened, they changed it, and then that deal was unbelievably quick and effectively done because the government listened to their advisors and the market as to what actually was required. And I think that was a great success. So, I think understanding that airports are different, understanding there needs to be flexibility, these things are absolutely critical to success in airport transactions.
Thanks for that. And I will request the other panelists to be concise and succinct with their question. Let me go with Mr. Omar. To ensure the market interest in the Uzbek airport market here, in terms of project structuring considerations, what would be the minimum expectation of experienced investors to consider Uzbek airport PPPs as an attractive investment option for them?
Yeah, airport PPPs requires long-term commitment and also financing. That's why government support from day one to the end of the project is very important. So government institutions should work very well and never stop supporting the investor in the process. Transparency and fair competition is one of the most important items as the other PPP projects have. That's why we always prefer to have advisory roles of either IFIs or international advisory firms, just to make sure that everything is on track and every item is being followed through international standards. And responsibilities of the private investor and public entity should be clearly stated in, let's say, tender documentation. So there shouldn't be any gray area in the future. Everything should be written in the tender documentation. And all the cost and revenue items should be clearly allocated to both parties so that everyone should know how to bid for the tender. And we believe that in some of the countries, it might be the same case for Uzbekistan, government should give a kind of guarantee for national carrier. And this is the case in Uzbekistan as well. So, in the future, if the private investor may face a problem with national carrier, which is being owned by the government, then government should be having a fair approach to both parties. So it gives a kind of relief to the private investor when bidding. As my colleague stated, legislative framework is very important. So there should be a guarantee of not changing the legislative framework in the middle of, let's say, PPP project. And to have the optimal structure, we always encourage public entities or governments to have continuous discussions, not only with the IFIs or advisors, but also potential investors. Potential investors should also listen so that an optimal structure can be found at the end of the process.
Great, thanks. Look, we only have 2.5 minutes. I will close this session, but I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned here from all of you, from both the private sector and the public sector. To have a sustainable PPP in the transport sector, I think what I heard today is that there need to be some coherent policies, coherent frameworks. That's what we're getting from the private sector. We need to have projects, pipeline of projects, because it gives them it attracts them to come back and really make a commitment to this country. And that the financing, there needs to be some form of flexibility so that then, all some of these contracts can be considered. And, I think at the end, these are long-dated transactions. A lot of things could happen, and therefore I think getting them prepared properly is quite important. Getting the public sector and the private sector to work together and sit down together to iron out a lot of these issues is critical from the very, very start. We talk about value for money. We talk about sustainability. Fiscal sustainability is also critical moving forward. And I think, in the end, to have a market that is sustainable, dynamic, both parties, both the public sector and the private sector need to work together and to have this dynamic environment moving forward. Look, I have 1 minute. I'm not going to ask any more questions because I can see Cornelia behind me. So thank you very much. I think very insightful views, and look forward to sort of working with all of you and see you more here in Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Give them a big hand. This was a fantastic panel. Thank you so much, Adrian. Thank you to all the panelists. And you know what I loved about this panel is it took us beyond the borders of just one country. It talked about the east-west connectivity of Uzbekistan, the Silk Road, the new Silk Road, the north-south, the connectivity to India. So I think in that sense it was terrific, and thank you, and I feel very inspired. And now we will go for the next session. And the next session is really important because all that don't leave, stay. The next session is, are you in the session? The next session is, without the next session, nothing will happen. It's about financing. And if you don't finance the projects are not going to happen. So therefore, the very competent Mr. Sayeduddin and his panel will investigate innovative financing solutions for PPPs and what it takes to create diverse sources of funding, of financing. May I ask the following gentlemen to join me here. Mr. Nordibek Sobirov, who is the Deputy Head of the Treasury Department at the Ministry of Finance at the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Peter Marrow, who is very competent and who is the Advisor Client Solutions Unit Central and West Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Jason Zhengrong Lu, who heads up Global Infrastructure Facility at the World Bank Group. I know it's very interesting. If you want to have conversations, take them outside, please, because we need to start. Mr. Laurent Torrens, from CEO Axelium, Mr. Sheshnak Rat, who is partner at Synergy Consultants, and Mr. Alexander Jet, investment specialist for guarantees at the private sector operations of the ADB. So could you please, gentlemen, all take your seats? And I have forgotten, I think I have forgotten one. No, have I? Yes. Yeah, Mr. Mohammed Al-Sayed, who is from the IDB, yes, from the IDB, from the sister organization. So I didn't have you on my list, so I'm very glad that I have you here. So, Sayed, take it away. Gentlemen, please, we need to start this session because otherwise we won't wrap up and we'll have unhappy ministers because they have to wait.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Saeed, and this session is about innovative financing. So today we've heard in the morning the Deputy Prime Minister talk about the wonderful reform activities that the country is doing and how PPP fits into this broader reform. We know the ambitions and targets of the country. There's a need to invest in infrastructure in order to meet the public service needs. We're looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 targets, and according to a report by the IMF, we're looking at about $6 billion of investment every year going forward in order to meet these targets. In the remaining sessions today, we heard about, from different sectors, about the challenges, the opportunities, and the need for investment. in this session, what we're looking at is how do we realize the government's reform plans in terms of these sectors and actually bring in the financing required. So for that reason, I've got an esteemed panel member here from the public sector and the private sector in terms of discussing that. And I would like to first start off with a question to our government colleagues in order to put the frame in place. So I would like to start with the first question to Mr. Nodirbek. My question to you is that we've heard about the need for the $6 billion of additional financing every year. In the context of Uzbekistan, of a GDP about $55 billion, it seems to be quite a large number. So from the Ministry of Finance, what steps are you taking, what measures are you taking in order to access this additional financing? First question. And second question is, how do you see these measures supporting the financing of PPP projects?
Thank you, Said, for your question. To answer your question, I think we can already kind of list certain channels that we already established, including like Eurobonds that government of Uzbekistan already issued, and also different IFI loans that's kind of planned for the next few years. Additionally, we have a kind of different steps we are taking in terms of privatization and also creating new solutions for the investors that can provide additional financing and including the PPP. For the next question in terms of PPP, creating the kind of enough environment for the investors and protecting their interests in Uzbekistan. We have taken like certain legal reforms, including capital markets law that we are working on, and also to be able to manage their risks in Uzbekistan in terms of their investment exposures. We are also working with the derivatives legal reform, so investors have enough tools they can invest and also properly manage their risks in Uzbekistan. So.
One of the key risks that we have is obviously, in terms of investors, is foreign currency risk,
Exactly.
local currency risk. Now, I do understand the government has been looking into this area. Perhaps you can give us a bit more detail about what measures are actually looking at and what can we expect?
Yeah, definitely. As maybe you already know, recently we did a swap operations with EBRD. That's the first derivatives transaction with the international counterparties. Previously, we have kind of internal local swap transactions or derivative transactions in Uzbekistan, but to be able to kind of sell our internal risks abroad and for the interested parties, of course, for the right price and for the right terms. We did this pilot transaction. At the same time, we are working on this derivatives legal reform, where basically ISTA agreement. Probably most of you already know that enforceability of ISTA and closeout netting. So this kind of important legal basis will create kind of comfort to investors, and hopefully all SOBs, SOEs, and all the other private investors, they can take kind of active role in terms of risk management specifically with the international counterparties, which are already kind of sitting here. It's very, very good to have them here. So.
Thank you for that. I'll come to Peter next in terms of my thoughts here. So we've heard about the local currency issues and risks. We've also heard about the very large pipeline of PPP projects that's been put together. I mean, we've heard numbers of $10 billion of deals already done. We're looking at a target of another $14 billion to be put forward. These are very large numbers. So you have experience in working in other markets in terms of creating more financial solutions. So perhaps you can suggest to us, I mean, what can we do in Uzbekistan in order to try and tap into this innovative financing to meet some of our requirements?
Thank you very much, Syed. Yes, I think this is a very timely question because we are actually in advanced discussions with Ministry of Finance as well as with the World Bank to establish a new local financial intermediary. And the company is tentatively called the Infrastructure Finance Development Company of Uzbekistan. We have reached initial understanding on the concept. We're working on the business plan. And the idea is really to attract this issue of long-term financing, especially in local currency. And this has been an ongoing problem in many markets, not just in Uzbekistan. We've seen this in other markets as well. So the idea is really establishing a new company that will be able to raise funding on long-term basis. In the initial phase, we expect that the company will receive sovereign funding from the government to basically kickstart the process. But once the company is established, it might be able to attract international long-term financing and ultimately go to the capital markets by issuing bonds in the market. And by doing so, it is really developing a new type of concept in the market. It is also creating capacity on the ground. Because when we look here in this forum, all of the international investors are present, the international banks, the IFIs, but where are the local banks? Where are the local financial institutions? They are so far being kind of excluded from this market. So this company will also have a role in promoting infrastructure finance in Uzbekistan. And it will be doing so by training the bankers, by also inviting them to join some of the transactions that the company will finance, and therefore play some sort of a catalytic role in developing local capacity on the ground. And we have seen this type of institutions being very successfully implemented and supported by ADB and other IFIs in countries like India, Bangladesh, Indonesia. There are examples from South America, from Africa. And we believe this is something that could be of high interest to other investors as well. We are in the process of starting rounds of discussions with investors. We are looking at the initial capital investment of about $200 million. And in two phases, the 200 million will be increased to 300. And let's say in 5 to 7 years, we think that we will be able to catalyze up to $5.3 billion. So more than 18 times the capital of the company to be invested. So it could have a very significant impact on the market here in Uzbekistan and become really a local vehicle for infrastructure investments in the country. Thank you very much.
Just want to pick on two things. One, the numbers you're putting forward are quite remarkable in terms of the potential catalytic growth that this entity could have. And you also mentioned that you believe the investors will be interested. I just want to unpack that a bit. I mean, why would the investors actually be invested? What is it that we can offer compared to the other options that they have?
Well, I think there are a number of reasons. One, it really enables the investors to buy into the Uzbek growth story. It enables the investors to buy into a portfolio of infrastructure projects because the company will basically be able to target all of the priority sectors that the country has. So it will not just be water or transport or power. It will have a portfolio of, I would think, 10 to 20 investments at least across all the sectors. So it will be really able to leverage the capital and also to diversify the portfolio in that respect. We are also making sure that the company is established on international best practice. The company will be regulated by the central bank. We will make sure the board composition will reflect what is the norm in the international markets. The management will most likely be a team of foreigners, of expats, and local talent, over time, hopefully more local talent. And ADB and the World Bank are willing to support this company with technical assistance in the first few years. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'd like to come to Jason next. So Jason, you're heading what I can see itself a very innovative sort of financing package, I would say, that has been put together by a number of donors and headed under sort of World Bank Group, supported by many IFIs. I was looking at some of the statistics, and it looks quite remarkable. I mean, what I read is that your entity has been supporting PPP transactions in emerging markets, 58 countries, 126 engagements, and you've mobilized nearly $7 billion of financing from the private sector. These are remarkable figures, I would say. So can you please share with us a bit in terms of how have you been mobilizing this finance, and actually what support and innovative partnership can you do for Uzbekistan?
Thank you very much, Said. It's a great opportunity to be here with you. Maybe a little bit about the Global Infrastructure Facility itself. It's a G20 initiative, started in 2014. We're very lucky to have our donor support give us $160 million dedicated to project preparations. The overarching mandate is to mobilize private sector investment. But when we talk about private sector mobilizations, the key bottleneck we all know is lack of bankable projects, pipelines. So this dedicated project preparation funds really play a very critical role to help unlock the private sector investment. The business model is really built on the partnership. The two important partnerships, in addition to the donor support, one is the MDB partnership, Multilateral Development Bank. So we work with 10 multilateral development banks, providing equal access of funding to them to support the government to prepare bankable projects, to bring more projects to the market. The other part of that is the strong network with the private sector. We have an advisory council with 50 members, mostly the major international insurance companies, pension funds, and commercial banks. They collectively have close to $15 billion assets, $15 trillion assets under their management. So if I look at the innovations, what the country would need, or from our side, moving to the next phase, two things I would like to highlight. One is a programmatic approach. The other one is to try to bring our advisory council to the countries. Programmatic approach will be very important. At the first phase, we all try to focus on to bring the first kind of the project to the market, to establish the credibility, the precedent, and the confidence for the private sector. Moving to the next phase, it's very important to look at how to scale up and how to have a better quality. Peter talked about the investment platform, the portfolio approach. In the end, the investor will look at through the quality of these portfolio projects. And throughout that process, I think it's very critical to start to look at a programmatic approach, to have a standardized process and a standardized documentations. So the credit profile will be much easier for the investor to understand, for them to dive into these opportunities. The other approach we try to take is we call country mobilization platform. Essentially what we're trying to do, I mentioned that we have the advisory councils, the advisory partners. We try to bring them to the country settings. Right now, our MDB partners will do the market soundings, transaction by transactions. The approach we try to take is a little bit more structured dialogue platforms to have the investors talk to the government, talk to our MDB technical partners, to understand what are the concerns of the investors, sector by sectors, rather than transaction by transactions. So the MDB will provide a more targeted technical assistance to the government, and also start to address the issues that the private sector pointed out to the government, both on the upstream and the middle stream and the downstream. On the downstream, we'll work with Peter, for example, looking at innovative ways to design some of the financing vehicles, financing platforms, and also risk-sharing facilities. We'll provide a kind of real-time feedback as we design these financing platforms to address the issues. The first phase, when we look at a project by project in the project development phase, the focus of that is a lot of times focused on the developers, the equities. As we move to the next phase, looking at how to scale up, the debt financing will provide an even more important role going forward. So the advisory council that we have, the advisory partner, will play a much critical role here. So we'll be happy to continue to play kind of the connecting tissues, the leveraging the collaboration platform that we have to bring the private sector to the countries, to involve in the country dialogue directly with the government and MDBs. Thank you.
Thank you for what was a very comprehensive sort of response. I'm going to move to my next guest, Mr. Mohammed Al Saeed. The Islamic finance market, from what I've seen, is actually one of the fastest growing markets at the moment. The statistics I read was that currently the size of the market is about $2.2 trillion. I see this as a vast potential that's untapped for use in different infrastructure projects and PPPs. I'd like you to sort of share with me in terms of what are the sort of advantages of Islamic finance in terms of application for PPPs, and how can we in our PPP program tap into such a huge, vast volume of financing?
Indeed, thank you, Sayed, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for hosting us. I think you're right, and even the numbers is now reaching near $3 trillion, different estimates. There are abundant of Islamic financing available, and yes, it is there in the market. And I think I got a number of questions about how does it fit in a PPP structure, because most likely you're financing with so many others. And the answer is very simple. We're doing it day in, day out, and it's always there's an Islamic tranche that right now became so standard that it is, all the legal advisors are aware of it, and it's a very standard procedure, and we can accommodate Islamic financing that has no conflict with the rest of the financing structure. Why people do that? I think it's an intrinsic value of the Islamic financing itself. When you look at the Islamic financing, it's built on the foundation of social responsibility financing, which means there is always an underlying asset in the financing. So there is no financing of money for money. It is always the financing of an operational asset that is always working. And it's in the benefit of the society, so it's to create profit and to provide services. That goes for financing the asset and the services required for it. So whether it's being an equipment or the maintenance of it or being in a hospital or whatever it takes for the actual operation and beneficial assets of it. The second principle, it is the fact that it is not interest-based and it is not time variant. And I think many of our sponsors who benefited, they appreciated that, especially during the COVID, because there was a number of defaulted the project due to the unprecedented, event that we went through. And under the Islamic financing, we restructured those because they are not time variant, so there was no interest charge for the time and the delay in that. And I think, again, that's one of the intrinsic values of the Islamic financing. It wasn't really something extra that we've done. It is just the structure of it. And history, have shown that even in previous, financial crises of 2008 and 9, when you finance assets, those are resilient, financing that stands there. So the financing is there. The structure is now very common. It is well known in the market. It has no conflict with the conventional financing. They can fit easily in all the project and all mega infrastructure project and social projects. We have done financing of social projects like hospitals in Turkey, Konya Hospital, Minisa Hospital, and they've been a great success. And the greatest thing, and it comes, I'm a guy who worked in a sovereign for the longest time of my life, sovereign lending, and I'm switching nowadays in PPP. And I can tell you as a sovereign, we always, as a development institution, what we care about sustainability. And I can see proof that PPP is the way to go for sustainability. And sovereign, for multiple reasons, the operation, the maintenance, due to many reasons, sometimes they come, sometimes they don't come. And we see sovereign projects, they might not last as long. Unlike PPP, till the last day of the life of the project, 20, 25 years, you see it operating, benefiting people, and you get really the best out of it. So by all means, from a development point of view, PPP is the way to go. And from an Islamic point of financing, it is absolutely fit for us to finance the structure, assets, and the services required for them.
So I can see that you've had successful case studies in Turkey, you mentioned, and other countries. My question is, how do we bring this to Uzbekistan? What can Islamic Development Bank to make this real, make this practical, and actually get the sponsors to start reaching out to the ISDB and other solutions? So practically, what can be done and how can government help?
Sure. We are actively in contact with many of the sponsors. We are monitoring all the projects. And of course, we have a number of ongoing projects in other parts of the world. I mean, IDB, we have 57 member countries, so we work with many of the sponsors. We have readily an envelope of $300 million to be provided. I've talked to many of the sponsors, and I just asked them that, when it comes to pricing, and we are competitive financing, I asked them not just to look for the pricing of the finance, always look at the total package, the fact that we don't have a lot of the fees that comes with the conventional financing, the fact that you don't have time variance. And again, those who went through hardship during COVID, they got to appreciate these aspects. So again, we are available, we are in touch, we are in presence, and again, we appreciate all the efforts by the government of Uzbekistan. We already have a $2.5 billion portfolio in Uzbekistan, so we're not stranger to Uzbekistan. and we're ready to support the most competitive terms, again, with the ultimate target of seeing this wonderful development happening in Uzbekistan.
Thank you for that. I'd like to move to Alex now. So, Alex, in a way, I see the area that you work in as being one of the sort of pioneers of innovative financing or innovation in financing in terms of reaching out and getting PPP transactions closed. You obviously work in the sort of guarantees element of it. Can you please share with us a bit more about, you've been working with the government of Uzbekistan for some time. A lot of the initial batch of energy projects have been supported by yourselves. So can you please share with us, when you do any lending, so how do you really support the financing of transactions?
So, thank you very much, Syed. You support the financing of transactions by lowering the risk, not just by giving money. So, there's money out there, lots of money out there, but it will only be attracted to projects that have proper risk allocation. So, of course, you know, the services that are provided by project preparation facilities, by transaction advisors, those help to lower the risk. But sometimes also investors may need a guarantee. And what we have done in the projects in Uzbekistan is rather than guaranteeing the lenders directly, we have backstopped the payments of the state-owned off-taker, National Electric Grid of Uzbekistan. And so we are actually enhancing government credit. And what does that do? That increases the bankability of the project. So when lenders go to lend, they are backed by a AAA ADB guarantee. We guarantee the invoice payments for about 6 months. And this lowers the cost of capital. Now, if the cost of capital is lowered, this also means that they can bid in a more aggressive fashion. So this benefits government as well because it can result in lower tariffs. And I think for Sharabat and for some other deals, we've had successes along those lines.
So I hear the word guarantees, and I think about the morning session with the IMF was here, and they talked about guarantees and government liabilities and contingent liabilities. So obviously, as the country matures, as the market matures, we would like to move to a situation where we no longer need to rely on guarantees. So any advice for us in terms of looking forward? I mean, how do we move away from a situation where we are now, where we're actually reaching out to support from IFIs for guarantee or partial risk guarantees, to a situation where actually we can do these without using government guarantees?
I think it's a very good question. I think the short answer, which I'll give you, is that once the market has faith and has a proven track record, then, of course, the need for risk mitigation is less. Obviously, there are sort of guarantees that cover the entire debt. The kind of guarantees we've been applying here have actually only cover about 10% of project cost, but they have a lot of leveraging effect. So whatever sort of support you use or guarantees you use, you want them to leverage. And that's an important word, an important concept. So I think once you know, the off-takers and government contracting agencies in Uzbekistan, whether they are in water, whether they are municipal, or whether they are in energy, have a track record of meeting payments on time. The investors have closed many PPPs. Then they start to not need this as much. And actually, from our developmental perspective, that's a good thing. So ADB is supportive of that.
Thank you. I would like to now move to Shashank. So Synergy has been supporting government or supporting PPP transactions both on bid side and also for government. So you've actually been at the sort of cutting edge in terms of really seeing the transactions and trying to get these over the line in terms of post-contract award and reaching financial close. So you've seen the challenges and you have obviously been advising on the solutions to these challenges. So perhaps you can share with us some of the key challenges that you have seen in your experience and the type of solutions that you're bringing across.
Sure. Thanks, Syed. And I think some of them were already covered by the gentleman before me. So the challenges here, or the way the financing is happening here, is nothing unusual for a country which is starting on its PPP journey. So it all starts with the IFIs and the multilaterals and the ECAs, and gradually commercial banks come in. So the first challenge or limitation or opportunity, whichever way you look at it, is for other financing institutions to come in. And it will become important also because we saw the pipeline today where 4 billion in the last few years is going to become 14 billion in the next few years. So for that, we will need a lot of other liquidity to come into the market. So that is something which has to come in. One important element, and I think Peter talked about it, and even Mr. Norbidev, sorry, I got your name wrong, you spoke about it, is the hedging aspect over there, which is something we've had in a couple of transactions because the hedging is better provided by a lot of commercial banks, and that element, when they come into the project, they definitely have a bigger role to play on the hedging side, and there is more liquidity, more ability to provide hedges. So that's something which has to, again, develop over time, and it will happen. You mentioned the ADB role in that, and I think Alexander also talked about it. So that's also going to evolve over time. So that is a second part over there. The third element will be, right now we've seen a lot of projects on the energy side. So those concessions are a little more settled, I would say, because even globally there's a lot more that happens on the energy side. Whereas as we look at new sectors and new developers coming in, there would be time needed to prepare the projects and then have concessions with the risk allocation and the overall project structure that is acceptable to not just the government and the private sector, but also the lenders. So I think that would be another important element that the first few projects, and it's great to have the IFIs who are all looking at the schools and the hospital projects. So I think once that is established, the first few projects are always the learning curve in the sense of getting the whole risk allocation in place. But once that comes in, then that definitely helps. The last element will be the local lenders, because that is not just about the pool of liquidity, but that's a problem we've had in a couple of occasions about the different roles in the non-recourse lending, the agent bank role or the account bank role or the security agent. So some of that is best handled by the local banks because of their presence, and it also helps them kind of get up to speed on the overall non-recourse lending perspective. So I think that's something which will again hopefully come up in the next few years as more projects come on ground, and we will definitely be happy to be part of the whole journey as we are. So, thank you.
Well, let's just follow up on one perspective. I mean, you mentioned about the energy deals. So we went from a standing start effectively a few years ago, and suddenly we have this massive portfolio that's coming to the market, and they're coming to the market around the same time in terms of the deals are coming very quickly one after another. So I just wonder in terms of how has the market reacted to such a large volume of transactions coming? Is there any sort of advice for government in terms of a more structured approach? Or is energy, the way we're structuring is the market is sufficiently big enough to actually absorb such a huge requirement in terms of financing?
I think it is going to be an interesting challenge because projects will get done. I think, as I said, this is not unusual. All countries start with a few projects and then have a much bigger portfolio that gets implemented. There is interest and appetite, and I think we have enough people in the room today, all day, and even now at the end of the session, listening to the whole discussion. So there will be enough money, and there is enough money globally, which is looking to getting deployed in places where the risk allocation is acceptable, the regulatory framework is in place. So I think some of those stepping stones have to be done right in all these sectors, and it definitely helps to have a few transactions under the belt where at least the broad framework of the projects are in place. So when all of that is in place, I'm pretty sure that, and there is international developer interest, so global developers will also bring in global financing with them over time. And I think it's, again, like I said, will happen gradually. And it does help to be able to stagger the projects, but if the country needs projects to be done in a particular timeline, I think the financing may become a little expensive. That's the only downside, if I may use the word, of trying to do projects quickly, but they will happen. And ultimately, the support from the guarantee side will be helpful for some of these projects to get done if there is more investment requirements than what the government by itself can support. So I think that will be important to be in place as well.
Thank you for that. I'd like to ask you, Oren, that you've now heard from the fellow panelists, and we've seen some of the innovative ideas that's coming forward. We talked about the IFDC, we had a GIF, Islamic finance, PRGs, and what's there. You have worked and seen across Europe many different transactions. So it's a broad question to you. I mean, what are we missing? What else can we do in order to attract financing or make it easy for us to access it?
Thank you so much, Syed. First, I would like to thank Minister of Finance, the PPD Development Agency, and also the Asian Development Bank to invite me to this great event. All the day we have heard that there are promising PPP projects in this country. On the other hand, during this session, we know that we have plenty of innovative financing means, products, which are on the market. According to my 25 years experience in this market as transaction advisor, here in Uzbekistan, as any other place in the world, I think that we can say that there is no lack of financing for good project. Good project means project which has been well prepared, well structured from the beginning. Of course, we have other solutions for the financing. I would like to include the carbon credit financing mechanism, which has to be probably more investigated in order to be developed. Therefore, for me, the main challenge today for the government is how to implement this PPP project properly and quickly. So to address specifically to your question, there is the success of any transaction for the government requires a balance between three main objectives. Objective number one, the PPP project should be consistent with the national development policy at the highest level of the leadership. That means that they should have the prioritization on the PPP that will be implemented, put to the market, and also which will accelerate sustainable economic and social development in Uzbekistan and are consistent with the priorities and the guidelines of the government sectorial reform. We cannot take a PPP transaction in isolation. It has to come with all the reform to have been taken. And I will come back after to this. Number two, objective. The PPP projects must fly. For the private sector, it means that the PPP project should be bankable, but provide a fair return investment. The methodology are well known worldwide to assess the financial return for the investor with the calculation of the WACC, of the equity and project IRR. And for the lenders, the financial equilibrium with the annual debt service cover ratio, the loan law. This is known. The notion of the fair return has been experienced worldwide, and the PPP contract systematically should include tariff and financial regulatory tools and model. It will allow the flexibility which has been mentioned previously for long-term investment. We cannot fix today what will happen in 30 years. So we have tools. These tools are well known worldwide, and each contract should have these tools appropriately adapted. Now, we know that we need, and the objective of this PPP is to maximize the private sector participation. What it means? It means that we are going to try to have the maximum of equity and debt. In emerging countries, we have the tenor of the debt, which is limited. And usually, it doesn't match with the duration of the assets to be financed. So usually what we have a co-financing with public financing and private financing. And this will be explored in Uzbekistan much more when we are going to go in railway, in airports, in other than IPP. And this will be the challenge. So let's be a little innovative. I am always surprised that with IFIs, we only have the private sector, which is providing private debt to the SPV, but not the APC plus finance. Why not develop and be imaginative like China Development Bank, China Exim Bank also provide both the private and the public to structure? I do believe that it will ease the development and the process. For the public sector, the PPP should be economically, socially, and budgetarily sustainable. The methodology exists. I will not come back to the value for money assessment. I was very interested this morning by the first session with His Excellency Deputy Minister, Mr. Isakov, and the IFIs and IMF. Of course, fiscal risk has to be addressed properly. Of course, the government of financial resources has to be done. But I have one question for IMF and for the IFIs. Why all the time when there is a private financing from the private sector, most of the time there is a sovereign guarantee which is requested? And when we talk with the IMF, they consolidated the total of the debt. So there is also some question to be addressed, in my point of view, on this. Why not be imaginative to develop sub-sovereign financing, like Agence Française de Développement is supporting in many other places of the world? Why not also not asking this sovereign guarantee, but go to arbitration in the case of a breach of the contract by the government? This is something which has to be addressed and which has been addressed with Excelsior in other parts of the world. And it is the discussion internal on this project. Objective number 3 to finalize. And for me, it is the more important here in Uzbekistan. For the government, the success of any transaction will require a full involvement of the final user. The delivery of public service is not free. Someone has to pay, either the taxpayer, either the final user. And the user pay principle should be systematically sought in the structuring of the PPP within the course of the limit of the capacity of the final user to be paid the service. The difference between this level of participation and the total cost of the delivery of the service is the public financial contribution. So this has to be addressed properly. It has consequence in terms of politics, it has in terms of social. And the development of all the different of this great PPP project will be addressed properly.
Taking notes, and we will look into this in terms of sort of the reforms that we're looking at forward. I've been given some notes by the organizer, remind me of the time commitment. So I would like to maybe very briefly go through some sort of quick flash questions. Peter, I would like to ask you actually this question. I mean, you've done something similar you mentioned Bangladesh, India, Indonesia. Why pick Uzbekistan? I mean, why are you confident that something like this would actually work in Uzbekistan?
I think the main factor for doing it here is really a strong pipeline. I mean, without projects, this company will not be able to operate. When we started in Bangladesh, we thought we had a strong pipeline, but it took 5 years to actually close 3 deals for this company. I hope we not have the same situation. Now, actually, I'm certain we're not going to have the same situation in Uzbekistan. I think here is really more a matter of too many projects wanting to get financing. So by establishing a local player in the market, I think we can complement the funding that is being provided by international investors. And I'm certain that this company will be successful. Thank you.
I would like to pick on a similar theme for Jason. So I heard in conversation the margins that Uzbekistan has very quickly become one of your largest beneficiaries of your program. So it's a similar type of question to you. I mean, again, why Uzbekistan? I mean, Peter's mentioned the pipeline. I'm sure other countries have the pipeline. But what distinguishes what you've seen in Uzbekistan compared to other markets?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Said. I would echo with Peter on the pipeline side as a critical factor. In addition to that, I think the macro political economic stability here, the political commitment from the government, creating a enabling environment that give the investor confidence, that also attract a huge amount of interest from private sector. So to create a good basis and a foundations for us to work on that. And also specifically when linked to our business model, as I said, it's a collaboration platform that we have. Working with all the MDBs, this is the only country we actually have 4 MDBs we're actively supporting, from the Asia Development Bank to EBRD to IFC and World Bank. This is the only place actually we have so many partners working together. And also, of course, the private sector angle that with advisory partners, we try to bring in here. So we do see huge potential here. So want to leverage the platform that we have created to add value here. Yeah.
Nozibek, perhaps a sort of final question to you before I wrap up. So what we've heard is basically why they've chosen Uzbekistan in terms of the PPP pipeline. We know your challenges in terms of the 6 billion extra you need, and out of that, you're looking at 15 billion, 14 billion from the PPP program. What I am seeing is success will generate more success. So what we might see is more and more PPPs coming up in terms of that. So how do you reconcile that type of sort of movement against the concern that IMF have shown in terms of liabilities and contingent liabilities taken forward. So any observations or any comments on that comment?
So, yeah, you're right. It's challenging to kind of attract that sum of money for long term. But the level of kind of confidence, commitment by the government, and also support from the IFIs and DFIs, and also kind of creating this good investment environment for the investors, direct investors to Uzbekistan. I think this will, in a few years, will bring create multiplier effect, and hopefully this will kind of give its right outcomes and generating that much amount of kind of funding will be plausible.
So thank you very much for everyone. Perhaps I can summarize in sort of 60 seconds by saying this. In terms of the PPP market in Uzbekistan, what we can see is there is a real pipeline out there. It is substantive and it's across multiple sectors. We can see that we have very, very strong support from the IFIs. We can see that innovations in other markets are being brought into Uzbekistan in order to generate the sort of financing required. We know there is huge potential of financing out there. There's untapped market, trillions in the Islamic financing case that is out there. I think what we need is experienced experts in order to take the transactions and the financing that is out there and actually create that marriage for that to happen. So I'm certainly very optimistic in terms of the PPP program in Uzbekistan. I'm certainly confident that with the support of everyone here and others, that $14 billion of pipeline is going to be easily met. With that, thank you everyone for joining us, and let's look forward to the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and you're a star, because you end bang on time. You're absolutely a star. So thank you for a very inspiring panel about the thing that makes the world go round, money, to get our wonderful projects here financed. Now we're coming to the end of the day. I will be joined by Mr. Timur Ishmetov, His Excellency, the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Takio Koike, Director of the Office of Public-Private Partnerships at the ADB, Ms. Cassandra Colbert, Regional Manager for Central Asia of the IFC, and Ms. Shoshana Hargitai, Managing Director, Central Asia of the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. So might I ask these esteemed panelists to join me? I will first give a short wrap-up. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Well, just... I hear His Excellency Minister Ishmetov is on his way. We will probably, the boss will tell me when I can start with the summary. Should I start now, sir? 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. So we have 5 minutes of... No, then people leave and they don't come back. But maybe I can use these 5 minutes to ask the two ladies who are already sitting here, what has your impression been of the day, Shana?
Well, to summarize it, I mean, you have just told me that we were on YouTube. So if the session actually is recorded, I would suggest that it's put up as a training session on LinkedIn, because there has been quite fresh, concentrated knowledge that I would like to send the link to many of our clients in Central Asia and beyond. So it's fresh new knowledge, and the rest I will share with you, because there are quite a few takeaways for me.
Yeah, exactly. And Cassandra, what is your impression? I've seen you the whole day here. It was great. We were in the picture together. That was fantastic. Tell me, what has been your impression of the day?
Thank you, Cornelia. To be honest, a lot of the things that I've heard today are not new to me. But it's refreshing to hear them in the context of Uzbekistan, because this is a country that has a short track record in PPP, but what they lack in time, they make up for it in quantity. Boy, have they been really fast in rolling out those PPPs. So for me, it's just the culmination of all the work that we have been putting together with other colleagues from the DFI community. We're quite very pleased with the results.
Hello, yeah. As His Excellency hasn't arrived yet, maybe, Takeo, you are here, excellent. Quick-san, can you tell me what is sort of, you've been intimately involved in the preparation. We've been in many video calls together. It was so nice to finally meet you in person. So do tell me, what is this whole run-up to the conference? How have you felt during the preparation? How have you felt for the conference? What did it mean to you?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to, thank you, all of you who actually joined here today. And then, to be honest, I mean, we didn't really expect this, large amount of audience today. And then we are very pleased to see this kind of, a lively discussion happening here and then observed by a lot of people. So, I mean, preparation work has been quite hectic. The, big team has been working for many days and then including, much of the details. And then even until the last night, close to midnight, people are still trying to fix, some of the small problems. So far, I'm very glad to see, everything went smooth, and then also the results seems to be quite positive today. Thank you.
Yes, so now that our main guest has arrived, welcome, Your Excellency. I will give a very brief...
I'm not late, right? You started early.
No. Yes, we started earlier. Ministry is never late. We are just early. And I've been taught by a good friend of mine in a development bank, in the Islamic Development Bank, Cornelia, you must never interrupt the minister. Which is why I have scary glasses to look at ministers when they need to stop talking. So we will start with a very short summary of what happened today for your benefit, Your Excellency, and for the benefit of everybody else. And I hope I got it halfway right, because it was a lot that happened. So we first went into a session talking about why this conference happened. It's the first PPP conference for the country, and it's just an integral part of the reform program. It's a framework, and the law and the framework are a milestone, and they help attract capital in a country that needs capital, and it's a good impetus for the reform. So far there has been a very good track record, and we have seen that most of the money has gone to the power sector, to the hard sector so far, but the soft sectors are next up. His Excellency Mr. Odilbek Isakov told us the next big thing are the soft sectors, and as we all know, the hard sectors are easier than the soft sectors to finance in PPP. So in other words, soft is hard. But what we've learned in session 2 is that we really need an integrated approach in the budget of the PPP program so that the liabilities and contingent liabilities can be met by the budgetary requirements. And Mr. Nyazi gave us a very nice thing. The PPPs are no free fiscal lunch. I thought that was a very nice, and he said that just before we went for a free lunch. That was a very nice thing. Obviously the IFIs are in the opinion of the government and of all the private sector people we saw very important in lending credibility and giving guidance and helping along the way. Now, the power sector has been very, very successful. About 9 gigawatts have been done. One project so far under the new PPP law. And as we said, Mr. Isakov said, or His Excellency Mr. Isakov said that we are now going on to more of the subsectors. When you talked to people about the geopolitical environment, they said, well, the supply chain issues really hit us hard, but they hit everybody hard. I mean, they hit Switzerland hard, they hit Saudi Arabia hard. They hit Uzbekistan hard. One very pertinent remark was by somebody in the energy panel that, but these geopolitical tensions actually accelerate the move towards more renewable energy in the renewable sector, because one wants to decrease dependency on hydrocarbons or the country of origin of hydrocarbons. Obviously, there is the interest rate issue that it makes it harder and more expensive for everybody to finance. The way around it is obviously, again, having good regulatory frameworks. But when we look at the program of Uzbekistan, it's ambitious, 316 projects and 14 billion by 2026. Consultants are important, but also when you look at why are so many projects needed and why are the soft sectors important, or why are some other infrastructure sectors important, only 70% of population have access to water, and sewages are at 20%. So clearly there is a big step up needed, and that big step up costs money, and PPPs can be a good solution for that. But we should not be we should not have any illusions. Whilst it's important to get these social sector projects going, the private sector companies come in are looking for returns, and so that's something that we need to deliver to the people. But there is an expectation from the private sector companies that they'll make the returns, and the more you can show that they make the returns, the more there will be success going forward. And what I also was very impressed with on the social sector panel, I was most impressed with really some progress, very clear program for secondary schools. But you will have the largest dialysis center in the world in Tashkent. I thought that was quite, these are these little nuggets that you take with you from a conference. The panel on airports, roads, and so on, transport corridors was very interesting, especially as Uzbekistan does combine the East, does connect the East with the West. It also connects potentially the North with the South. If you look at the India corridor. So the word of wisdom we heard there from some of the transportation sector people or transportation infrastructure people is look at what you be sure when you look at what the capacity is, how many people you see going through your airports, through your roads to be realistic, because unrealistic targets will raise expectations, and the tariffs and the returns will be set on them, and that can be difficult. So, you need to always look at what are the returns, because these private sector people want their money back. What are the returns calculated up? And obviously always what's important is an appropriate level of flexibility, because we never know what's in the future. Who would have foreseen the pandemic? For instance, just for instance. Then another number that really stuck with me was the 6 billion additional finance needed each year for the maintenance of infrastructure to keep things going. That's a big important thing. Now we've concluded with what I said makes the world go round, money, because all of these projects cannot happen if we don't have financing. And we saw that, how to look at local financing. The ADB presented, Mr. Marro presented his project for long-term financing, which also will also be in local currency, and it will be first capitalized by $200 million, which will be increased to $300 million. The aspiration is to go to $5.3 billion. And that is a very novel approach and a very good approach. So we also looked at, we were also reminded that for financing, a programmatic approach is important. In the beginning you have that first project, right? But then you need a programmatic approach in order to have scalability, to scale things up. And obviously a platform is important for structured dialogue, to go from the approach of transaction to a rather larger sectoral framework. What stuck with me very much, and which would stick with me very much, was looking at Islamic finance at the IDB. It's been one of the ESG and Islamic finance are the two growth sectors in the finance industry. And what is really important, which sits well with development banks actually, and with responsible governments, social responsibility is a key underlying element of Islamic finance. And it's based on assets. It's not based on funding money, on assets, and supporting those assets, the services that go in these assets. And because it's not interest rate based, sometimes when you have to restructure, things can be easier. With the pandemic, they saw it in the 57 member countries. They saw it in some of the member countries. If you're interest rate based, there are penalties, and those penalties don't apply. So it can be easier to refinance. But it's horses for courses, right? But as you have also a Muslim population in this country, this may be something that is of interest, or to avail yourselves of some of that money. But it's not just one element. It's the ADB, it's the EBRD, it's the ISDB, it's the IFC, it's all of those great organizations, the World Bank Group, working together to help the development. We also discussed the importance for local banks, and the importance to have sort of a more of a portfolio approach and stepping stones, so you can get the long-term finance also from local currency, because the matching the tenors is always a problem in long-term projects. It's easier to get short-term money than long-term money. But the end was there's no lack of financing for good projects. And one word of wisdom, which I think was very important, was make sure you have the arbitration systems, the legal system in place, which I know you do, because we all think things will go well. We work towards them going well. Not always do they go well. So in the end, I think that was a very good conference. I've learned a lot, and I'm sure everybody else has learned a lot. And without further ado, I would like to go into the questions, which I have over there. But never mind, I will. Mr. Isakov, how does the summary? How does what you have heard here sit with you?
Well, thank you, Cornelia. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants of today's forum. It's a great pleasure that all our partners, IFI partners, private experts, investors, potential investors came here, joined to this forum to share their views, listen to us, and give their recommendation. It was very, overall speaking, it was, I think, very productive for us, for the government. You know that today's event was under the umbrella of our first Uzbekistan Economic Forum, which we held in September last year. At that forum, we had lots of topics, and it was so overwhelming result. And one of the feedbacks from all the participants was that we didn't have enough time to deep dive for each topic. And that's why we decided to have separate one-day event for each topic, like for today's, for public-private partnership, to give opportunity to all our partners to have a broader dialogue with us. What we learned is that everybody wants a broader dialogue. ask lots of questions, and they mostly give their recommendations. And this is what happened today. All day I had different meetings with the IFI partners, with investors, and we had a lot of good positive recommendations. So this public-private partnership, you know, it's very young for us. It started somewhere late at 2017 when the Honorable President gives the task to look for this instrument as a new tool, explore it and use it. And now, 3-4 years from that period, we have a very big pipeline. With the good support of our partners, we have a good legislation. And now we have, the most importantly, a very big interest from investors to invest here, and they really are eager to give recommendation. So even though there are some mistakes, they are ready to give recommendations, and what I want to say is that we are ready to listen and act if there is some changes are needed. So public-private partnership is with us for many, many years to come. Because, you know, as our main goal is to transform our economy to provide a sustainable growth for years to come. And you mentioned that about the 6 billion needed financing, it comes from the SDG 2030 goals, when the expert calculated that on top of what we invest from the budget, we need additional 6 billion investment annually. And obviously, there is no space for the budget to do everything themselves. And the private investment in the partnership with the public sector, with the government, I think this is the best way for us. It's, of course, first of all, as a Minister of Finance, I should say, is to bring financing. But at the same time, it's not only about the financing, but about the efficiency of the huge usage of those assets. Because those private partners comes to work with us for 20, 25 years of period to provide efficient usage of those assets created by them. And we know that the private sector will do it better than we will do. What we have here today is what we really are eager to deliver. A lot of investors interested, for example, in the social infrastructure. It was, especially for me as a Minister of Finance, was very compelling when the investors said they are willing to build schools and hospitals. We had a quarter of century of underinvestment everywhere, especially in social infrastructure. And to meet all the demands, it will take decades for the government to provide necessary public services to the population. And we cannot tell the people that they have to wait for the decades. And this public-private partnership is a very good instrument to provide those public services faster to meet all the demand from the population. What we have learned from our already successful projects on, especially you mentioned on the energy sector, we have some project on the utility sector. We are eager to replicate those positive results in other sectors, like we mentioned for the schools, for the hospitals, etc. And what we learned that PPP needs more capacity from our side, from the government, from the line ministries, and we are working on it. Our colleagues in some panels discussed it. We hear about the fiscal risks, about the contingent liability to be measured, because we as a government have to make sure that all the obligations which we will take will be met, and all the investors have to be sure that the government will provide prudent macroeconomic policy. They will have assessed all the fiscal risks to make sure that we will meet all our obligations, and the investors will really earn the money. And this is the next issue which everybody is asking for, is that all the projects which we want to do have to be bankable. This is what we hear a lot, because this is still investor who come to live with us for 20, 25 years. And this is a very big trust to work with the government for 25 years. And we see it, the willingness to work with Uzbekistan, in Uzbekistan for such big period, is that the past 5 years experience, all the transformation which was led by our honorable president, gave some kind of, in advance, provided some trust to our economy. But now we have to continue with that. And we will really work on this fiscal risk and contingent liability assessment. We hear a lot of transparency and fairness in processing bids. One of the winner of one of the process, he was very glad to tell me that he was glad that the process was transparent and fair, and he was surprised at how good it was all organized. And it's all thanks again to all our partners. So it's not us who are doing. That's why we partnering with the IFIs, with the private consultants to actually organize those processes. And probably the last one is that this huge pipeline for several $1 billion and our agenda for the next 5 years to provide more and more $1 billion to make sure that there will be enough private money to invest in those projects. We as a government have to work on different types of the financial instruments. You mentioned that we are working with the ADB, with EBRD, to create some new investment infrastructure funds where our partners, the IFIs, will be partnering with us as equity partners to this fund, and to help to bring private money to this fund and provide financing. And we will continue to explore all the possible different financial instruments to provide to attractiveness for the private investors to invest.
Well, yes, and I just one piece of feedback, because you weren't here during the day because you are very, 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 very busy.
I had meetings during the day with all the participants.
But the thing is, one of the things I've heard time and again was investors are very impressed with the ability of the government to listen. They think you're a very good listener as a government, and you really implement what they have heard. So they're very pleased with that. So you should take great pride in that.
Thank you very much.
Uzbekistan. The ADB was a co-organizer of this conference. You were involved from the outset. How satisfied are you with the day, with what happened here?
Yeah, thank you, Cornelia. Yes, indeed, we have put quite a lot of efforts, and then it's been quite rewarding to see this successful event today. And then, so to your question, I can tell we are extremely satisfied to see this positive outcome from today. We are particularly happy to see, of course, a large number of participants, but then also very, active engagement within this kind of, roundtable discussion, as well as outside of this room. And then this roundtable actually showcased good achievements, and then acknowledged all those kind of, good efforts, but at the same time also addressed, areas for enhancement expected for sustaining this country's PPP program. So overall, we expected that this roundtable could provide a platform for all stakeholders. And then today, I mean, we have been very successful, I think, in doing so. And then we are able to see very useful discussions for developing basically, further partnerships amongst all the stakeholders. So again, I'm very much satisfied.
Are you any particular learnings you're taking away from the conference?
Well, okay. Generally speaking, when we started working with the government 4 years ago, many people are looking at us very carefully, and then also some curious look. But then after 4 years of all these positive outcomes and results, I felt today that the expectations is very high already for the government, and then we probably want to live up with this expectation, and then even enhance this, our PPP agenda to attract more investors and then operators. And then, more specifically, I kind of felt very important to note that this PPP program can attract interest and confidence from the market by maintaining long-term predictability and then perspective, transparency, including strong commitment and then good planning by the government. Many of things are already referred to, but including screening of the right projects as well as also a good fiscal management. And then by applying such a kind of consistent approach across broad sectors, I think the PPP program of Uzbekistan can achieve even more. And then lastly, there are also, particularly also in my panel as well, there was a discussion on innovation and efficiency to be brought in by the private sector, and then it will contribute to achieving sustainable and inclusive, as well as also climate-friendly development agenda of the country. So again, after all, those are the kind of findings that I got, and then we will also work very closely and then even harder with the government basically to achieve the greater ambition, here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And we're now going to the AIFC. Cassandra, you've been involved, or you, the IFC, have been involved in the financing of PPP projects across the globe. Are there things you have heard here today that were new to you? Because you probably have heard everything before that has ever been said or done. Are there different issues, different financing solutions, different aspects, different methodologies that struck you?
Thanks, Cornelia. First of all, let me congratulate the Ministry of Finance, the Minister himself, and ADB for organizing this very successful event. Now, to answer your question, IFC practically wrote the book on PPP, so it's hard for me to say that we have heard a lot of new things here. Having said that, I think it's a positive signal, because it means that as IFIs, we have been doing a decent job in advising the government. Let me step back a little bit to talk about the SOE Forum, the Tashkent Economic Forum that took place in September. I was privileged enough to be here, and at this forum there was a panel on PPPs. So the forum was perhaps what I call the precursor to this event. And it wasn't focused on PPPs. But within that panel, we had heard of some achievements that the government had already had. And those included, from the top of my mind, the enactment of the PPP law and the establishment of the PPDA, the first competitively tendered 100 megawatt solar project, the announcement of 1 gigawatt of competitively tendered renewable energy, but 9 months later, today, we have reached a whole new set of milestones. And those, again, we can talk about the first commercially and financial close of the healthcare, the project in healthcare in Nukus. You said it yourself that they're going to have perhaps the biggest hemodialysis center in Tashkent. But also the announcement of the bidder for the Namangan wastewater project, advised by ADB, the wind project, the commercial close of the wind project advised by EBRD, and the commercial close of the 1,600 megawatt CCGT project, combined cycle gas turbine project advised by IFC. And those are a few examples. There are more. I could go on. But this also says that, just like I was saying before, what they lack in age, because it's still a new vintage, very recent vintage, they make up for in speed. So there isn't really anything new, but one thing I would say that we can perhaps take from this, and I've heard a colleague from, I think ADB mentioned it, it's the financing. We were doing financing where we were backstopping government utilities some 18 years ago, in Ivory Coast, in West Africa. But to hear that now it's becoming mainstream, other GFIs are doing it, it's a good thing. So we should continue to do it, and really I commend the government of Uzbekistan. One last session, one thing I've learned from doing, we have learned from doing PPPs, they go forward, they'll work when there is commitment at the very top. And that's what we're saying here.
I think that's a very important point, and it's proven by the honor of having Mr. Ishmetov, the finance minister, in this roundtable. So that's very important, and I was very impressed just coming to prepare this conference with the commitment from the very top. That was brilliant. But I have a second very short question for you. Is there something you're going to bring back to your team and say that's something that, is there something from this conference that you will share with your team?
Again, Uzbekistan itself is becoming a case study for what they've achieved in such a short time. I think it's becoming a bit of a case study in itself. It's the lighthouse in PPP. We'd like to see that happening everywhere, of course. Unfortunately, that's not true. So perhaps not so much to my team, but to our other government clients. We'd like to showcase Uzbekistan and show them that it is possible, you can do a lot. The one thing that perhaps I would caution is you can go fast, but not too fast. It's necessary sometimes to take time and not put the carriage before the horse and really take time to do things well. Sometimes PPP do take time, but that's the benefit of you get the best result for the state's finances.
Sometimes less haste results in more speed. But you should be very proud, Mr. Ishmetov, of this great endorsement. Lastly, Shoshana, when you look at this conference, your focus is Central Asia. Is there? I mean, you've seen it all. You talk to all the governments. Is there anything that you're taking from this conference for your region?
So a couple of thoughts very quickly. So first, just out of the discussions, of course I heard from many of you, you are our clients, private sector investors, that let's look at the balance of those famous PPP contracts. Give a breathing space to the private sector so that it delivers what it can. But I heard from one or two, which is also important, that let us not have imbalanced contracts tilting solely in the favor of the private sector or predominantly, because that represents political risk. So any next government would restructure it, unwind it, and that's costly, but at least extremely painful. So I like that this also came through when we were talking about the balancing act. When you asked before Minister Ishmetov's arrival, what I take away from me, I would love to have a link to the YouTube that registered this conference so that we can use it, guys, together as a training course for those who are novices or intermediate learners of PPPs, because it has been reflective of current trends. And yes, I cannot but repeat it, that the sheer commitment that I knew about, but the sheer scale of the ambition in Uzbekistan really has taken my breath away, because we talk with you, Cassandra, with our ADB partners, and I haven't put the whole thing together. And that has enabled discussion about innovative financial instruments. But again, as Cassandra was also saying, prioritization, time and again take a bit of time to well prepare it. Again, we started with wind auctions. Yes, the Samarkand, Tashkent PPP road is underway, and now we are moving to kind of PPP advisory on EBRD side for schools and dormitories. What I did not hear about, and I would love to explore it, let's organize the next one, is public-private partnership in digitalization. So I would love to explore it between the mid-mile and the last-mile development, whether it's in cities, whether it's to rural areas. We have done already quite a few transactions, and I think without digitalization, even this conference would not be able to take place. And last but not least is the importance for any government to invest in their own people. So one thing is to send them to PPP courses, that's very good, and on-the-job training. PPP agency doesn't exist in a vacuum, so there needs to be a buy-in from the line ministries. Even if the top wants it, there's a lot of coordination with line ministries. My personal experience is that the PPP agencies might also need another type of salary than at other government agencies, because we have experienced a lot of outflow, including to IFIs, by the way, from PPP agencies, and this is a long-term marriage. So not only do you want to monitor the PPPs, but you will negotiate them, amend them, renegotiate them, so continuity in PPP agencies is of utmost importance.
That's a very good point. We had a workshop yesterday with PPP agents. So the ADB had a workshop yesterday, which I had the honor to moderate, with PPP agencies from around the region. And that was one of the points that came up, which was, you know, I used to work for Citibank, and what we said is we train the best and we keep the rest. And one needs to avoid that scenario. So people need to be adequately compensated. That's a very good, and it's always good, that's a very good point. Is there a lesson you are taking away from this particular conference that you will share with the other Central Asian countries?
Well, if you are here, hopefully they have picked up the message from Uzbekistan, which is now leading the PPPs. So number one, don't do one PPP. One PPP is taking very long to prepare. Am I talking about the Bakadrinro project around Almaty? So it's a lot of pain. It's now a successful project. You have to roll it out. Have a programmatic approach. Number two, yes, it's worth hiring international experts, work with IFIs, because innovation is welcome. Wild improvisation deters investors for quite some time. Number three was what I mentioned to you, is spend money on your own people, on education, others, because international experts come and go. We are changing, we'll be solid partners for you, but nothing will replace it. And last but not least, of course, I'm egoistic, distribute the advisory mandates across the IFIs, because we have complementary knowledge as well. So this is what we would be going through, but I think you would appreciate that also the 5 Central Asian countries, they are at widely different phase of development, so the message will be nuanced accordingly.
No, but that's fantastic. I'll give a very brief summary of what I've heard here, and then I'm turning back to give the last word to His Excellency to tell us what he thought about all these interventions that he heard just now. So His Excellency told us, you know, he was happy to see the opportunity for the broader dialogue. He looked at the big pipeline that they had and the learning experience, and he's eager to learn and respond to what he hears from the PPP partners. You know, he mentioned the SDG 2030 goals and just what it takes to maintain the infrastructure, the social infrastructure to get there, and how PPPs are important in that context as well. You know, the efficiency of use. He wants to get the efficiency of use from the private sector. He wants to get that for the PPP projects, and he hopes that will, you know, will go beyond them. So I mean, obviously the government is eager to provide public service, but it can't do it alone. He likes active engagement with the agencies. He's eager to enhance the agenda, and what he said, which was very important, which was mentioned many times, the long-term predictability is important, and the political signal, you know, coming from that is given by sort of this PPP program, which is enhanced by what you said. Or no, what you said, Cassandra. You said, oh, you know, if there is no successful PPP programs have to have commitment from the top. And you know, this is a very big, a very audacious program, but it's been very, I mean, it's been very successful. You're best in class. You just won the big award we saw this morning. You're best in class. So this is excellent. And the last word, which I really liked from you, Shoshana, when you said invest in your own people. It's really important, and I liked your idea on looking at PPPs in digitalization, because that's really the future. And where would we have been during the pandemic if we hadn't had digitalization? The world would have come to a grinding halt. With that, Your Excellency, I'll give you, I see I have the scary clock here, but I'll give you the last 3 minutes because this is your conference, it is your country, so you should have the last 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for all these panel's participants for all the valuable remarks. I can only say that we, the government, are really committed to the concept of the public-private partnership itself. We hear about the building up capacity, as Zuzana said. We will definitely do that with yours and your team support. We constantly hear, from the day one, when we were eager to have lots of projects, faster projects, and everybody was warning us to think about the risk management, about the fiscal assessment, and we were saying, oh, we still don't have any project, let's have some, then we will think about it. And now, when we have such a pipeline, and now we think that maybe we don't have to be so fast, with so many projects, with so many obligations. But we are learning. We are still very young in this concept. We are eager to learn, and we really hope and we trust in all the support from our partners which will be with us. At the beginning, we asked with all the IFIs, all our experts, whether they will support us or not, and then we started with all these reforms. And we are sure for this very productive cooperations. And another part is that what we hear from the investors, as I mentioned during the first question, is continue to provide transparency and fair procedures. And one thing which everybody is asking, the investor, is the speed in execution. The pipeline is good. We see some already execution in some sectors, but in other areas where we have started, where we have announced it, we will work on speed up in execution, because what we really need to use properly, efficiently this momentum, and to show to the investors that what we have announced, we committed to it, we will deliver those projects, and to provide beneficial project both for the government and for the private investor. Thank you very much for your interest, for your participation, for coming personally to these days. And we hear that we need more dialogue, not necessarily in this form, but we will continue to listen to you, and we are ready to improve, we are ready to work on our mistakes if we have so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Give this fantastic panel a big round of applause. Now, we're coming to the conclusion of the conference, and I have 1 or 2 thanks to give, and then I'll tell you what happens afterwards, because what happens afterwards is really exciting. This has been a great, very interesting, very enlightening day, and it's been a great honor to be here. Thank you to the ADB, thank you to the government of Uzbekistan for inviting me to participate. All the thanks go to the government of Uzbekistan and the Asian Development Bank. On the government of Uzbekistan side, obviously, Your Excellency, Mr. Ishmetov is very important, and Mr. Odilbek, and His Excellency, Mr. Odilbek Isakov, who runs PPPs and many other things. Thank you, Odilbek. You were fantastic. Thank you very much. You steered this conference from the beginning. I remember on a very cold, I think, December morning, I was at 6 in the morning in Switzerland in my living room having a nice conversation with you. That was very good. That made my day. So then on the IDB side, obviously we have to thank His Excellency Vice President Ashok Lavasa. And we have to thank the wonderful, wonderful country representative, Miss Cindy Malvicini. No, it's happening, don't worry. Abel Malvicini, and the most and the biggest thanks go to Mr. Enrico Pinali, He ensured over the last 6 months, he was all of our boss over the last 6 months, and he has the most agreeable and lovely leadership style, but he still gets things done. So Enrico, we could not have done it without it. It was wonderful to work with you. So now I'm handing over to Ms. Nilufar Stotvoldieva, well, I got it, who will guide you through the signing ceremonies which will take place in the ballroom. Because this is really exciting. There's several signing ceremonies, so we have not just been talking, we've been doing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You've been a wonderful audience.
Aziz mehmonlar, hozir imzolash marosimi boshlanadi. Iltimos, joylaringizda qoling. Barchangizni imzolash marosimiga taklif etamiz. Dear guests, we are starting signing ceremonies. Please take your seats.
Buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are about to start the signing ceremony. Please do not leave the venue. Yana bir marotaba assalomu alaykum, muhtaram xonimlar va janoblar, aziz mehmonlar. Barchangizga xush kelibsiz deyishga ijozat bergaysiz. Yana bir bor serquyosh O'zbekiston zaminida sizlar bilan diydorlashib turganimizdan bag'oyatda mamnunmiz va bugungi tadbirimizning eng hayajonli daqiqalariga yetib keldik. Ijozatingiz bilan mamlakatimiz iqtisodiyoti rivoji uchun xizmat qiladigan muhim hujjatlarni imzolash marosimini boshlasak. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, once again, welcome. We express our pleasure to see you all once again on the sunny land of Uzbekistan. And now we are approaching the most exciting moments of our event. With your permission, we are going to start the signing ceremony of important documents that will serve for the development of the economy of our country. Demak azizlar, dast avval O'zbekistonda infrastrukturani moliyalashtirish, rivojlantirish kampaniyasini tashkil etish bo'yicha o'zaro anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vaziri Timur Ishmetov, Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining O'zbekistondagi vakolatxonasi rahbari Sindi Malvichini hamda davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. Ladies and gentlemen, to sign the Memorandum of Understanding on the establishment of the Infrastructure Finance Development Company in Uzbekistan, we would like to invite Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Timur Ishmetov, Country Director of Uzbekistan Resident Mission, ADB, Ms. Sindi Malvichini, and Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. infrastrukturani moliyalashtirishni rivojlantirish kompaniyasini tashkil etish bo'yicha o'zaro anglashuv memorandumi imzolandi. Tabriklaymiz. Ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding on the establishment of the Infrastructure Finance Development Company in Uzbekistan has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi Yevropa tiklanish va taraqqiyot bankining ko'magida davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini ishlab chiqarish jamg'armasini tashkil etish bo'yicha o'zaro anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga Moliya vaziri o'rinbosari Odilbek Isakov, Yevropa tiklanish va taraqqiyot bankining barqaror infratuzilma siyosati va loyihalarni tayyorlash direktori Matthew Jordan Tank va davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. Ladies and gentlemen, to sign the Memorandum of Understanding on the establishment of the Project Development Facility in Uzbekistan with EBRD, we would like to invite Mr. Odilbek Isakov, the Deputy Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, EBRD Director for Sustainable Infrastructure Policy and Project Development, Mr. Matthew Jordan Tank, and Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Of Understanding on the establishment of the Project Development Facility in Uzbekistan with EBRD has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi 1 gigavat birlashtirilgan qayta tiklanadigan energiya dasturi doirasida tranzaksiya bo'yicha maslahat xizmatlarini ko'rsatish bo'yicha anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vaziri o'rinbosari Odilbek Isakov, energetika vaziri o'rinbosari Sherzod Hadjayev, Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining O'zbekistondagi vakolatxonasi rahbari Sindi Malvichini hamda davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the Memorandum of Understanding on Transaction Advisory Services for the development and implementation of an additional 1 gigawatt combined renewable energy program, we have invited on stage Odilbek Isakov, the Deputy Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Sherzod Hadjayev, the Deputy Minister of Energy, Country Director of Uzbekistan Resident Mission of ADB, Ms. Sindi Malvichini, and Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding on Transaction Advisory Services for the Development and Implementation of an additional 1 gigawatt combined renewable energy program has been just signed. Congratulations. Rahmat. Ana endi Toshkent shahar oqova tozalash inshootini davlat xususiy sheriklik asosida modernizatsiya qilish va boshqaruvga berish loyihasi bo'yicha maslahat xizmatini ko'rsatish bo'yicha bitimni imzolash uchun sahnaga Xurshid Rahmatullayev, O'zsuv ta'minot aksiyadorlik jamiyati boshqaruv raisi o'rinbosari, Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining O'zbekistondagi vakolatxonasi rahbari Sindi Malvichini, Moliya vaziri o'rinbosari Odilbek Isakov hamda davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. Ladies and gentlemen, to sign the Transaction Advisory Services Agreement on the project of modernization and management of the Tashkent sewage treatment plant on the basis of public-private partnership, we would like to invite on stage Khurshid Rahmatullayev, Deputy Chairman, Joint Stock Company O'Zsuv Ta'minot, Country Director of Uzbekistan Resident Mission ADB, Ms. Sindi Malvichini, Odilbek Isakov, the Deputy Finance Minister, and Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Transaction Advisory Services Agreement on the project of modernization and management of the Tashkent sewage treatment plant on the basis of the public-private partnership has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi Yevropa tiklanish va taraqqiyot banki ko'magida davlat xususiy sheriklik asosida oliy ta'lim muassasalari uchun yotoqxonalar qurish bo'yicha o'zaro anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga oliy va o'rta maxsus ta'lim vaziri o'rinbosari Sarvarxon Buzrukxonov, Yevropa taraqqiyot tiklanish banki O'rta Osiyo bo'yicha boshqaruv direktori Zhuzhanna Hargitay va davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the memorandum of understanding on the project of construction of dormitories for higher education institution on the basis of PPP with the support of the EBRD, we would like to invite Deputy Minister of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education, Mr. Sarvarxon Buzrukxonov, Managing Director of Central Asia, EBRD, Ms. Zhuzhanna Hargitay, and Zakir Bazarov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding on the project of construction of dormitories for higher education institutions on the basis of PPP has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi va Synergy kompaniyasi o'rtasida anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga Synergy kompaniyasi boshqaruvchi direktori Ankit Chatuverdi va davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the memorandum of understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Synergy, we would like to invite on stage Managing Director of Synergy, Mr. Ankit Chatuverdi, and Zakir Bazarov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. The Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Synergy Company has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi hamda Ernst & Young kompaniyasi o'rtasida anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga Ernst & Young kompaniyasidan Dilshod Hamrayev va davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Ernst & Young, we would like to invite Mr. Dilshod Hamrayev from Ernst & Young and Zakir Bazarov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi hamda Ernst & Young kompaniyasi o'rtasida anglashuv memorandumi imzolandi. Tabriklaymiz. Hozir esa Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi va Tribe Infrastructure kompaniyasi o'rtasida anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga Tribe Infrastructure kompaniyasi boshqaruvchi direktori James Cook hamda Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktori vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Tribe Infrastructure, we invite Executive Director of Tribe Infrastructure, Mr. James Cook, and Zakir Bazarov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Tribe Infrastructure Company has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi va PwC kompaniyasi o'rtasida anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga PwC kompaniyasining O'zbekistondagi boshqaruvchi hamkori Abdulhamid Mo'minov va Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and PwC, we invite Managing Partner of PwC in Uzbekistan, Mr. Abdulhamid Mo'minov, and Zakir Bazarov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and PwC Company has just been signed. Congratulations. Endi esa Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi va Cranmore Partners Limited kompaniyasi o'rtasida anglashuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga Cranmore Partners Limited kompaniyasi katta maslahatchisi Elif Gurumsoglu va Davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Cranmore Partners Limited, we invite Senior Advisor of Cranmore Partners Limited, Elif Gumrukchioglu and Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Memorandum of Understanding between Public-Private Partnership Development Agency and Cranmore Partners Limited has just been signed. Congratulations. Ana endi Andijon va Buxoro viloyatlarida davlat xususiy sheriklik asosida ko'p tarmoqli shifoxonalarni tashkil etish loyihasi bo'yicha maslahat xizmat ko'rsatish to'g'risidagi hamkorlik bitimini imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Sog'liqni saqlash vazirining o'rinbosari Otabek Fazil Karimov, Osiyo taraqqiyot bankining O'zbekistondagi vakolatxonasi rahbari Sindi Malvichini va davlat xususiy sheriklikni rivojlantirish agentligi direktor vazifasini bajaruvchi Zokir Bozorovni taklif etamiz. To sign cooperation agreement on transaction advisory services, multidisciplinary hospital, PPP projects in Andijan and Bukhara regions. We would like to invite on stage Deputy Minister of Health, Mr. Otabek Fazil Karimov, Country Director of Uzbekistan Resident Mission, ADB, Ms. Sindi Malvichini, and Mr. Zokir Bozorov, Acting Director of the Public-Private Partnership Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, cooperation agreement on transaction advisory services, multidisciplinary hospital PPP projects in Andijan and Bukhara regions of Uzbekistan has just been signed. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the signing ceremony of the important document has come to its end. Thank you very much for your attention. And we would like to invite you for our gala dinner that will start at 6:30 p.m. in Yakasaray restaurant of Tashkent City. The special buses will take you to the restaurant. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, we would like to invite you for group photo.
Tashkent is once again hosting a meeting of world finance representatives. Uzbekistan will host an international roundtable on public-private partnership as a follow-up to the Uzbek Economic Forum, which has been commanded by international community.